What up, everybody? It's your man Killer B, the goddamn witch finder general. You got a witch burning their motherfucking asses up. Back at y'all, the old school time and shit at midnight. You know what I'm saying? So we gonna get it in just like back in the day. We gonna get it in just like back in the day, y'all. Hold on. Y'all know what I'm about to play. Got it. Every good fight got some goddamn theme music and shit. So you know what it is and shit. Play this goddamn theme music and we be right back at your motherfucking ass. That's me. That's me. Quote me on it. Shout out to Josh for the track. Where my peoples at? Come on up in here. I got some shit to say tonight. Switch, ruined them. I don't see it that way. Leave people dead. No, no, man, go do. You goddamn right. More important. Know what up? That's your shelf. Seen them. Let's caught up with a hook, motherfucker. Come on in here, y'all. Big O! Big O, the motherfucker. What up? Be the first, goddamn it. Goddamn right. What up, Big O? What's popping? Get this shit cracking, crack-a-lacking and shit. Shout out to all my supporters. Let's get this shit out the way here. If y'all want to be a supporter, y'all can send a goddamn donation to Killer B, Coat Buster $. Oh, they put it back up there. There you go. Scroll on the bottom of the screen. Send me a donation, any amount. Care if it's goddamn 50 cents. Your boy gonna shout you out on every video from now on, right? That's a promise. That's a motherfucking promise. So don't say, you know what I'm saying, you ain't getting nothing back. You know what I'm saying? You ain't giving nothing for nothing. You ain't giving something for nothing. You know what I'm saying? So goddamn, this motherfucker being colder than son of a bitch. But shit. Got 2 people in the room. Where y'all niggas at? Come on in here. I got some shit to say tonight. I got some shit to say. You know what I'm saying? We slaying dragons tonight. You know what I'm saying? Quenching the motherfucking fire. Well, no, I don't quench no goddamn fires and shit. I let it burn. Fire burn. All right, let's go. Big O, what's happening, man? See, you the only one up in this motherfucker. This shit. But, yo, we can talk about some shit tonight. We can talk about Alpo Martinez. You know what I'm saying? For those y'all that's probably not from the Northeast, y'all probably don't know who he is. He was a notorious drug dealer back in the 80s, like 90s, like era in New York City, right? He did 35 years, I believe, right? He was responsible, admitted on the paperwork, responsible for about 14, 15 murders, right? The son of a bitch got out of jail about 5, 6 years ago, right? And all the bullshit came to a head and shit. That nigga up out of here. They turned his motherfucking TV off. He out of here. A plague to the motherfucking society. And some of y'all gonna catch the feelings. All this bullshit, right? I don't want to hear shit. That nigga was a plague to the motherfucking society. And I'm gonna show y'all tonight why he was a motherfucking plague to fucking society, right? And my condolences to the family. My condolences to the family for what happened. But the niggas are responsible for a whole lot of bullshit, right? But the man did his time. I was thinking about this shit earlier. I said the man did his time, right? Now, it go both ways. So whether the niggas that turned his TV off was the motive was retaliation or something happened in the past, I don't know. Could it be some new shit? I don't know. Right? But I could give my motherfucking 2 cents and my opinion on the goddamn situation, right? So this man, and I've known about this man. They made a documentary. Shit, this going back to the goddamn early 2000s. There was a documentary. Y'all can catch it. Y'all can find it on YouTube. It's a great documentary where the main thing that was sad and how this man was labeled a piece of shit, right? Now, the people call him a piece of shit because he ratted, right? This man made millions and millions and millions of dollars. Got bagged, ratted on it, told on everybody, right? But I'm going to get to that later, right? I'm going to get to that situation later. But this man was responsible for killing his best friend. A friend that was going through some shit, that little brother was kidnapped and held for ransom. They cut the little boy's fingers off and put it in a bag, put it up in the McDonald's just to show the people we got him and we need his bread. And it come to find out it was a member of the motherfucking family that kidnapped the little boy, right? Now, what's fucked up is that this was his right-hand man. And it's fucked up when you find out that your right-hand man, the nigga that gave a fuck about you, you gave a fuck about, but didn't give a fuck about you. Right? Now, I want to explain some shit. Right? Now, how can I put this shit? Right? Now, these motherfuckers out there getting money. Right? Y'all seen the Paid in Full video. I mean, movie with Cameron and all that shit. That tells the story of Alpo Martinez, right? The Paid in Full movie. Now, this man, this is right-hand man, going through some shit. They got his little brother. They asking for a ridiculous amount of money that he doesn't have. Alpo knew the situation, right? A friend would say, how much you need? That what a friend would do. Say how much you need. And I'm sure from the movie, I don't know the man personally. I never knew the man personally. But from the movie, the man had some sense. Right? The man had some sense. And I'm sure. Oh shit, my man dropped another joint. I might have to do an intermission and shit. Hold on one sec. Let me see here. Oh boy. He sent a new joint? It's a new joint? Hold on. I might have to play this joint. Come on back. Fuck that shit. I'm playing that shit. I'm playing that shit. Josh, motherfucker. That's exclusive, y'all. Just drop. Just now, goddamn it. I'm coming back to the bullshit. Come on, Josh. Drop the link in the chat. Y'all go check out Josh. What? Get him, old boy. Dig out that track in the link. I mean, I dropped the link in the chat. Wait a second. I forgot something. That be hard. All right, y'all. That was Josh. I had to drop that. He just dropped that on me and shit, so I had to share that with y'all real quick. From doing that, maybe remember and shit. I forgot to drop the goddamn names and shit for the supporters list. Goddamn, this motherfucker done hit me already. All right. Coming in at the goddamn supporters list, we got Brainstorm Homeschool Academy, Maggie Springfield, Sister P. We got Yasu. We got I was gonna say, nah, I keep that to myself. Yasu, we got Victor Always, we got San Miguel TV, we got San Miguel, San Miguel TV, we got Jock. Shit. Goddamn, motherfucking hitting a nigga. We got Josh. We got Myron Edwards. We got Siberians and Secret Serpent. We got Bill Hill, and we got a new one. We got a new supporter on the list. Sahara Jr. Y'all can check out Sahara Jr. tracks over there at Bandcamp. Right? So, welcome aboard, Sahara Jr. Welcome aboard. Thank you for the support. And I hope I get some more support. Big O, your monkey ass need to hop on the goddamn supporters list and shit. Right? So, and the rest of y'all niggas, right? You gotta be in it to win it. So, back at this motherfucking Alpo shit. Right? It's fucked up. And this is something I learned in the Hebrew Israelite code, right? The way it was put, it was on some fucked up shit. Like they were trying, it was some old brainwash shit. But the shit makes sense, right? There's a lot of people that you got love for, they ain't got love for your ass. Right? And that's how I feel with the Rich Porter. Rich Porter was Alpo's best friend. That Alpo murdered. For what? Over some motherfucking bread. These motherfuckers getting millions of goddamn dollars. Or in the long run. You know, a lot of these motherfucking drug dealers out there and shit, you think they making more than what they making. You think that they making more than what they making. Right? And a lot of that shit come off the backs of the flunkies, the yes men. I ain't never been no motherfucking yes man. Kiss my motherfucking ass, nigga. If you a piece of shit, you a motherfucking piece of shit. Right? So, Rich Porter had to go behind his back. I forgot how the situation was. I forgot the goddamn how the documentary went. But if I'm not mistaken, he was skimming a little something off the top or some shit, right? And it was because he needed the money to get his little brother. Now, Alpo, two heads is better than one. Two heads is better than one. Right? And it's fucked up that situation happened and Alpo didn't lend a helping hand to get that boy back. Right? If I can remember, the boy was killed, I think. I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Right? My condolences to the family. The condolences to the family, Rich Porter, for his death. Right? And Alpo, piece of shit, gonna set the man up and have the man get in the car and have him murdered. He had a little nigga shoot this man from behind, from the back seat of the vehicle. And he got on the highway. They pulled over and went to dump the body. And had the yes man, had the flunky try to get Rich Porter out of the vehicle and drag him in the woods. But the flunky was too small to move the body. So Mr. Martinez had to grab his best friend. And this is deep, right? Let me back up a little bit. This is deep. When Alpo saw that he was lying. He said, yo, that coke you got was good. Where you get that from? He said, my connect. And he said from that point, he knew that he was lying. So he nodded to the dude in the back seat to kill him. So the dude shot him from behind in the vehicle. And take close. Listen to this closely. All you can hear from him is this man taking his last breath, gasping for air. So fast forward, the little funky couldn't get him out of the car, drag him in the woods. So Alpo himself had to do it, and he noticed this man murdered something. Now this is your best friend. This your road dog, right? It wasn't like the man plotted to kill you or whatever. It was a desperate move because no one was there to his aid. Right? That supposed to be your mans in them. So, well, I'm up in here by myself. All right. Well, fuck it then. I'm still doing the goddamn shit. Right? So, he drags this man in the woods. He hears a murmur or something. So, he had to get the gun and shot the man in the head. So, that's 3 shots with a .357. Fast forward, Alpo gets locked up, has to confess to a whole bunch of murders. The man gets 35 fucking years, right? Deserved. Should have got more. And the reason he got 35 years, because he told on everybody. Now listen up, little flunky little niggas. Little yes man. They kicked that no rat and shit. They kicked that motherfucking no snitching shit. Snitches get stitches and all that bullshit. Guess what the boss gonna do as soon as he get locked up? I done seen it more than once. That's the main nigga that's gonna tell. That's the main nigga that's gonna tell on everybody. While he got you pumped up that you a hardcore street nigga, I ain't snitching. When the motherfucking feds come, when the motherfucking feds come, you better tell. You better tell. Because guess what? The boss gonna tell. He gonna tell on you, all of them in the back and in the middle, in the front. Yo, he gonna tell. You better look out for you. Because the main nigga, the first one that gonna open his mouth is the nigga at the top. There was a man out here in Connecticut, Frankie Estrada, they called him the Terminator, right? They said that 50 Cent had some type of dealings with him back in the day, and he actually rapped about him in one of his songs, right? And Frankie Estrada had one of the biggest heroin operations out here in Connecticut, Bridgeport, Connecticut, right? And the man, he was in a lot of goddamn witchcraft and shit. That's what I'm gonna get to next and stuff too. House was raided, found $500 million. I mean, not 500 million. Found $5 million in his walls. A room dedicated to witchcraft, right? So obviously that shit didn't work for him, right? We're gonna get to that in a minute. So I'm tying all this shit in. And first thing this nigga did was told on everybody. The nigga told on cartel motherfuckers. Motherfuckers told on his goddamn sisters, family members, and all types of shit. The man's still incarcerated. He should be getting out, I don't know, soon, but he's definitely going to be our witness protection, just like Mr. Alpo was, right? But you know, a lot of niggas is niggas to the core, right? Think shit sweet and all types of fuckery. So, fast forward, Alpo gets out. They said he was working on a documentary and that he was dating P. Diddy's ex-girl or whatever, some shit. But we found something out here. This is the update part. Mr. Alpo was gunned down on Halloween morning and in his truck in Harlem, New York. Shot about 4-5 times. And guess what? When the police got there, right? Guess what the police said? My man was gasping for air, taking his last breaths. Just like Rich Porter. Just like Rich Porter. Did Alpo have an alternative to do besides what he did? He could have. He could have approached the man. No, number one, Alpo knew he was a piece of shit. Because the first thing Alpo should have done was say, Rich, how much you need? If they running the streets together like that, and this is like some career, they was asking for some career-ending money. Like some shit, that's a hit. Like he taking the whole goddamn life savings, motherfucker. Rich didn't have that kind of money. First thing Poe should have did was say, Rich, how much you need? But probably, Rich was probably like, Alpo was probably like, didn't say nothing. Yo, you get your brother back yet? Yo, you get your brother back yet? Because, you know, a lot of these Project Crow snatching ass niggas, you go to the store and get a sandwich, they hawking you. They want a piece. They want a piece of the sandwich, right? You give them a piece of the sandwich because you a real nigga, right? You supposed to be what a real nigga is, what they call a real nigga, right? But they not a real nigga. Because when they get your sandwich, guess where they at? They hiding somewhere in the corner. When they go to the store and get their sandwich, they're hiding somewhere in the corner. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't hear me. Y'all don't hear me. Right? So this fucking plague to society went to a Halloween party. And let me show y'all what he looked at at the Halloween party. Hold on 1 second. Let me show you something. Let me show y'all something here. Let me show y'all something. For somebody that got out of prison for doing what he doing, let me show y'all. Let me pull this up here. Let me show y'all something. Where is that here? And some motherfuckers clowning the fuck out this nigga too. Where is that? Let's see. No, I spelled that shit wrong. There you go. Okay. There's like a zillion niggas on here trying to get fame off their motherfucking. All right, hold on 1 second. Hold on. I gotta get it from Google. Well, goddamn. I've been seeing this shit all day. Where the fuck is it? That's some crazy ass shit. All right. Put it in Halloween. There, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Check this out. Friday the 13th, I'm playing Jason. Look at here. Y'all see that? Jason mask. The last thing anybody had 14, 15 bodies and only did 35 years, they had the audacity, they had the motherfucking nerve. They had the motherfucking nerve to dress up like motherfucking Jason. Y'all see this shit? You see this shit? Y'all see this shit? Let me make sure y'all can see it. Yep, it's on the screen. It's on the screen. Of all the people, and that's why I said the Roosters came home. Karma's a motherfucker. And wicked niggas. Now, like I said, the snitching shit ain't what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about the place to society. Now, this man did an interview. He talking about telling shit to the youth and shit, right? Now, he said if all the people talk about him being a rat, that fuck them, basically, and I gotta do what I gotta do. People want to talk about the code of the street. Show me the book that got that in the code. Show me the code in the book of the streets about rat. Like I said, when the motherfucking feds come, you better be ready. You better be ready. When the shit goes down, you better be ready. You better be ready. Never say no shit that you wouldn't want hear repeated to you in a court of law. Y'all niggas on the phone talking all type crazy shit. Never say nothing you wouldn't want to hear repeated in a court of law. All you little flunkies out there, all you little yes men out there, when the shit goes down, you better be ready. While you sitting there trying to be a hardcore nigga from the streets, The boss understand pointing. Yep, him right there. Yep, him right there. So don't let them niggas fool you that you a ride or die, that they a ride or die nigga. I'm the captain. I'm going down. That's right. They probably some of them niggas, probably some niggas just like that, probably watching. As soon as I say that, the motherfucker pop right the fuck off the screen. Good. Don't think. So 1 second. Don't think for 1 second that they're gonna be a real hardcore nigga from the street. When them motherfuckers come, guess what they're gonna be? They can be right there on that stand pointing. Like right there. That's them right there. And you looking at the motherfucker like, well, goddamn, nigga. What up to the G code, nigga? There ain't no G code, motherfucker. There ain't no motherfucking G code. And Alpo said it. He ain't scared of no niggas from the street. He not scared of the streets. What he scared of? What he said he scared of? He's scared of the motherfucking white people. He's scared of the motherfucking crackers in the courtroom. Can I get some help tonight? Can I get some motherfucking help tonight? Where the fuck Neggy Springfield and shit? Oh, goddamn. Right? We need to brighten up the screen a little bit and shit. Fuck Neggy at? Where Bill Hill at? Where Craig Shrugs at? This shit. Craig Shrugs need to be up on here and shit. Right? So, just to keep that shit in mind. Now, I can play the videos with the nigga saying this shit out of his own goddamn mouth. Right? But, you know, these niggas talk about, oh, that nigga was snitching. Oh, that nigga's a rat. And you hear these pussy, bitch-ass, bitch-made motherfuckers on the internet. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Oh, the motherfucker, a rat, talking about all this shit. Ain't never did shit. Oh, that motherfucker's a rat. Ain't never been involved with nothing. When them motherfuckers come, they coming. I remember the motherfucker told me years ago, he said, motherfucker, when they coming, motherfucker. They ain't shit, motherfucker. They ain't no preparing for that shit, motherfucker. When they coming, they coming. And that is going to be the end of it. And decay for this nigga. The white man ain't come. That wasn't the white man. People talking about, oh, this is a skilled shooter. Because y'all see the thumbnail and shit. This is a skill. See the grouping on there? And pretty soon, by tomorrow, niggas gonna be talking about the white man killed Alpo. White man ain't thinking about Alpo. They try to help the no good fucking piece of shit nigga. Done killed 14 people. What do you think the cops did? Well, actually, the cops didn't know who they said the cops didn't know who he was at first because the man was under witness protection. Supposed to be under witness protection, and he out there in the same streets like he was back in the day. See, a lot, you can't take the goddamn nigga out of a fucking black motherfucker. You want to be that man. And this nigga wearing, I bet that jacket cost a couple $1,000s. That's a Louis Vuitton jacket. That looks like a Louis jacket. With the embossed, like letter. Yeah, that's a motherfucking Louis jacket. Where does nigga get all this goddamn bread? And only been out of jail 5 years. Huh? Here's the update part. Guess what? When the motherfucker was shot, the nigga drove off throwing drugs out of the fucking window. So fuck this motherfucker. He went right back to plaguing the motherfucking society. Right back to it. Went right back to the bullshit. 35 goddamn years in prison. 14, 15 goddamn bodies. And this fucking piece of shit, eyewitness protection, went right back to the fucking streets. I look at this nigga no differently than I look at motherfucking Tasadakia, the comforter. I look at him no different. Look at him no different. And when you piece of shit motherfuckers gonna realize not to glorify this shit. Y'all want to talk about the white man? Fuck the white man. What the white man done to y'all niggas in the last 6 months? Name it. Done to you personally in the last motherfucking 6 months. Well, this nigga running the street, killing as many people as he can. You know, some motherfuckers say, hey, the motherfucker's gonna get the shit from somewhere. They might as well get it from me. Some people in desperate situations and shit, right? Some people be in desperate situations, desperate times and shit, and they feel like they got to do a little something here and there, right? I get it. I get it. One thing I learned to coach, they said, doing this shit is witchcraft. I'll let y'all ponder that. I want to get off Alpo ass and shit. Wait a second and move on to the next motherfucker. Right? So this son of a bitch was throwing drugs out of the fucking window after he was shot. Trying to drive to the goddamn police station. I bet he was running to the white man then. I bet he was running to the goddamn cracker then. How motherfucker Ice Cube said it? Bend over for the goddamn cracker, no Vaseline. All this nigga had to do, he had a brand new motherfucking life when he got out of prison. Had a brand new motherfucking life. Brand fucking spanking new life. How many of y'all motherfuckers fucking love to, I would say, go into witness protection, but the things that happen when you're in witness protection? How many of y'all motherfuckers would love that? To have a clean slate, your bad credit gone and everything and shit. You got a brand new clean slate, different name, different location. The motherfuckers that help you get a house and all types of shit. Change your whole motherfucking life. And what this nigga did, he went right back to the motherfucking street. How stupid can you be? This nigga probably, how old was this motherfucker? How old was this nigga? Let me see. Let me see how old this motherfucker. The nigga was 50 fucking 5 years old. 50 goddamn 5 years old. A 55-year-old man still running the goddamn streets like a motherfucking kid. Bad enough for 30, 40-year-old motherfucker running the goddamn street. A 55-year-old man. The cop said he was dropping all types of bags of motherfucking dope and shit out the motherfucking door, out the motherfucking window. One second here. I want to get off this subject. I had it's the video before this. All right, fuck it. I ain't gonna play that shit. Fuck it. This one. Oh shit, nigga, brainstorm. Everybody gonna come up in here? Never rat, die rat. Then you a stupid motherfucker. Cause guess what? The nigga that you supposed to tell on, he telling on you. Top opposition Hayes. You be a stupid motherfucker. All you gotta do is look at the goddamn court records. All the bosses tell. All of them. Name me one motherfucker ain't say shit. Went straight to the motherfucking slammer. You be a stupid motherfucker. All the top motherfuckers I know, they told. And told on all the motherfuckers underneath them that's supposed to be keeping this so-called G code. Where's the book? Top opposition Hayes, can you produce a G code book, please? With all the laws and the ordinances and all that shit in there. What up, Nagy? I'm Alpo Martinez. I'm not sure if you're familiar with him. We go to link, Nagy. And top opposition, you can come up in here too. Big Meek ain't snitch. What you mean Big Meek ain't snitch? We can look that shit up. And so you put yourself next to Big Meech. And you forgot what these people are. They're plagues to society. They the ones that out there want to kill your motherfucking kids. They the ones want to kill your grandmama and them. They the ones that want to kill your auntie and your uncle and and all of them by poisoning them. And put them under that spell. What up, Nagy Springfield?
Not a whole lot. How you doing?
Chilling. What you mean not a whole lot? You on the goddamn Killer Bee show, goddamn it. You got something
well,
going on?
at the moment, I just woke up.
I don't know. I try to put some sense in these niggas and shit. While they running the street about no snitching, the boss is going to fucking court snitching.
Yeah. You and I both know that. But fill me in. What's going on?
How you know what the fuck I been, nigga? How you know where the fuck I been, for one? And guess what? You probably a bottom feeder. You probably the yes man and the flunky, like I was just talking about.
Yeah, that's most, cults and gangs are the same. But what's up?
I'm talking about Alpo Martinez, the guy that they made the Paid in Full movie off of. And I believe I sent you years ago the documentary on this guy. Well, he's been out of jail for about 5 years. He did 35 years in prison.
So wait, what is it? I didn't hear. I heard what you said, but I don't know what you said.
Okay. Alpo Martinez, right? He was a notorious Harlem drug dealer. He went down with about 14, 15 bodies and killed his best friend over some bullshit. Over some dumbass shit. Did 35 years, got out, survived for about 5 years. He's been out about 5 years. And Halloween night, all his shit caught up to him. They lit his ass up in his truck. And guess this, when he was shot up, he took off driving, right? And guess what he was doing? He was throwing fucking heroin out of the fucking windows.
Yeah. That's what Alpo is called. Heroin is called
Oh, dog
Alpo.
food. Yeah. The goddamn,
Yeah.
they can be knowing some shit. They can be knowing more than you think.
Yeah,
They
I,
can
I
be.
was gonna say something when you said I heard Alpo and I was thinking, yeah, that's what they call it because it's brown. It looks absolutely disgusting.
Yep. So, this man went back to the street. He was in witness protection. He
Oh,
was in
you, oh,
witness
you,
protection.
oh, you want to hear something kind of funny? There were actually people that have been in the federal witness protection program,
Uh-huh.
otherwise known as the snitch program.
Yeah.
And guess what they were doing while they were snitching on their gang confederates?
What?
Dealing drugs and committing other
There
crimes.
you go.
They were also getting paid by the federal informant, as a federal informant.
Mm-hmm.
So it's so crazy that there are people out there who, especially government agencies, who think that these criminals can be trusted.
Yep. Yep. And Alpo said it is gone. Yeah, you've been in the street. If you've been in the trenches, you're a bottom feeder. You the last on the totem pole.
Oh, this is ironic. We got a gang member in here now,
I guess or some shit or
which
whatever.
I gotta say, well, I just said it. Gang members are like cults.
Yeah. Yeah. They get the cult doctrine and they run around. They loyal to the head, but the head ain't loyal to them. Know what I'm saying? I'm 46 years old. I done been around the block a couple times. Well, you ain't gonna incriminate. Did you blow one? Have you blown a pole, motherfucker? Huh? Have you blown a pole? No, watch this. Watch this. Have you blew one? Like I said, bottom feeder. These are the niggas that steal cakes from the store. That steal cupcakes and shit from the store. No, I'm before Uber, nigga. I'm before Uber. Now I ask you a question. You said you never blew a pole. I never blew a pole. Have you? So watch this. See how stupid it get real quick? Just like a cult leader, just like a cult member, they change the subject. They say some dumb shit, now they want to change the subject, right? And that's why there's so many niggas in the penitentiary, because we stupid. Because we just some dumb monkey ass niggas. And that's how the white man look at us, like monkeys. That's why I call the police the zookeeper. That's why I call the police the zookeeper. Know why? Because they keep all the animals and all the monkeys in line.
There was a guy that ran a crack house that called himself the zookeeper.
Oh shit, that's crazy. I gotta do a video.
And I gotta say that is one of the funniest videos I've found ever on the internet. I'll show it to you.
Yep. You can
And
come out here. The link's in the chat.
it's also one of
Pull up,
the
nigga.
it's also one of the craziest things I've ever seen, because the people that were shooting it were doing it as like a documentary. I think like as a rap documentary. So they were all like used to like quality and high, good stuff.
Yeah.
So when they're in there and they're seeing stuff like poop on the walls, they're like grossed out.
Yep. Now he said, "Stay a civilian, dog. The street not for you." No, it's not. The street is not for me. It ain't for you either. Just by seeing you up on here, bumping your gums, the streets ain't for you either. Like I said, you're a bottom feeder.
And you know what's funny? I'm part of what I try to do is I try to make people understand that gangs and cults are just as corny as each other.
Yeah. Corny as shit.
I'm trying to take away the idea that the gangster is cool.
Yep.
Because it's not.
Why did niggas join the game? That's number one. Why motherfuckers join the game? Because they ain't got nothing else going for them. They feel like they got nothing else going for them. And the game gives them a sense of security in a daddy, in a second daddy. Any nigga walking around got a daddy. Whether the nigga in jail, the nigga can be dead, or the nigga just don't give a fuck and the nigga gone. The game gives them a feeling like that's a daddy. And they treat it like a daddy.
Yeah.
I've said this many times about the Colt. The Colt is the same shit.
That's what
goddamn daddy.
You know that dude that I had on my channel, Nate Almighty?
Uh-huh.
He said that if you have a big homie, you might as well call him up and call him daddy.
Yup. Thank you. Thank you very much. I wish he was out here right now to talk some sense into some of these niggas.
But you know what else? You know what else I know? I know that dude won't hit the link.
Nope, he won't. He won't. Just like a goddamn Hebrew Israelite cult leader, this nigga will not hit that motherfucking link. Ain't no problem. I'll kick the real shit, nigga. I done been around the block. You a pup. I can tell you a pup. Because a real motherfucker wouldn't be up on this motherfucking screen bumping his gums about some shit.
I mean, let's just go
you
by
not a boss. If you blew a pole, nigga, you not a boss.
Let's just go with that. You know, would someone who's like a legit gang member come on a channel like this?
Yup. No, why? See, now, he said, I'll pull up on your address. A boss wouldn't pull up on no goddamn address. A flunky will.
No, they got
the dummy mission, nigga. The crash test dummy.
The crash test dummy, yeah.
Exactly. The crash test dummy. So hit that link, motherfucker, if you got some heart, nigga. You on the internet streets. You not even supposed to be on this motherfucker bumping your motherfucking gums. I know real motherfuckers in the street. They not on the internet, nigga. They ain't got no internet name, no internet nothing. They ain't telling nobody I'm pulling up, none of that shit. They just coming. I remember this nigga told my boy one time, yo, right? He said, yo. I forgot how this shit, I'm trying to think of the story and shit. But the nigga said, yo, and you do this shit, I'm not saying nothing. I'm just coming. Know what I mean? And that what little niggas do today and shit. Pull up, nigga, pull up. You ain't tell nobody what the fuck you doing. These some old little 2000 niggas. These new millennium niggas. Talk about pull up. And then your ass in the penitentiary looking stupid. Sucking dick and all types of shit. Nigga, you on the internet now, nigga. First time on YouTube. Yeah, right, nigga. Save it. A real gangster, nigga, don't even got a motherfucking internet, nigga. They got a fucking trap phone, nigga. That shit don't even use the internet. So stop it. So stop it, nigga. So stop it. So stop it. Talk about you ain't never blew a pole, nigga. You ain't no boss. You telling on yourself right now. You just told on you. How many times you told on yourself? You ain't been out here 5 minutes. You already brewing for an indictment. And guess what? Killer B behind the stand. Yep, that's that nigga right there. That dumb nigga right there. Stupid motherfuckers. Like I said, out here and shit, Frankie Estrada, the Terminator, right? Hardest nigga out, right? That nigga wasn't blowing no poles, nigga. He had motherfuckers to blow them for him. You know what I'm saying? So that ain't you. That ain't you, right? So these niggas, this nigga, the feds came fucking crushing down on him. Nigga had $5 million in his crib. Had $5 million. $5 million in his crib, right? And he had a whole room dedicated to witchcraft. This nigga was doing all types of shit. Right? That nigga brought hip-hop back to Connecticut. Rappers wouldn't even come to where we at in Connecticut. The motherfucker get robbed, all types of shit. Fucking goddamn big, Fat Joe and them got fucked up out here, came out here. And literally ran out of the motherfucking city, nigga. Right? So, this nigga get bagged. This nigga told on his sister. This nigga told on the cartel niggas and shit. This nigga told on every motherfucking body. This motherfucker's right now just getting out of jail from when that shit happened. This is like some 90s shit.
And you know what's crazy about telling on cartels is those guys have no chill whatsoever.
Yeah. Look at Eric Alexander. Come see me, bro. I got mad bodies on Call of Duty. Yo, these niggas is crazy. They want to call me a civilian. Nigga, you a civilian. You's a stupid motherfucker. And the boss laughing at you. The big homie laughing at you. Laughing at you. Laughing at you. And your whole ass scared to hit the link. But talking that big shit is scared to hit the link. Rob Rack hit the link. Fucking gay ass Rob Rack with the pink bra and panties that they keep the fucking ratchet. They keep the ratchet on him and shit. Keep the ratchet on. He hit the link in a second. That nigga be Rob Rack with the prison and shit. He be throwing it all up, nigga. I ain't talking about no gang signs either and shit. I'm talking about his ass. And that's what happened to this nigga if he get bagged. The first thing he doing, he up in there crying. That'll be the first thing that happen. You be up in there crying, nigga. Mama! And they be shut the fuck up. The president's hit it. The inmates be like, yo, shut the fuck up. Mama! Shut the fuck up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And then you have your ass all fucked up on some Thorazine and the motherfucking Seroquels and shit. You be fucked up in that motherfucker. Come out with more retarded than what you is now. I'm sorry. Yo, shut the fuck up. Nigga be taking your commissary, all that shit, nigga. You probably a dumb motherfucker. If you a gang member and shit, you probably won't get no commissary and shit. Unless you got a fat shit. You know what I'm saying? You a project nigga and shit. Niggas ain't got money to be sending you.
Well, here's a little thing for him to think about in case he ever finds himself in that situation. You know how gangs do it? They'll have like a collection for people that don't have anything. It's called a kitty box. So that means they'll get
that's exactly what it is too. A kitty box for kids.
They get like
hygiene.
Well, here's what it is. They get hygiene items that, you know, so no one in the gang goes without hygiene. But you ain't getting anything like fancy. You're not getting snack foods or anything.
Yep. Bare essentials.
So like the gang will make sure you're good on basic essentials, but not like nothing else. You're going to have to go out there and start doing, you know, a hustle to get that stuff.
Yep. And with that, you're going to have to be at their feet. Yo, nigga, go stick this nigga over there in cell 3. Go stick that nigga over there. They send you on dummy missions all day long.
Yeah, it could
holder in his soap.
Yeah, it could be something as crazy as slide down to dorm 3, which means you're gonna have to find a reason to go down there.
Yep.
And someone is gonna have to, you know, you're gonna have to tell a guard, I need to go down there and make up a good enough reason.
Yep. These niggas is crazy. What, the nigga done bowed out now? He done?
Oh, man.
Hayes and shit. He smoked weed all day. That's why he's stupid. Because he smoked weed all day. This retarded. And these niggas in the hood be smoking these big ass blunts and shit, just be wasting weed and shit. And you only could roll up, you ain't gotta roll up a half a gram, motherfucker. You get the same amount as high as you roll up a gram. Niggas just be burning up money. Stupid motherfuckers.
But yeah, did EA Koetting come up in the topic anytime?
All right, I'm trying to get on EA Koetting now and shit, but this fucking dumb motherfucker came up in here.
Yeah, I noticed that happens.
I'll pull up on your address, nigga.
Well, don't worry. EA Koetting will not be pulling up on anybody.
Yeah, he ain't pulling up on nobody and shit. White people got sense and shit. This is dumb as some of them could get. White people got sense. What kind of fool gonna tell you that they coming? This is why the prison is filled up with niggas and not white people. White people do more crime in the United States, drastically more crime than black people in the United States. But black people only do dumbass shit like murder and robbery and gambling. Those are the top things that black people lead in crime in the United States. White people lead in crime in every crime that you can think of in the United States except murder, robbery, and gambling. Gambling is like kind of weird. But
and you know what's the worst part of it? The worst part of it is, every time there's a 7-Eleven robbery, everyone watching the TV in their homes is like, man, I hope he's not black. I hope he's not black. And then finally the TV shows, and here's the suspect. They're like, here's the suspect. This is the one that was seen fleeing the scene. And they're like, fleeing the scene? Yeah. Oh, shoot, he is. Oh, shoot.
These motherfuckers are crazy.
Why couldn't he be Hispanic? Why was he fleeing the scene?
Yep. And these motherfuckers and shit, they don't get it. They really don't. Because, black people only make up, I think it's only 13% of the population, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, 13%, but they make up 50% of the prison pop.
Yep. So what that tell you? But that's not racism. That's just stupid niggas. Dumb niggas. I'm sorry. Dumb niggas.
That's
some of y'all don't know any better.
That's just statistics.
Yep. That shit come from the FBI statistics. We make a 13% of the population, but lead drastically larger in murder and robbery.
And sometimes murder, robbery.
Yep.
If you can't have one, or, why not have both?
Yep. And that's why we got niggas like top opposition Hayes and shit up in here and shit. The internet gangster. Throw your set up, nigga. What's your set, nigga? Throw your shit up, nigga.
Oh, I gotta say, nothing is cornier than the internet gangster.
Yeah.
Because this is what the internet gangster will be like, man. It's like, man, I'm from the
if you're trying to be a gangster and you on YouTube, nigga, I can see Instagram with all the rest of the dumb niggas and shit on Instagram. Like, know what I'm saying? But if you on Twitter, YouTube, or some shit, like, know what I'm saying? Like, nah, nigga, you not convincing, nigga. You is not D-Block, motherfucker. Like, D-Block and shit, right? Them motherfucking rap songs, them motherfuckers is convincing. Like, Mobb Deep was convincing. MOP and shit was convincing. Like, when you listen to that shit, you like, God damn, Sheik Luch really gonna come do something to me. Like, you know what I'm saying? If Sheik Luch came out here and was popping some shit, like, I'll be shook. But opposition Hayes, nah, not at all. Not at all. You ain't never blew no pole. And how that shit sound anyway, nigga? No, I haven't, nigga. It never will, nigga. In no kind of way that you can think about it. The phrase, no.
That's kind of a weird thing to ask somebody.
Yeah. That's some pants sagging niggas and shit. They be ready when they go to penitentiary and they want to sag and shit. And one of them old school niggas like Alpo Martinez and shit, them been up in there for 30-something years and shit and start running up in their ass.
That's not a good time to learn.
Yep. Yeah, this is crazy, yo. Yeah, Alpo fucking all set, Josh. He all set. And you know what's crazy now? His son say he fears for his life. Now, his son rap about all that shit. His son didn't know that was his father. Well, they say he knew that was his father, but he found out later that was his father, and he said that he was happy. Like, what the fuck kind of shit is that? Your father got 15 goddamn bodies and shit, and he got cut. A motherfucker cut him in the face in prison because I guess the streets knew that was his son. You know what I'm saying? And he went to jail and they cut him. This off the script. He didn't even know why. And shit happened like that too. But he out there with the bullshit. So like, know what I'm saying? That's what you chose. Like, you chose that shit in life. Eric Alexander and Trip, he said, yo, I got bad bodies on Call of Duty. So what up, nigga? I got the pole all day on Call of Duty. What? So let's get into EA Koetting and shit, right? Let's get into, we get off Alpo ass and shit, right? EA Koetting, another stupid ass motherfucker. So, white supremacist, cult member, cult leader, or whatever, and on the internet selling black magic. Now, black magic is shit like that. That's supposed to be some underground shit for one. Like, know what I'm saying? Like, the motherfuckers that fuck with that shit, well, most of them, they keep all that shit private. They're not up on the internet like that, bumping their gums and all types of shit. But it is crazy that he was such an influence on people. Yo, that's some real shit, Josh, right there. I had to ponder that shit for a second. He said, yeah, it's sad, man. Many of the parents bore these kids for sacrifice. For real. Like, literally. These bitches is having some of these little, like, cake stealing motherfucking little nigglets and shit to die. Look at FBG Duck fucking mom and shit. What they got? They said the man was worth $500,000, right? Now, the man's gone. My condolences to the family. It's a horrible thing that a woman has to bury her son. That's a horrible fucking thing, right? But she lost another one, and she lost another one that at birth because of a shooting. And Hassan Campbell is right. Like, fucking bitch, leave. Like, leave. Get the fuck out. They got all types of programs for motherfuckers to get the fuck out of the hood. You got Arabs come to the hood, and in a couple years, they up out of that motherfucker. It's no different for niggas. They don't got no laws that's only for the Arab niggas. No. All of y'all can take advantage of that shit. Look at me today. I'm taking the motherfucking goddamn, motherfucking, what do you call it? The goddamn forklift training bullshit, right? Not just a plus. I'm just taking that shit just because I can take it. I take advantage of it. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to school for some other shit, but the forklift shit, that's just an add-on. I'm like, yo, fuck it, I'll take that shit.
And you know that's pretty good, but I'm curious about something else. when we were talking about EA Koetting on my channel, I didn't get to talk about some of the crazy stuff that this man believes. Did you do extra research?
Not really. But yeah, Josh, I got my OSHA 10. I'm going for my OSHA 30 next. But yeah, go ahead, Niggy.
So what do you know about what this guy teaches, believes in?
Um, basically like the goetic spirits and stuff. He teaches
Yeah,
a lot
but
about the whole the
yeah,
goetic.
the difference is he doesn't think any of that stuff is real. He thinks it's all fake.
Well, EO Coetti?
Yeah, EA Koetting doesn't believe in any of that.
Okay, explain, Niggy. Go ahead.
He's basically one of those atheistic larpers, and he thinks larping as a magician means he can, be as edgy as possible. And
Oh, I got what you're saying. So he don't really believe that shit. He hates the Bible for one, because he says some shit about the Bible, and he don't like. I'm like, dog, you don't even know nothing about that shit. You just talking, like
yeah,
you just
yeah,
talking this
yeah,
up.
you're right. But what's weird about that is this guy is like he's almost like LaVey, if you remember LaVey.
Yeah, the circus freak.
So just like LaVey, he had an issue with occultism because everywhere he turned, he saw God in books and stuff. So he had to get rid of God, and he had to make it into like a LARP. That's what it is. It's essentially just live action role playing. Every bit of Satanism, like the Church of Satan, that's a LARP. Set Temple of Set, not so much, but this is a LARP. This become a living God thing is embarrassing. It's just stupid. It's like there's no
So,
substance.
so other words, you're saying that you like you said is role playing, like right? So wait. Go a little bit more on this. I want to get like the thing. I had it, but I lost it.
Well,
But go ahead.
what people like this believe is they believe that they can, make up whatever stuff they want. And many of these people tend to do it with stuff that looks very dark and evil. So they do it because they're nihilistic and they don't have, any real foundation to their beliefs. It is something that also attracts other like-minded people. So when other like-minded people join this thing, you get people just like you. You just create worse people out of this.
Ooh, Nagy.
It's absolutely disgusting, and it's one of the things that I hate about many of the so-called occultists like this. I wish these people would just
God damn, Nagy froze. Or is that me? All right, I got you now. You froze for a second. I don't know if that was me or you. But
yeah, I froze. But yeah, I wish these people would just find a hole and die in it. I really don't like them.
so in other words, these are people that had a problem with fucking life, and religion didn't work out, or your normal religions didn't
Yeah.
work out for them. So just like Mr. JN, he sees himself as not being a part of any of these things. He's an outcast from it. So his goal is to create something to attract other people that kind of feel the same way, but make these people spiral
So
into
yeah,
something more fucked up.
here's how it works. The person who's attracted to this kind of ideology has a nihilism within himself. What he does is he looks for other people who also have that nihilistic outlook, and he'll use that in order to enculturate an even worse outlook in those people because he creates people worse than himself through teaching them this stuff. So
Ooh.
it's horrible because there are people out there who can actually be helped to get out of that bleak mind state. So
Right.
when someone like this finds them, they make them into worse people. And people who don't believe anything often tend to do horrible things to people.
And that's kind of like when I left the Hebrew Israelites, right? I started like looking into other shit and whatnot, and a lot of this shit, I come to the conclusion that this shit just as dumb as the shit that I was in before.
It's not just as dumb, but it also attracts people that perhaps would be willing to look past how stupid and silly it all is because
Yes,
they want to be part of something so bad.
right, right. They want to be part of the gang. Just like we was talking to Mr. Hayes over here. They want to be part of it, and they're willing to look past some things to be a part of something that they believe is great, or they found a niche that they can fit in and actually prosper and get what they was looking for or whatever. That's wow, Nagy. But like a lot of that shit that this man was putting forth, and just like how we talked on your show, make sure you're going to check out the Nate Springfield show. Just
Yeah,
how
yeah. I almost got 300 subscribers. I'm coming
yeah,
up.
you're almost there. I saw you gained a couple.
Yeah,
I saw that shit.
299.
Yep, I'm right up on top of my 1,000 too.
That's
You
awesome.
be there. Yep, I got like less than 20, I think, to go. But it's I was looking at the shit. Wait, I lost my thought. But EA Koetting has played the community, and like for people that say want to throw away Christianity, right? Because sometimes Christianity can get just as retarded as anything else. So like I don't want people to think that like, you know what I mean, like for all this shit, right? But or other religions and stuff, they might find themselves an outcast. They like somebody that grew up in an Islamic family, and they might pick up lifestyles and stuff that doesn't go with the religion, and they become an outcast from their family, right? And they say, "Fuck this book," right? Fuck this shit, and they start digging in stuff and picking out stuff in there. Look, fuck this shit too. I don't want nothing to do with this, and then they go find something darker.
Yeah, yeah. What's really worse is usually when someone leaves something that gave their life structure and meaning,
Uh
they
huh.
go looking for a replacement.
Right.
And when they're in that state, they're in a very nihilistic, angry, I don't like the world failed me mentality. So a cult leader knows exactly what kind of person they're going to get. So they appeal to them, they feed into that, and they tell them, not only do I have the secrets that'll make you feel so much better, I'll
Mm-hmm.
help you get revenge on that world that betrayed you, that stabbed you in the back.
Woo!
So
Yep.
once the person hears that, it's like it's over.
White man.
Their
We need to
mind
get rid of the white
belong
man.
yeah, their mind belongs to that cult leader. And
Yeah.
in short time their body and their resources also belong to that cult leader.
Yep. Let's backtrack a little bit to the gang shit.
Yeah.
The hood gang shit. The same thing with the gang. Society has left you out of everything. Society has left you out. They don't care about me. I can't get a decent job, right? That don't think about how you carry yourself, and don't think about your education and shit. That the result is the type of job you get, right? Like today, anybody could go to school for free. Anybody can go to community college for free. If you broke, you could go for free all across the goddamn United States, right? You got grants and all that shit, pay for that shit. Now, but they will look at the gang to say the gang or the boss, the drug boss or whatever, whoever you working for. Look at them. I've seen this. I've seen young kids look at the boss as like a leader. Oh shit, he helping me get this bread in my pocket. But I'm like, shit, nigga, you smarter than your boss, nigga. Your
And
boss
and and,
dumb as
and
fuck.
And what's so messed up about all that is that not only is the boss not usually that smart, but also he's he's getting a cut, like a huge cut from these people.
Yeah, yeah. Turn it on. Like, know what I'm saying? They make the bottom feeder getting peanuts, and he getting all the money, getting all the money. But he needs you. He need the worker. You know what I'm saying? He need the worker more than so he has to keep a dummy coming. And when
Yeah,
one of
yeah,
the dummies get locked up, guess what? He come to go find another one.
yeah.
And he
I
come
mean,
around
they
with the
it's
cars.
this it's the same thing. It's the same thing as cults. It's so pathetic. It's like retarded. I hate it.
Yeah. And the people really don't know how business work. And they would, if they did, they would look at all these people like fucking losers. Because
Oh yeah, yeah.
all right, you got a fucking um 70, 60, $80,000 car, right? You riding around, you only impressing broke motherfuckers. You only impress a motherfucker that got a job, he know how much that shit costs. And be like, damn, nigga, you risk your freedom for all these years and this all you got to show for it. But the ghetto hood mentality, stealing snacks from stores, nigga, look at that shit like there's more money. Like there's more money there. Like, no, that nigga dumber than you. That nigga might be dumber than you. But he might have went to jail, learned some jail tactic shit. And this is another thing too. A lot of these motherfuckers that been locked up, they come out here and all that shit they learned in there, they come out here in the real world and push that same shit. Like that, what you call that, manipulation shit and like, you know what I mean? Just the slick shit that people do to people in jail, they'll come out here and do it to civilians. And it works.
And you wanna hear an example of someone who actually did that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Charles Manson.
Mm.
So what Charles Manson did is he did a bunch of time in prison because he was not the smartest criminal in the world, but he committed crimes that were federal crimes.
Right.
So he ended up going to federal prison a good number of years.
Uh-huh.
So he learned a whole bunch of things behind bars. And he also learned how to, manipulate other people, get them to, do things.
Right. Do
Yeah,
they
it's just
always
so
killing people?
it's so messed up because our culture has glorified gangsters.
Right.
Even movies, like everyone has seen the movie Scarface. No
Uh-huh.
one seems to understand that the way the movie ended is the way so many people's lives have ended.
Yeah. Yeah. But there's so
It
many
it
people that don't have hope and stuff, and they feel they would go that route.
it messes me up so much because people don't see the message of the movie. They don't see it because if you remember, he gets killed and his body falls into a
Yep.
fountain that has that globe with the world is yours on it.
Yep.
You know, you give up your soul for the whole world,
Yep.
gain the whole
Yep.
world to lose your
Absolutely.
soul. Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
Like, and they said, like,
that's it.
motherfuckers saying that shit, like prison or the grave. That's it.
Or
Prison or the grave.
prison, the grave, or the hospital.
Yep. And be fucking retarded as hell and shit. Got you all hopped up on all types of medication and shit. Lose your goddamn mind. I know a dude and shit, right? He used to get money. This motherfucker here used to get bread, right? Like he had the he should have been like a marketing person. That's really what he should have been. He missed his calling, but he took all that shit to the streets. And know where he at now? He in prison. He wasn't smart. The man couldn't even count the money that he was getting. He couldn't count the money that he was getting. Like literally couldn't count it. Used to have the little niggas count his money and they be pocketing the money. Be pocketing the money.
Man.
And he a grown ass, he an old ass motherfucker, 50-something years old now, in prison, and his mind is gone. I spoke to him one time. I'm like, yo, you don't remember me? And that motherfucker didn't even remember me.
And you know what? You know what really trips me out? I have a friend that well, he used to be a friend. Now he's not. But the guy has he's gone nuts too. He's not the same person. He can't even write coherent English really.
Yeah. So many people they be in prison, and that's where you see the hardcore motherfucker on the street go to the prison and just be broken. And they lose their mind, and they be right there, the penitentiary right there. They give you the motherfucking medication and pills and shit, and have your mind fucking all types of fucked up. And
you know
zombie.
and you know what's crazy about all that is that, you know, people like that are the ones that fall for EA Koetting
Yep.
and other types like him.
Yep. Yep. And it's so many. Like there was a Botanica that opened up down here, right? And I went in there and stuff. You know, I was just like asking them stuff and whatnot. And I was like, this is a scam. I like, this is a scam. I was asking the questions, and like the answers they was giving me, I was like, yo, this is a scam. I was like, they ain't this motherfucker looking for a sucker and shit. I was like, nah, I'm not the one. I'm not the one. I'm not the one.
So did they have the usual saint statues, candles, and herbs?
Yeah, they had all that shit. Flowers, saint statues, oils, and candles, and
so they were
powders, and all types of shit. Like
they were trying to sell stuff to the different people who buy those for the different
yep.
voodoo and everything else.
But the majority of these people don't practice that shit. They just take it. They just, I guess they think they're taking advantage of the services. Oh, this person, he dabbles in this, so I'm gonna go to them and get a reading.
So yeah, what they're doing is they're selling this stuff, and there's no one who actually practices any of that.
Right.
Which is kind of weird. You know, if you're gonna sell that stuff, you should at least practice something.
Right. So like it was a lady, she spoke English.
I don't know. Yeah.
And had a girl that does the readings and stuff. I think she was from Dominican Republic or something like that. And she didn't speak English. Like she spoke English, but like I met the girl on her own, right? And she spoke English. But then I go in there, the so-called owner is acting like she don't speak English. But she didn't know that I already spoke to that woman before. So she's like interpreting to the girl like what I said and stuff. I'm like, this girl know English and shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, you know what I'm saying? And that was the, like, you know what I'm saying? You can feel stuff out. And the question that I was asking, they didn't expect me, especially for being black, didn't expect me to ask those questions that I asked and the things that I wanted to know. Right? It's like they was thrown off from it. Like, wait a minute, this nigga know too much. Like, this motherfucker know too much right here. Like, know what I mean?
Oh, you want to hear something kind of funny? This is the funny part. There are people out there who don't know that I'm like smart either. So it's really funny when I can actually fly under the radar and get little questions in and show that I actually do have some, things going on in this head of mine. You can see the reaction. People get kind of like freaked out.
Yeah.
Yep. It's so funny because they think I'm like dumb or something. So that amuses me when this happens. But
I love that shit. Sometimes it's good to play dumb because you start to see where somebody's head really is. Like, you know what I mean? You just play real dumb and let them sit there and just bump their gums and talk, and you just sit there and observe.
Yeah, and sometimes I don't even have to play too much. I'm just, they assume so much based on what they see and hear.
Yep, yep. And then they be looking crazy in the long.
Yeah, that's the slow burn.
Yep, absolutely. It's crazy, yo. But EL Koetting, he fucked up. He fucked up. And what I commend YouTube for, but they need to work harder on this. They took down his channel. They took him off of Twitter. They took him off of Facebook. They took him off of all these platforms, social media platforms. I haven't seen a video where he came on and spoke with anybody to like explain what happened or whatever. But YouTube and these social media platforms need to revise their guidelines for certain things like that. Now, what a lot of people forget too is that these are private companies. So they have a right to terminate your channel if they feel like this isn't for our platform. We don't want this type of stuff on here. Like a lot of people, especially a lot of black people, they think, or not to say black people, I want to keep the shit right. Minorities or like cult, like extremist groups or semi-extremist groups or potential to be extremist groups, in circles and communities and stuff. They use these social media platforms thinking that it's just as free as you walking down the street. But no, someone owns these platforms. So, like, your rights, which you believe that are your rights in public, these are private companies. So, if they don't want somebody like that on their platform, they have a right to terminate your channel. Like, you know what I mean? Or terminate whatever their service from you. And it should be more done to protect people from groups and people like EA Koetting, people like, saying these Hebrew Israelite groups and stuff that use these platforms to prey on people in volume, in like large volume. Like, know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah. Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
Because
Absolutely.
there is someone that's connected to you who basically espouses EA Koetting's ideology.
Oh shit. Here we go. Go ahead, nigga.
It's Siberius the Sleeping Serpent.
Oh shit. All right, say what you gotta say, nigga.
You know, having someone who espouses that man's ideology is just as bad as having a guy saying Hebrew Israelite stuff on your channel.
So you think most of his stuff, like the stuff that he talks
Yes,
about, comes directly from EA Koetting?
because
I never
I
spoke to him about that.
I saw that early on. And I didn't say anything because out of respect for you, I kept that to myself.
Yeah,
So I didn't want to call. I didn't want to start fights.
yeah. I hear you on
But the
that.
thing
But
is, now that we're talking about it, it would be almost impossible to not address that elephant in the room.
oh shit, go ahead. Just
Because
fucking
I think EA Koetting is dangerous, and I think espousing his ideology is dangerous too. And anyone who I'm worried that what Siberius is going to do is he's going to try and pretend like he didn't get it from EA Koetting.
I can say this. I can say I knew he knew about EA Koetting, sorta. I'm trying to think back, but I sent him a PDF from one of EA Koetting's books, and like he never said he never read it and stuff. But people will do that shit.
Yeah, yeah. But
Right.
what happens is the kind of stuff that EA Koetting teaches, and anyone who espouses it as well,
Yeah.
it attracts a certain kind of person.
Ah.
So that's automatically bad. I mean, it's bad no matter what because someone is going to hear whoever we're talking about. Someone's going to hear them espousing that kind of nihilistic outlook, and
Yeah.
it's gonna mess with them. Like, it's gonna make them, well, like I was saying, a worse person.
Yeah. Yep. I totally agree with you
So you
on
almost you almost have to basically cut that ideology off wherever it comes.
that. Yeah. Absolutely. And that's what we do here. That's what we do here. And that's deep. That's real shit. That you should have. And you know what? I say you should have, but I kind of noticed that from you from the very beginning, and I can see that you was holding back something. There was something you wanted to tell me, like, you know what I'm saying, about, like, you know what I'm saying, the whole thing and stuff. There was like little things that you were saying and stuff that was giving me the hint, and
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
like
I
I pay
couldn't
attention, Nagy. I pay attention to shit.
I couldn't come out and say it because I didn't want to start a fight. I didn't want to be like that guy because,
Right?
you know, but yeah, it's an issue because that's the way cults get started.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I don't know if the dude was
So
trying to start
I
like old
mean,
boy was trying to
maybe
start a cult, but I was trying to
maybe you can
go ahead.
maybe you can talk to him. I mean, I me talking to him would be probably not the best. You talk to him.
Yeah. Like mostly, like I was trying to get an understanding of some of that stuff. That what the whole thing was, is me trying to get an understanding. And it wasn't like I was trying to join like some cult like bullshit. But it was like, you know what I'm saying? I was like, okay, he's telling me he's answering questions. I got somebody in real time that I can ask questions. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Well,
And basically
here's
he
the
was the first
problem.
person.
He's not gonna tell you. Here's the problem. He's not gonna tell you the things that make it look bad. He's not gonna tell you the things that
Of
make it
course.
look dangerous.
Of course. Of course.
You're getting a very filtered version, and it's designed to be very user friendly and newbie friendly as well.
User friendly. Yep. That's a key word right there.
Yeah, so
Yep.
it's going to be made so that the person who's getting into it can feel comfortable with it, to make, something that is nihilistic and quote unquote dark, feel good.
Right. Right. Right.
Because that's the only way you can get someone into something like that, is you got to make the evil aspects of it look, oh, this isn't so bad.
What one thing like I look at too is like a lot of these people that are into a lot of that occult stuff, the things that they're against is a lack of understanding of it. So it makes me wonder how what's the word how I'm trying to put this thing here.
So
Like,
because they don't understand what they're against, how can they understand what they're for?
right, there you go, nigga. You said it. You put it in the way that I wanted to hear. What's
They
up,
don't
Brainstorm?
understand. Yeah, they don't understand the opposition. How can they understand their own ideology?
Yeah, right, right. Because like most people that are into the whole Satanism and Luciferianism and all types of other shit, it's like even some books. Like I was reading a book like by a Luciferian the other day, and I'm just like, okay, he's saying these things. I'm like, okay, well that's not true. That's not true. Like, you know what I mean? I already been on the other side that they haven't touched. Like they just rejected the other side. Not like I'm for any side, but what they're against is a lack of knowledge of.
Yeah, yeah.
You
They
know what I'm saying?
many of the people who are into that don't understand Christianity or Judaism or any of that.
Right. They just listened to some heavy metal albums or something when they was young, or they saw like maybe like a family member or something like that that was maybe a drunk that whipping their ass, but they went to church every Sunday, or like you know what I'm saying? It's some shit like that where it gets them to tune out that other side.
Yeah,
You know what
yeah,
I'm saying?
and it goes back to what I said about how someone will have nihilism before they run into one of those, people that has all the answers supposedly. So
Uh-huh.
when they run into that person that has all the answers, who really doesn't, but
Right.
they have all the right words, the right charming phrases.
Uh-huh.
The idea, yeah, you can summon this demon or you can summon this thing and make it, work for you. Then
Right.
all of a sudden that person who feels beaten down and oppressed, oh, he's gonna feel like a powerful god.
Right. Right. And I have spoke to him too about it. I was like, yo, I don't think any of that shit's real. Like none of these beings or demons, none of that shit real. Like that shit's all what you make it in your head. Like if anything, it's like an energy that you're actually creating, and it's not
And the worst part is that, to some extent, there are cultures in this world that have basically shown that there are forces outside of people. Like in
right.
Arabia,
Uh-huh.
they used to call on jinn spirits,
Right.
and those things were very, very real. So
Yeah.
it's very, very freaky.
Yep. Like I told you, I know some a
Like,
Turkish dude
yeah,
that was telling me about. Oh, he gave me like a jinn story, how a jinn could turn into a cat, and that how a person had kicked the cat, like his uncle or somebody, I forgot who it was in his family, kicked the cat, and it's like it's a bad luck day, I guess, for Muslims or something to like
yeah,
mistreat
yeah.
cats.
What they believe is they believe if you offend a jinn in any way, they also really love cats because of Muhammad. But yeah, if you offend a jinn in any way, it can come after you.
Yeah, and they said
Like,
that there was
yeah,
a the story went like there was a knock at his door at night, and it was like a soldier or something like that, and they led him away out of the house and say, "Come with us" or whatever, and they went somewhere and whatever. And I'm just paraphrasing. I don't remember exactly how this was. I don't remember like the whole story, but it was basically like a trial for that person that had kicked the cat earlier. And like he's sitting there wondering what the fuck going on. And then the motherfucker asked about the cat. And then he noticed that, okay, oh shit, these are some jinns or whatever. And they say you can tell a jinn by they got like two left feet. Like how our feet
yeah, yeah. That
like
that
point inwards, the
yeah,
gin
that's
point
that
outwards.
that's
That's where the
that
curl
that's
up
that's kind
thing
of
for the genies got the shoes that curl up. They're like the front of their shoe curls up.
yeah, yeah. I know, but that's kind of funny because there's Irish folklore that says if you ever see an apparition of the Virgin or something or some other saint,
Uh huh.
look at the feet. And if the feet aren't right, then that means it's demonic.
Woo!
So that's
That's a
kind of funny.
spooky
That's
ass shit.
really funny. That's Ireland for you.
I gotta ask Malachi about that shit. That's a spooky shit though.
Because I don't, I
That is
don't
some
know I
spooky
don't know
ass
if
shit.
he knows about that, but that's something that there was an exorcist also named Malachi, who used to do exorcisms. He was from Ireland.
Oh shit. Damn, that's crazy. But like it's like some of that shit I don't believe. Like I think it's like basically like all that shit's like in your head. It's not. I don't believe in these like certain deities or whatever are real, but I just think they're like attributes. This is what I personally think. Like, you know what I'm saying? Not saying that I'm like all educated on the things, and like I'm always open ears to learn. Even if it's some bullshit, like even like EA Koetting, like I told you, I used to watch a lot of his videos, but it was just like it was shit that wasn't answering nothing. Like, you know what I mean? It was almost like watching Discovery Channel or like when they tell you, oh, the secrets of the Freemasons, right? And they just waste a fucking hour of your time, and when they're done, you right back at square one, right where you started. They just take
Yeah,
you,
yeah.
bring you right back
It's
where
so
you
funny,
started.
but one of the things I want to go back to real quick is you know, some of this stuff has been proven in different cultures. So to me, I think that kind of makes it in some ways real, because
Yeah,
if more than one, you know, if more than one people are saying that this stuff happens, like I'll give you an example. Here's a good example. Remember the jinn that I mentioned earlier?
yep,
You know, there's a parallel in the Middle East. It was oh yeah, yeah, it was the Dybbuk, or the Dybbuk demons.
uh
Have
huh,
you ever heard of that?
yeah, yep,
So those are like evil spirits in like ancient Middle Eastern mythology,
uh huh,
and they would like stick to you, and they were like you know, there's all this folklore with them, but it's you know, when you hear that stuff you go, that's crazy. But if you think about it like aliens, you know, like interdimensional beings, things that aren't bound by physical rules, then you go, wow, that may not be so crazy after all.
yeah. Like this that I do believe in like an after, or there's entities out there, or some shit like that, or whatever. I don't know. Like I can't see the shit, so like I can't really speak on it. But like I have said more than once that I'm saying that a person could take a can of Pepsi and make that motherfucker work for you. You know what I'm
I
saying?
mean, yeah, but you know, yeah.
In a way, like you know what I'm saying?
It's just one of those. It's just one of those things. But there's plenty of weird stuff out there.
Just like Christ, right? I might not believe that, or not as far as I know, the man didn't exist. As far as I know, maybe he did. I don't know, right? But that energy, and I use it like loosely, like you know what I mean. When I say energy, is like not like energy, but it is my a better way for me to try to put it out there to try to explain it. The energy
Yeah,
of Christ is very powerful.
I know what you mean. But a friend of mine who's no longer around would actually have an issue with that. So
Yeah. What do
it's
you mean
kind
no
of funny
longer?
because the friend, he knew when I was in the Hebrew Israelite thing, but
Oh, that
he
guy.
never told he never really told no, well, I haven't mentioned this guy. He actually was a good dude. The one that I'm talking about, he's no longer alive, but he was a good dude.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, I think
this
I know who
is
you're talking about. The guy that was
this
in the other group thing that you had going.
yeah,
Okay.
the direct sorry thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
He and I were the ones that created it, and I might end up having to bring it back because I've been kicking that idea around. But yeah, he hated when people would talk about energy, like in a metaphysical idea,
Yeah.
because like he was like a dedicated physicist, and he also had other scientific, you know, degrees. He was going to be a neurologist. The guy
Uh,
hated when people would talk about doing energy work and other stuff.
oh, speak on that a little bit more. Educate us on that, because you know
Well,
I throw the word around for lack of a better term to put it. Like, so I would love to hear someone's that's
right.
actually like, you know what I'm saying, that knows about energy and shit like that, to actually break that shit down and tell me like what's what.
The good thing is there's at least a million different words that have cultural context that have more meaning than the word energy. Like for example, the Polynesians called it mana,
Okay.
and the Arabs called it there's a word for it. It means like power. Um, I'd have to look it up, but I used to know all these different words. In Chinese, it's chi. In Japanese, it's ki, and the whole concept is essentially the same thing. It's like but all these different words have more meaning than the word energy. So like if you're talking about like spiritual power, qi is the best way to talk about it. Because in the Chinese view of it, that stuff flows throughout the universe. So qi is always flowing throughout, everything around us is the way they see it. And
Right.
inside us. So it's like in you and outside of you. And that's where feng shui comes from. It's the idea that if you change your environment, you can change the flow of this chi.
And that's true.
So yeah, there's a lot of things in feng shui that are very interesting,
Hmm.
but people take it to a weird level. Like they come up with weird ideas that seem very, they take a good idea and they ruin it.
Right, right. And just like
So
me,
yeah,
I
that's
have to admit too, sometimes I might take something and um with lack of understanding and stuff, I might use a term or a word or the way I explain it that's not really um useful to anybody else but me. Like basically only I kind of understand it with somebody else would be like, yo, what the fuck is he talking about? You know what I mean? But this for I
yeah,
use those
it
words or say the things that I say for lack of
I just remembered what the word is the Arabs use for like the same idea as chi or like prana or mana. The word is kudra. It means like power, and the idea is that it's the kudra of Allah. So
uh-huh.
these Muslims believe that they can tap into it and do like miracles with the kudra. So like you'll
Huh.
see guys that'll like have like their arm out and they'll take a sword and they'll start hitting their arm with the sword, and instead of it hurting them, their arm will just be like, normal.
I see that. I know what you're talking about.
It's a crazy thing, but ultimately when more than one group of people says something and it sounds similar going from group to group, I tend to think that they're, onto something.
Yeah. Yep.
Of
What is
course,
it?
then if you've ever seen Dragon Ball or Dragon Ball Z, that's the use of ki.
Okay, I never watched Dragon Ball Z.
Well,
Sorry.
in the early days of Dragon Ball, they showed a really basic. They got the whole key thing real accurate in the early days
Uh-huh.
because they showed it like a cloud of steam around the person. Because in real life, when you see key and when you can see it coming off somebody, it looks like steam. The character for it is actually rice and then steam coming off of it.
Huh. Like a spirit,
So
like
it's very interesting.
spirit.
Yeah, it's a spiritual energy, and it's very like it's very I guess you could say subtle. It's not like it's not flashy.
Yeah. Hold it down for like 10 seconds. I gotta run to the refrigerator real quick.
So yeah, that whole thing, that whole tapping into that is the Chinese call it qigong, uh, and basically they practice that as like a spiritual practice, and that's where the cult Falun Gong comes from. Falun Gong took the idea of Qigong and they corrupted it. They started, they started adding religious elements to it, and even the founder of the cult was trying to say that aliens walk the earth. So they were adding to something that already existed. Kind of crazy, if you ask me. But yeah, the whole energy thing. There's so many other words for it, so many other ways to express, similar ideas.
Yeah.
And usually when people say energy, what you get is you get a whole bunch of new age stuff, which new age is like, I'm not trying to be mean, but some people fell for the new age thing and they only fell for it because it was different from what they were used to.
Yeah, that
And it
would
also
attract a lot of people.
incorporated, and
That attracts a lot of people.
it also incorporates things that people are familiar with, but it gives it a new flavor. Like for example, Have you ever heard of IM activity?
I am activity. No.
There was a guy who claimed that he was a channel, or what he would claim that this ascended master was speaking through him.
Hmm.
And what he would do is he would channel all kinds of people that the public had heard of, like Jesus, Buddha, Zoroaster,
Yeah.
and he would make like weird proclamations. And this whole thing turned into a cult where they believed the end of the world was imminent, and they built bunkers, many of the members in their backyards, and they went into these bunkers on the day that they thought the world was going to end because of the guy that founded this weird cult.
Yeah.
And it was all tied into another weird thing called theosophy.
I heard that word before. What's
Yeah,
that?
theosophy is it's like a mix of all kinds of new age ideologies, but they misuse Hinduism to an unheard of extent. And they also were maybe endorsing Adolf Hitler.
Hmm.
So these guys were dipping their feet into, esoteric Hitlerism.
Now, since you brought up Hitler back at EA Koetting, being part, because that was one thing that people have noticed is like that the Celtic cross or the white pride worldwide symbol that is known as today. Um, and he have had like that black dude on his channel and stuff like that or whatever. But this man is known to be part of the order of the nine angles, which is like pretty much a satanic neo-Nazi slash
Yeah, yeah. Those two things, you find them together so frequently because the way the Nazis were is they were against the Jews.
mm-hmm.
And many of the people who find themselves hating religion find themselves hating the Jews eventually.
Ah,
So
yep,
what happens is these people get attracted to Nazism.
yep. And like that, this is more on like the Caucasian side of things where a Caucasian person might not necessarily be racist, but hate not like Christianity or Abrahamic religions so much for whatever thing that has happened to them in their life, and they start to learn about this thing, and it'll turn them to the Nazi side, to the whole racist like ideology is like sitting there waiting for them, just like me.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
I didn't have a racist bone in my body like before the Hebrew Israelites. Like for the most part, I didn't anyway. Like through the Hebrew Israelites, but uh, it was more of from like such a strong upbringing and stuff. I looked at it. I kind of made my own thing where, well, this is what God says. It's not up to me to
So
be like this. Like, you know what I mean?
so my question for you is when I was in Torah Nights and you were still in it,
Mm-hmm.
uh what was some of the people that were in that group didn't quite like the idea of having an Edomite in the group. So
Right.
what was your thoughts on that? What was
My
your
thought was already before when I first came in is that it wasn't the whole you don't abhor Edomite, right? I looked at an Edomite as an Edomite, but I also looked at that Israel is not going to be all looking like us. So if
Yeah,
negative
yeah.
came in,
That's something that I kind of got into when I was making that video about the people that joined up in Egypt.
yeah,
And what's funny is there were good people and there were bad people that supposedly jumped on board. So
right.
it goes both ways. But yeah,
But
keep going.
I
I'm
grew up,
curious.
my foundation of Israelite teachings comes from GMS, which was the house of David at that time. And they taught that like a person could appear Caucasian and be an Israelite. So before Torah Nights, that was already in my doctrine pretty much, because when I say my doctrine is because most of my Israelite years, we were lone wolves. Like, know what I mean? We used to call it going through the midst of the city. Like, know what I'm saying? So whoever we came in contact and listened to those scriptures and believed, those are Israelites to us. So there was white dudes and stuff, and we'll sit there and be teaching, like we be hanging with them or something like that, whatever. They're around us for whatever reason, whether skateboarding or we doing music or smoking weed or whatever, like, you know what I mean? And we'll go through scriptures and to be a white person there and they listening to us. Some of them be disturbed. Some will get mad. Some will get sad. And some will believe. Now, the ones that believe, we taught. We kept teaching. Know what I'm saying? Because we say, oh, you could be an Israelite. Maybe you don't know who down the line somewhere, your great-grandfather or whatever was a black man or whatever, right? As stupid as crazy as that sound. But I already had it in me. Like I said, I didn't have racist bone in my body. I was a sharp skinhead like before. Like, know what I'm saying? Like, I was a Rasta and like, you know, saying all the Rastas love everybody and all that bullshit. So, when you came in, I didn't know anything about, oh, Negi is gonna be a troll to the nation, but I heard when you came in, I was like, who the fuck is this? I like, where the fuck this white dude come from? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was like, what the fuck kind of shit? What the fuck is this?
Yeah, like, yeah. Like I've said before, I came in from the comment section. I was someone who had to prove himself in the, you know.
Yeah, and I really didn't get that abhor. Well, I knew the scripture, don't abhor Edomite, but my belief was like, Edomites can't get salvation, period. So if this dude saying he an Edomite, like, kind of like, why is he here? But I said, if he believes in the scriptures, he an Israelite to me. You know what I'm saying?
That's an interesting
different belief system in Torah Nights, personally with myself, than what the entity was teaching.
That's an interesting thing, because the funny thing about Edom is they had their own system that was almost same as Israel.
Yeah, so I was like, if he say he an Edomite, he an Edomite. So he can't get no damn salvation, as far as I know. But if he believe, he ain't an Edomite. Because he believed. Because the scriptures say the sheep knows their master. Know what I'm saying? They were here, like, you know what I'm saying? The sheep were here, their master. So, and listen. So that's why I got on everybody when they would say, oh, you never heard me say that shit in Torah Nights. Oh, fuck Negi, he just an Edomite and shit or whatever. I got mad at your ass one time. That's when I was did that Chris Harris video. And did you fuck around and got caught on that Kabbalah's fucking website? I was like, this motherfucker right here. I was like, all right, nigga, fucking, I can't do it no more. I was like, we have to get rid of your ass now, motherfucker. And we were gonna get rid of you. They would have my vote on that one and shit. I was mad as hell. I was like, you know how long it took me to make that video?
and you know, I just want to say it now. I just want to say it right now. You know, I apologize for that. That was my bad.
And then you put us right back at square one. I was like, motherfucker. I was mad as hell. I was like, nigga, I stuck up for you all these motherfucking times, but this one is shit. Nah, I can't do it on this one.
And the worst part is I would agree with you now because I made a serious mistake. Shoot.
And what the funny part about it is that you went back and tried to take down a comment, and Ron Rack was like, "Nah, motherfucker, I already got that shit." That was the funniest shit ever.
Well,
I was like, "Yo, I can't believe
well,
it happened."
the funny thing is with Rob is I've never puked on myself, but oh well.
Yeah, true that. True that. But like, but you know, like all through the tour nights thing was you there when they would get on you, I would always stick up for you. And I would always tell them about themselves. Cause like the way I looked at them, I'm like, y'all wicked as fuck. He didn't do nothing. Y'all jumping on him for no reason, and y'all wicked as hell. And the scriptures say that he can be wicked. That's his nature. Or you supposed to know the scriptures more than him because the scriptures was made for you. And if you not right, you're going to be worse off than him in the kingdom of heaven. So that's how I looked at that. And Judah, he didn't have a foundation in any of this. Judah was just like nitpicking from stuff he saw on the internet and try to put all that shit together. And that's why we stuck around for so goddamn long, because the dude didn't have anything. He was just spoon feeding this bullshit. Like, you know what I mean? We're like, yo, all right, what's the meat? Where's the meat at? You know what I'm saying? Where's the meat? Where's the, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
We have none of
that's
lessons together
something.
or nothing.
Yeah, that's something that always tripped me out is that dude didn't have like a lot of things well put together. But
Yep.
it's so funny because he would selectively defend me in weird ways. Like
Yeah.
he'd selectively defend me, like when everyone was saying that I was a witch, that I would, I should be stoned to death.
Yep.
He was saying that, he went against them pretty strongly, but now he would be saying I'm a witch.
Yeah. Yep. And would say all types of shit. But I like when he said all that stuff, I'm like, how this motherfucker look if we knew all this shit about him from the beginning? So you were chilling with him this whole time. So now, why are you waiting now to talk about this man? Well, you should have been doing it, right? And when I caught you with the whole thing, when you said like, you know what I'm saying, you don't even know where I found that shit from, but I found it.
No,
But
because I found it on Google. I didn't know what it was, so that
yeah,
made it that was
yeah, it
really
was just a
funny.
picture, like, you know what I mean?
You were educating me when you pulled that out because I had no clue where it came from.
Yeah, but like I was like, nigga, you know something, and I wanted to learn about that stuff because before Tour Nights, I was out of that shit already. Like after IUIC, I was done. I was
Yeah,
like, man, fuck all this.
you were when you were messaging me on Facebook the first
Yeah,
when you came back. You know
uh
what I thought? I thought that was a setup. I thought you were trying to incriminate me.
huh.
I thought you were trying to catch me saying some ill stuff so you could.
Now I knew you knew about it. That's why I was trying to like, you know what I mean? But I was trying to be like kind of slick about it. Like, you know what I mean? That's probably why you got that feeling and stuff. Like, I didn't want to like just come out of that. I was like, yo, what's up with all this goddamn magic and this the Libra shit, this goddamn house shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because like I had the like the Libra 777 and all that stuff, right? Those books.
Yeah.
But
You know
I didn't
what?
understand it.
Yeah, you know what's so weird about the book Libra 777
Yeah.
is that that's something they used to give to the Golden Dawn, but not in a physical copy. They would actually give it to them so they could memorize it, and then they would
Oh,
have to like destroy the book. They couldn't
wow.
remember. They couldn't keep it because that was meant to be a mental correspondence thing, so you could look up different planetary alignments and stuff. And then when you're doing rituals, you remember all that stuff.
Right. So you know what to do and all that. Yep.
So there's so many different things in that book. It's like, this planet corresponds with this divine name. So like you also have Sephiroth, things that go with certain planets and certain divine names.
Right.
It's crazy. It's like an almanac, a farmer's almanac.
Yeah. Yep. My father get all the farmers' almanacs and stuff back in the day.
Yeah, so that's what Liber 77 is. 777. It's a book that's supposed to be used to help you with magic.
Yeah. So like, I didn't understand what I was reading. Like, none of that shit was just all gibberish to me. Like, you know what I mean? So I was like, yo, I know Nagy know about this stuff. Nagy can put all this shit in plain English for me.
Yeah.
So like,
I still do. I still know a lot about that stuff, and it's crazy because the most boring book in the world has to be the Book of the Law.
yeah. Yep.
Like the first two chapters are like boring, and then you get to the third one, and it's like that's like instead of you know how when someone's doing a lecture at like the classroom, the
Right.
person is droning on, and then the last 5 minutes they pick up a textbook and slam it down in front of you.
Uh-huh.
That's what the third chapter of the Book of the Law is. It's having something slammed right in front of you
Yeah.
because it comes out the gate swinging. It's crazy. It's a crazy book.
Know what I like? I like the letters that Crawley had that woman.
Oh yeah, magic without tears, but also
I couldn't put that shit down. I
it
couldn't
it's
put it down.
that's the book that got me sucked in
Yeah. Like
because
I was
what
like, okay, I understand what he's talking about. Like, you know what I mean? I was like, oh shit.
yeah, it's crazy stuff, but Magic in Theory and Practice is the other book that got me sucked in
Mm-hmm.
because it's the same thing. It's incredible stuff, but I don't mess with that stuff too much anymore.
Yeah.
I need to like make videos on it and because the thing that got me thinking about that stuff recently was I don't know if you've heard of Count Dankula.
Not at all. That
He's
sounds like some fucking weed.
he's a cool dude. He was a cool dude for a while, but what he ended up getting famous for is he taught his dog how to do the Nazi salute as a joke,
Wow,
and he
that's
found
crazy.
himself in prison over it.
Oh shit. What, he was from Germany or some shit?
No, he was from England, and England has weird laws and stuff. So he got real famous because he was in the news as the guy who taught his pug dog to do the Nazi salute. So then he later got a YouTube channel when he got out of prison, and he's made these videos almost like what I do, but he talks about crazy people in history.
Yeah.
Guess what video I saw on his video, a recent upload like a week or two ago.
What?
He did Mad Lad's Aleister Crowley, and I was like, nah, I hit
Wow.
it. I hit it. I had to watch it. I had to see what he had to say, and I could have done a better job, but yeah, it's just
But Crawley
that got
was a
me.
brilliant man.
He
Like,
he
he was
he he
fucking
was
brilliant. He was
he
weird as
was
shit, but he was
yeah
brilliant.
he was a very brilliant man, but he was also people who knew him, they saw different sides to him. He put a very good face for the public,
Yeah.
or he put the face that he wanted the public to see, but
Mm-hmm.
he was also a very not a very good guy.
Yeah. He had some issues and shit. Yep.
Yeah, the guy was manipulative, and like I'll give you an example. His best friend was named Israel Regardi,
Yep. Yep. I heard before. Yep.
and Israel Regardi put up with a lot of stuff from this person. He dealt with a lot of crap.
Yeah.
And he would call him things like he was Jewish, so he would call him all kinds of Jew slurs and stuff.
Yep. Yeah, Crawley used the N word a couple of times too. I saw it.
Yeah. Crowley was not. He had no chill when it came to certain things,
Yep.
and
But it's
and
like,
you know,
go ahead.
just crazy stuff. But
Yeah, it is. It's a lot of crazy shit, man. But what was I talking about when I first broke up Crawley? The where I was at with this. But where I was going with this?
We were talking about how energy and stuff, and
Yeah, it was the energy, and then we're talking about how like a lot of the cultists and stuff like that, when you hear them talk about Abrahamic religions, it is based off of falsehood. It's
yeah,
almost like
it's their perception of it, which they spread to other people.
right, and like they really didn't read that book. They just read some other book, or just parroting from what they heard from somebody.
Yeah, and it's so weird because you hear certain things like you hear, yeah, Christianity's a slave religion.
Right, right, just like that. Yep, just like that. And people taking that, nah, I ain't fucking with no Christianity. Like I hear Jennifer, I'm gonna get on your ass and shit. I know you might be watching. Uh Da Das Dolph's Door. What's up? First time I ever seen you up in here. Glad to see you up in here. That's cool.
Oh,
Um,
Doth means knowledge. So
uh-huh.
yeah.
So like I heard Jennifer, the girl I did the interview on, the one that married to Christopher Day before like he killed Ayanna Sneed, right? So what I was about to say before, shit, I forgot my thought. But I was
Yeah, I think I know
about
what
what you
you're
said.
gonna say. They had a very watered down idea of a certain ideology.
Right. I seen her do a video the other day. It wasn't really about shit like what we talking about, but she made a mention with Christianity, like, you know what I'm saying? And I question what some of these people, like their excuses for like being against Christianity. It's not something with knowledge. It's all based off of what they heard from Judah Nazareth. I mean, Mr. Nasty and Quana. Like, you know what I mean?
Oh
And
yeah, Kana.
and people don't realize that their whole thought process and what they make decisions based off of is based off of these people. These two
Yeah,
people. And
that's
people
not a
don't
very
realize.
that's not a very good thing, but you want to hear a little bit of irony?
Go ahead.
My phone's about to die, so I might have to get off in a minute. But yeah, the irony is the friend that I used to have that was an occultist and a neurologist to be, he
Yeah.
his name was Frater Q&A or Kana.
Oh wow.
So
Where
he
was
had
he
an
from?
on where was he from? I never found out. I
Yeah.
always thought he was. I mean, he was pretty much in the United States, and we had this whole
Oh.
dream of creating our own little magical school, but he died before that could ever, happen.
Oh. All right.
It's a mess, but it
Dot
was
store. The Ops Door. If you want to come on, I'll put the link up in the chat. I love to
yeah,
hear
yeah.
what you got
I'm
to
gonna
say
I'm
about
gonna
you.
jump off. Have fun with the Hebrew word for knowledge. Da'at. Or my favorite is hokma, or kokma.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, I'm out. See ya.
All right, Nikki. Thanks for coming on. I appreciate it.
Yep, no problem.
Yep. Yeah, the Ops Door. If you want to come on and speak on good evening, morning, whatever, draw Lukman. You guys want to come on? I got the link in the chat. That's cool having y'all do it. Hope y'all subscribe and like the video. So I got I believe you guys a cultist or something like that. It seems like you got a cult type of t-shirt. See that you have on the off store. But yeah, I'd like to hear what you guys think about any of this stuff. Thank you, Brainstorm. Thanks for the welcome to the new viewers. Like I said, I haven't seen them in the chat before. Um, yeah, so we talking about EA Koetting and the manipulation that some of these YouTube channels, cults and stuff, and what it could do to people. And they said some real shit tonight. Like, you know what I mean? I learned a lot from Nagy tonight, right? And how this man had gave this man the recipe for murder, and in return wants to hide their hands when something happens, right? Now, the Hebrew Israelites, for those of you who don't know, I'm an ex-Hebrew Israelite, right? I would say the Hebrew Israelites was like the goddamn order of nine angles, like the black order of nine angles. I can put it like that. Or soon to be very much like that. If it's not, was pretty much what the stuff I've been covering on my channel. It looks like that. They've claimed about like 15 bodies in like the last 2-3 years, which is a lot for this cult. Know what I'm saying? And to go unnoticed. The FBI has recently cracked down on black extremist groups, but they're not necessarily naming it like Hebrew Israelite groups or whatever. But those are the people that are mostly doing a lot of these killings and this like weird bugged out shit. Whether they're doing it to their own or they're doing it to other races and stuff like that. Like we had the New Jersey shooting when the Hebrew Israelites went in that Jewish store and killed those people, killed a police officer and stuff like that. And we have people that come and support these people. Jeremiah Judah and stuff that I did the video on with the machete saying we should start a GoFundMe for those motherfuckers. Like, what the fuck kind of shit is that? Just like we have people now on YouTube that are supporting EA Koetting. And I'm like, yo, what the fuck kind of shit is that? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't care how dark and gloomy and gothic and whatever you want to be, dark demon and black magic. I don't give a fuck. Like, you know what I'm saying? When you're giving somebody instructions to take someone else's life, that shit crazy as fuck. And your ass gotta get the fuck up out of here with that shit. So, like, you know, like shit. My first girlfriend was a goth chick. Like, you know what I'm saying? And all that fucking, I used to call her Sean Morrissey. You know what I'm saying? Like, fucking Sean Morrissey ass bitch. But fucking, like, all that dark, gloomy bullshit. It's okay if that's what you want to do or whatever. But once you want to start killing motherfuckers, that shit turns into a problem. And especially when you talk about it and instructing others to do it. So, like I said, I'm going to say it again. YouTube did a great job for taking him off the internet. And it makes me wonder, you know, all you fucking weird ass people, can it be, why don't you do some stories on white people doing wicked shit? Well, EA Koetting white and shit, I'm on his head. But there's more, but the reason I'm covering it too, because I used to watch EA Koetting years ago, and I noticed the cult influence from the story and stuff, everything happened is cult shit. And these people worship these YouTubers. Like, I don't want nobody to worship my ass and shit. Like, if your ass want to worship me, I'm going to be a fucking problem. I'm going to do something to make you not worship me. I'm a regular human being, just like anybody else. Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I've been in this motherfucking cult. I was in a cult for goddamn over 2 decades. And Okay, what do you say here? Honestly, I do not think EA's book Works of Darkness actually gave the inspiration for the murder, like BBC claims. I've read the book. The human sacrifice quote they used was actually from Crawley's. Huh. So once again, that motherfucker was swagger jacking off of somebody else. But wait, I was gonna something in here that you said here actually gave the inspiration for them. I read the book in Human Sacrifice. Now I listened to EA Koetting say today. It was a clip from somebody else's channel that where he spoke on human sacrifice, and it was something else. He said, "What's better than that?" You know what I mean? And some of those things are like keywords. Like they will say things to persuade you to think, or they might not be saying something, but the way they word it is an intention for you to think a certain way, even though they didn't say it like that. Like, I'm trying to think of a good example that something that somebody might say. Oh, let's talk about the white man, right? Oh, the white man is wicked as hell, and we can't wait to the oh yeah. This is a good example. When I was in the cult, right? They wouldn't tell us to go out and start killing motherfuckers, and they say, you know, the Most High is gonna do the Yahweh Shai, who we call Christ, comes back. Hey, ready. When Christ come back, he's gonna give us the power to subdue all the nations, put them in slavery, kill some of them and shit, and put the rest in slavery, right? So I'm gonna read the rest of the comments as soon as I finish saying this. But he said, you never know if the Most High put a spirit on a brother to set this thing off. Set this thing off, meaning like set off this race war when Christ's supposed to return, right? So right there, somebody with not with a sound mind would take that, and then you got build stories like Samson, right? Samson was in prison or whatever, and he went to go to the courts, and what did Samson do? He got enough strength to bring down the building and kill himself along with all the Philistines, right? So something like that could put the idea in someone's head, or like I've said too, what if one of these cult people got a terminal illness and the doctor say, oh, you're gonna die in like a couple days or a month or whatever, right? And they're like, shit, I'm gonna go out here, fuck this. The white man ain't taking me out. I'm taking these motherfuckers with me. And they just go around thinking they motherfucking Samson and want to go kill everybody. You know what I mean? Go to the police station, shoot up police station, or go someplace and blow the shit up or whatever. Just because they're gonna die and they're gonna make sure they avenge all their brothers and the people that was in slavery, the white man put in slavery and all that shit before they die. Stuff like that. But the group didn't tell them to go and do that. But they gave them all the ammo. And like you right, Aleister Crowley too. Like I totally agree with that. I totally agree with what you said. Let me read the next thing. Doth Door says, have you seen the video message he sent cussing his employees and told them they should be worshiping him? Wow. I had told people to play the Jonestown tapes and then play the video message. It's scary. Now, the story comes to the right place because that's the type of shit that I do over here. I did a video when I first started making videos, like when I first left the Hebrew Israelite cult. The last cult leader, he was a joke. He didn't have an influence on me like the other ones. Like I consider myself above him, like as far as the knowledge and shit. But he just came at an esoteric side of the book or the Bible, Torah, whatever you want to talk. He came at an esoteric side. And most black people don't know anything about esoteric knowledge, right? That's something that we just don't grow up with and stuff like that, right? So it was interesting to me, and I never heard anything like this before. So I wanted to learn about it. So I'm sitting there, I'm just probing the motherfucker, just probing him, trying to get him to talk so I could get a grasp on this thing, like, right? And it never came because the motherfucker didn't know his goddamn self. He was just like getting a little bit here. He was trying to develop that shit out as he was fucking with us, right? So I did one with Jonestown. And I told people the reason I make these videos is so another Jonestown won't happen. And I showed the picture on the video of all those dead bodies laying on the ground. And I said, if there was a killer bee back then, this would have never happened. Because when I left, all the people that we considered brother, like we would say, oh, brother this, sister that. Like you hear me say, like Sister P, once in a while, she one of my supporters. Sister P, she tries to get some sleep now, so she don't be on here like she used to. The health reason and stuff like that, right? I wanted to get better and stuff. So you know what I'm saying? She was born into it. She was born into that Hebrew Israelite cult. Like she older than me. Like I'm in my 40s and stuff, so she's older than me. And just like how we called each other brother, oh brother this, sister that, right? And I said all these years that you call these people brother, you call these people sister, and now you find out this shit is bullshit and you leave and don't want to get those people that you call brother and sister, because I actually treated these people and looked at these people as brothers and sisters, right? Like the majority of them. I'm not gonna say all of them, but like, so it's kind of fucked up and it's fake. You know what I'm saying? Just because some of these people find out that it's bullshit, they'll leave and just cut everybody off. Like you never hear from them again. Or they'll start their own group. They find out the hustle and start their own group and start mistreating people just like the cult leaders they was part of. And that's a lot of things that happen too. But I definitely want to check that out too with him. Wow, that's crazy. And now the last dude I was with did the same shit. I'm your teacher. Told one dude that went all the way to Japan. This is a black dude. He married a Japanese, stupid ass Japanese woman that obviously it's not all there in the head, right? And I don't know, like he did some old like regular old Negro shit, like in America, find some chick take care of him and shit, right? Some old loser shit. So his ass in Japan basically stuck there, miserable life. Like he stuck with this crazy Japanese woman and shit in Japan. You know what I'm saying? There ain't no fried chicken and watermelon, none of that shit, right? So, a dude went out there to meet him. Very charismatic dude, right? He went out there to meet this dude, and he left. When he left, the dude made a video because everybody found out. Well, I exposed all of his shit, and a lot of people left. Well, some people left before too, but when I came back, I pretty much took the whole code out. Like, you know what I'm saying? Single-handedly. And he said, you better come back over here to me because I'm your teacher. That's right. I say I'm your teacher. And you got to learn to me. You got to learn from me. And if you leave the group, that means God doesn't like you. God hates you when you leave his cult. It's a stupid ass shit. Let me read some more comments. Ready? What's up? Ready? I have copies of those video messages. If you got them on deck, you can come on here. I'll play them. Ready. Wait. Who told who to cut those throats from left to right? What you talking about? Ready? EA came after me and my man, and he picked the wrong one. I'm not mindless like his followers. There you go. See, we busted our gun. That's what's up. I bust your gun at these motherfuckers. Hell yeah. Glad you over here. You in the right spot. You need to come over here and help me with some of this shit. You know what I'm saying? We could go at some of these, you know what I'm saying, coats or whatever the fuck you want to call them, black magic coats. A lot of these motherfuckers is crazy too. Oh, I'll curse you and shit. As soon as you leave their group and shit, they want to curse you to death. But these motherfuckers still be walking around. Oh, I'll curse you and all this shit. Like, this dude called himself cursing us, right? He cursed us. He cursed our family and kids and unborn kids. Some of us had like pregnant wives, and I curse you that your kid died, and all types of crazy shit. We like, well, goddamn, nigga, you cursing everybody to die, right? And all of us is still here. All of us is doing well, doing better than what we was doing when we was in the group. And guess what? He was reading from like a cult book, like the 6 and 7 book of Moses. It's like a book of fucking spells. Like basically using the Psalms in the Bible is like spells and shit, right? And I exposed that shit. So I'm just like, yo, this motherfucker doing witchcraft and shit. And he's supposed to be a Torah priest. Like, fuck out of here. Right? The motherfuckers is crazy. Oh, I missed this one. That's what EA mentions in the work of darkness, and even in the video stream with Nate Bales. Is Nate Bales, is that, if I'm not mistaken, is that the dude, the necromancer dude? I remember there was one video. There was a guy, he was in the necromancy, and necromancy fucked him up, gave him some crazy ass disease he can't get rid of. Some of these motherfuckers shit face fucking crazy. Jones was scary, evil, and EA vibrates at the same level. But I can send you the videos if you like. Yeah, definitely send them to me. Koetting followers are literally broken up over this crap. And I keep worrying the flavor aid man coming. Ooh. You don't know what? It's like, no, what's crazy? The Ops door, check this shit out, right? It could be even worse now that he not on YouTube. Now he can push something even crazier offline, or some of these little internet forums and stuff like that that's not really governed by people that got some fucking sense. Like, you know what I mean? Like YouTube and stuff, they're not fucking around because, like, shit, they got these motherfuckers in the goddamn courthouse now and shit questioning these motherfuckers. I saw them questioning TikTok dude. They was fucking him all up. Hey, yo, Congress was fucking them motherfuckers up. Like, yo, I asked you a fucking question. They were like, well, you know, that's not what I asked you, motherfucker. I asked you a fucking question. Answer yes or no, motherfucker. Like, so these other websites and stuff, they don't have to go through shit like that because they don't got millions and billions of people like on their platform. But if EA Koetting, which I'm pretty sure he does, has his own website, and he'll start little forums and private groups, because you know they got all like little private. You got the dark web where you can make an onion site where nobody knows who made it or nothing like that, right? Or who's up in there, and he could put something even more sinister, like you said. He can start passing out Kool-Aid. Oh, I have this spirit in this drink or whatever. Have everybody order the goddamn drink and drink the shit, and you never know that motherfucker died. And next thing you know, all these people got all these drinks, and there's people dying all over the fucking world because of EA Koetting. EA Koetting, nah, he's not a Hebrew Foolite. He's like some like black magic motherfucker and shit that like practice with the Goeg spirits and all that shit. And he supposedly went to Haiti and learned all these secrets from the Haitians. And he wasn't supposed to like release all this information, and he put it in a book and like sold all these books. I got one of them and shit, and I don't see any secrets like I was like, this shit is kind of stupid. Motherfuckers brought this shit. They're gonna be fucking pissed. But yeah, he's a crazy dude. There's another voodoo guy that's on YouTube, Leonard Elmira, right? He used to have really good videos, but now he's all about the swag and all that shit, right? So he just talk his shit. Like, I guess he got a couple of dollars and stuff. He brand new on motherfuckers. So he was making fun of him like a while back, like a few years ago. And it's funny though. He does make some funny videos. And showed him like when EA looked at normal, because he said that like the voodoo people in Haiti gonna fuck him up. Like they're gonna put some shit on him and fuck him up. And so like he showed a picture of him now, and the motherfucker look crazy as hell. Like fucking got lumps and shit all on his face and shit. That's how I gotta get Judah Nazareth and shit. I'll be winning was like, well, actually, I already got Judah Nazareth growing lumps on his face. I forgot about that. Shit, I don't even try that hard. Put that motherfucker in hiding. Son of a bitch. All right. So nah, that's Dante. Abiel. Oh, so that's the dude, the necromancer. So I told several people I'm concerned. And they don't listen to you, right? They say something wrong with you. They all say something wrong with you. I wonder what those type of people say what's wrong with you when you go against the like the cult leader. I wonder what they say. They can't say a spirit on like motherfucker, you got an evil spirit on you. You got a demon on you. But they were saying in the Hebrews, like, you got a demon on you, brother. You got a demon on you. Something wrong with that, brother. The Most High to put a demon on them. It was funny. When you go into the origins of the Hebrew Israelites, they were all occultists. All of them. All of them. I even found, like, basically the founder of my sect that I came out of, they actually have his paperwork and stuff in a library in New York of him drawing magical sigils and stuff. But the group is totally against witchcraft and shit like that, right? But this man is drawing fucking sigils and telling people he could disappear and all types of fucking crazy, stupid shit. And I recently just found out about this. And I was like, used to look a little bit like the founders were a little bit legit, but nah, the motherfuckers are just as bad as the motherfuckers that are here today. DH Storm trying to get on the low key platform. They're all promoting it. Wow. All of his followers are trying to get them to get on a platform that has free speech. Yeah. Yo, you know what's crazy? That was me. That was me when I was in the name of our group was Torah Knights and stuff, right? And I said one thing had me pissed because I wasted about like a good $6,000 worth of my time building websites and stuff for the group. And the leader was kind of jealous because like my skills and like this high, like I roll, it was a threat to him because he was just like someone that had like no talent, no like nothing. And the only thing that he had was this fooling these motherfuckers on the internet that God gave him the Temple Man. The Temple Man was basically like Kabbalah. That's basically was, but he was saying it wasn't Kabbalah. But it was Kabbalah. And he was saying, oh, the Most High gave him this knowledge and stuff of the Temple Man, where Solomon's temple is designed in the shape of a person. So it's some crazy shit. If you look at some of my older videos and stuff, we go into it a little bit. But no one ever like really learned the Temple Man. It was just some bullshit that he was trying to do But like it was just retarded shit. It was retarded shit. I'm ashamed of it. But what I told him, his channel got terminated like quite a few times. And one thing a cult will do is demonize like people and say that, oh, YouTube is with the Illuminati or Satan or whatever, and they want to stop the truth. So they took down my videos. Look, they took down another one of my videos because I'm teaching the truth. No, you stupid motherfucker, because you're breaking the rules like anybody else that they take down or anybody else that's got copyright infringements and stuff like that, right? So I was like, hey, shit, we go on the dark web, make an onion site or whatever, and we could be up on there and nobody could take down nothing. We have our own thing, right? So like it was three fucking websites, like serious websites. Like shit, motherfuckers are paid about $4,000 for these websites that I was making. And I was doing that shit all for free. And like it was just like a ridiculous thing. But yeah, the followers have more sense than the leader. But check this out. The leader got sense too, but he don't want everybody to know how much sense he got. So a lot of times a cult leader will play dumb. Like this one would say, oh, I don't know anything about computers. So what that does is make people want to help him. So you get one person that knows about computers and wants to hear more about what he's teaching because he just spoon feeding you a little bit here and there, and you want to know more. So you're trying to get in so you can get these fucking lessons or whatever, right? These degrees or whatever they want to call them. So you helping him with everything he needs. Like, i.e., the fucking websites I was building. Like, right? And what it does is create people to do things for him. Like they said, the best thing, what is it? The 48 or 42 law, what the name of that book? Laws of Power. It says never do anything that you can't have somebody do for you. So they would play this role so you will help him and do everything for him. And basically, he becomes guarded. Just like you got the dude I covered in Jamaica, the cult leader that was sacrificing motherfuckers up in the goddamn church. He had motherfuckers walking around with umbrellas over his head. And he didn't cut nobody's throat. He had some other motherfucker cut somebody's throat. It's crazy. He said, yep, we all know Leonard. Yeah, he's loving what's going on now. Leonard's a crazy. He's a nut, yo. He's a nut. He come a long way from the fucking dashikis and bullshit he used to wear. He was more convincing and shit, though, when he had the dashikis and shit. I was like, yo, who the fuck is this motherfucker? Now he's a totally different animal now. Oh, he's another Crawley, really says. Another case. They cursed us. But they the ones sweating. Exactly. If you look at some of my videos and how I do the last cult leader, we don't like to say his name. I call him Judah Nasty, right? How I drag this man. So like a Torah leader, priest or whatever, you know, the whole thing is shit, right? Against homosexuality and shit, which I'm not against anymore and stuff, right? So I turned over a whole new leaf. Like I did a whole 180 degrees, right? So he used to call everybody gay. Anybody that's against him, he would say that they're homosexual, right? But we found on these hip hop websites before he came on YouTube, saying some pretty goddamn gay shit. Telling people he want his booty hole played with and all types of shit. Like how he dressed up like a tranny. And then his wife had a YouTube channel for her business. they were like a language coach. So Japanese people that want to come to America, they already know English, but they have no experience with speaking it. So basically, they would speak English. They're like a language coach, like a speech coach. So they know like American slang and stuff like that. Because what they learn in school, you come to America, we don't talk like that. Like, you know what I mean? We got wherever you at in the country, people speak differently. So she had that YouTube channel, and this motherfucker had a tranny living in the house. I got a hold of that shit, and I ran this dude off of YouTube for like 6 months. This motherfucker was on suicide watch. One of the members in the group was actually one of the suicide hotline people. Like when you want to murk yourself and shit, you call a 1-800-suicide line. This motherfucker is the dude that answers the phone. So this motherfucker was counseling the motherfucker and everything. Every time I do a pretty bad video on him, and I got a lot of really bad videos on him, I pretty much put him in suicide watch. But it's a cult tactic that he does, a narcissist tactic, where they would try, when all else fails, they would go the sympathy route. So he would go on, he would like take like a day or two. He usually goes live like every day. All right. For hours. Like, I'm like, dude, this dude has no time for his family. He's on like YouTube like half the day, like 12 hours or whatever. So he has some disease that he's called urticaria, right? I looked up urticaria. What he's calling urticaria is urticaria is like pretty much like a rash. This dude's whole face swells up. I mean, it looks like somebody had like a bag of hot doorknobs and just beat the shit out of his face. Like, the motherfucker looked like Rocky Dennis from the movie Mask. I know I ain't shit for saying that. But dude would be like big lumps on his head and shit like that. He would just break out with these lumps. And now he'll start to use that shit to his advantage. He said, yeah, my urticaria is flaring up. And the motherfucking face look crazy as hell. Like, his glasses can't even fit on his face. His glasses be all crooked on his head because of the lumps. He's like, oh, stop. I just want to kill myself. And he starts talking and shit. I'm like, well, do it, you motherfucker. You bitch ass motherfucker. Fucking pussy. Like, I hate the motherfucker with passion. If his wife got on, I know I ain't shit for saying this, but his wife ever got on the air and say, oh, Judah Nasty ain't with us no more, he'll get the same video I did for the comforter of the Israelite Church of God and Jesus Christ did, when he embezzled $5 million from the members, got motherfuckers on 40% tights and manipulating people and doing all types of shit, right? And the motherfucker, he didn't even spend a month in jail. He didn't even make a month in jail. The motherfucker died of COVID. I was like, well, goddamn. But Mr. Nasty will pull that sympathy shit. And I had a video I did. I gotta rehash that video. There's some doctor on YouTube, I forgot his name, but he does a great job describing like things that narcissists do. And he described this man to a T. To a T. I know Brainstorm remembers some of that. So, oh, you out of here? Good night, killer. Good night, wonderful people in the chat. Don't forget to hit the likes. That's right, Brainstorm. Thank you. Thank you. And chill out with that vegan food. It's a little inside joke. Oh shit, we got another one up in here. Send it to you on Facebook Messenger. Okay, I'll check it out now. Wait, this might be you here. Let me see here. Okay. I didn't get it. Wait, hold on. Maybe. Oh, okay. I got you now. All right. I thought I did. Oh, there you go. There you go. I see you now. Wow. He ain't looking bad crazy. Holy shit. This nigga paint his fingernails, everything. Judah Nazareth, why don't you paint your fingernails, motherfucker? Oh, yeah. And Mr. Nasty also let the tranny living in his house touch his kids. But, it's a whole bunch of crazy shit. You got to watch some videos. I got a lot of crazy ass videos that would just like blow you the fuck away. But what's up, Curtis? Good to see you up out here. Never seen you before. She says, yes, they are saying EA is being hit with the cancel culture. Nah, dude, it's because of your sketchy character. Yep. Oh, he has a lot of followers that are hackers. You are making me even more suspicious. A lot of hackers. Yeah, it's crazy, yo. Yeah, and you know what? You get really intelligent people too that join cults. Like, even though, like, people that join cults, they got some kind of thing going on. It might not be noticeable to the rest of the world. Some people might be looking for father figures. Some people might have dealing with a tragedy in their life or something like a death or something that's just like maybe a loss of a wife or girlfriend, or some people are just searching for answers to life. Some people are looking for religion, and these groups fill a void, and they get bombarded with the love at first, right? The whole brother and sister thing, like I said, right? Oh, brother, this mother, and it makes you, it brings you in, and then they start to tell you that the rest of the world is evil, right? And this becomes a new home. There's a girl, Joy Morgan. You can look her up. Joy Morgan from the UK. She joined Israelite group that I was part of also before the last one that I was in. And I kind of somewhat helped start the goddamn group in its beginning. Like, you know what I mean? Did a lot of stuff for that group. And this woman left her family, young girl. She was only, 19 maybe, or something like that. She was going to school to be a nurse. And her sister was half white, her sister mulatto, where it was a normal household. All of a sudden, her sister's the devil. Her told her mother, "This is my new family now. These are my brothers and sisters." And she spent all her time was with the cult. So one of the cult members kills her. Long story short, one of the cult member kills her. And the mother goes looking for her daughter because she haven't seen or heard from her. She goes to the cult since she said, "This is my new family." Nobody in the cult would tell her where she at or when the last time they saw her. Police arrest the man. They let him go. Then they found more evidence. They arrested him again. And now the man, I think he got 17 years or something like that. And he wouldn't tell where the body was. They finally found the body of the poor girl. Thank you. I appreciate that. Curtis Joseph, what's happening, bro? I used to write under EA. I thought he stood for liberation and freedom. Nah, he exhausts Jim Jones. Whew. Damn, I wish Nagy didn't leave, man. Nagy would have loved to be here for this. I wish Nagy didn't leave. But wow. That's deep. And that's the same thing. When I was in there, that's what I thought it was all for. But every group, like I've been in a lot of Hebrew Israelite groups, in that 22 years that I was involved with it. And the reason I was under a lot of these groups because I saw where it wasn't what they were saying what it was. So I would leave. And when you leave, there's another one there to pick up where you left off. And you already pre-broken. You already programmed. So they don't have to, it's not a clean slate the coach is working with. You got somebody that's already seasoned. So it's turnkey. Like, you know what I'm saying? You ready to go. You don't have to take this person away from his family. You don't have to take this person away from his wife and kids. You don't have to take this person's money. You don't have to take his time or learn how to break him down to take these things. He'll already do it because he already been in one. And there's a group that fits every walk of life. And I'm sure like in the cult world, there's probably cults like that cater towards wealthy people. There's some that cater towards the bottom of the barrel, the outcasts, the kids that got beat up every day in school, the kids that got picked on because they wore weird clothes or dyed their hair. There's another group that's for people that this normal everyday working people. There's another group for artists, like artsy type people. There's another one for people that is into the music culture and stuff, like, you know what I mean? Like death metal and shit. There's probably a group for every walk of life. And that's how the Hebrew Israelites were. There was one for the people coming out of prison, the drug dealers and the drug addicts. They got another one for the college kids and people that used to go to the Christian church every Sunday. There's another one for the outcasts, people that got picked on and stuff. There's another one for people that are interracial marriages and stuff, like, right? They say, oh, it's okay for white people to come in and get saved, right? And like there's a group for every walk of life. But that's deep. See, I thought he stood for liberation and freedom. And that's what the Hebrew Israelites did too. The liberation and the freedom. Christ died for blacks, Latinos, and Native Americans, right? Christ came for them. And he didn't come for nobody else, only for them. And he's going to liberate you from your captivity, which is being in America under Satan, right? So you got this whole thing all in your head, like, this is where I'm supposed to be. The Torah or the Bible is our heritage. It's not just a book. It's speaking about us. You know what I mean? So people that had grew up saying, oh, the white men are evil, they had us as slaves and all this stuff, right? And so they'll use that, right? And I do a lot of videos too, dispelling a lot of the ways that blacks thinks about white people or think about the government and stuff like that. A lot of conspiracy theory stuff I debunk on my channel too, or try to my best. I lost my thought. I'm good for losing my thought too, but I'm just rolling. I'm rolling with it. Too many Mr. Nasties all on the comment. All right. Oh, so you guys know each other, maybe. Okay. You're good people. Curtis, you are one of the few that has stood up to that asshole. Yep. I feel it. You all right over here, bro. Like I said, you guys can come on. I'll put the link up in the chat if y'all want to come out here and talk with me. Put the link back up here. I'm going to play that video in 1 second, too, so I get through these comments. Thing is, my agent deals with YouTube executives. They have been looking to delete him for some time due to violating community standards. The murder crap was just the straw that broke the camel's back. Well, hopefully you can help us get these goddamn Hebrew Israelites off this motherfucker too. Because these son of bitches is killing motherfuckers out here. You wouldn't believe how many damn Hebrew Israelite murder videos I did, and I'm getting a new one like every couple of months. I got a new one for motherfuckers. This shit crazy. Some of his followers are nurses and are educated. It blows my mind. I need to look into this Mr. Nasty. Yeah, Mr. Nasty, no joke. Mr. Nasty, a bad motherfucker, boy. He's slick, too. He like the goddamn Road Runner. The Road Runner and shit, how the motherfucker setting the traps to that motherfucker. As soon as you think you got it, that motherfucker like, beep, beep. He's off again and shit, talking more shit. But now I like go after like other Hebrews like cult leaders and this other types of stuff too. But when I get in the mood, I just ramp it up on them. Like I like to wait till we think it's like cool down, and then I just like ramp that shit up on them again. And it really puts them into a state of depression. Like it really does. Like it really works. Like it fucks them up. And because the stuff that I say is true. Like he'll tell people, he got a picture of me like on his channel telling people it's a picture of me. And that's not me. I don't look nothing like that motherfucker. But the people don't know that. Like I don't show my face. So there's people that know what I look like. But the majority of the people don't. So they'll take what he says. Like, well, the cult flunkies take what he says, right? And, oh, Killer Bee's gay. Killer Bee and Nagy Springfield, they're husband and wife. And they all want to smell my boxers. And it's funny that this man always saying that someone is a homosexual because he's one. And it's been proven. Like we done seen old comments and stuff, and where I showed how the website where it's on, you can't duplicate the name. Like he said, oh, that's not me. That's not my name. And I know goddamn well when he first came on YouTube, that was his name. He changed his name so he could say nobody will find out, and he could have the excuse to say, well, that's not my name. They spelled my name wrong. And then he did that and was caught on a SoundCloud account, right? And had the old name on there with all his songs. It's caught. There's too many Mr. Nasties in the world. How you gonna call yourself Mr. Nasty? Most cults hide behind the guide of liberation, for sure. Yep, guys. Wow, yeah, you bring up good points. The cult movements are broken up into genres. They call out the outcast in general. They play on people's weaknesses, and it's disgusting. Yep. Rennie. Yeah, that chick whose page I put you on Facebook. Yeah, I got to do some videos on her, too, because she's a fucking straight nut. Trying to say, oh, the coronavirus, she showed it on a can of Lysol or some shit. I was like, you fucking dumbass bitch. Went from Afrocentric queen to the Hebrew Foolin nutcase. Yep. That's another thing I get at too, that whole Afrocentric bullshit. All that pseudo information. We was kings. We ruled the world. Mind you, I went through what she went through and I kept my sanity. They allowed that man to kill that poor child, Joy Morgan. Yeah. Yep. And the leader was an ex-detective of New York State. He was the highest of the cult that killed Joy Morgan. The leader was the highest ranking detective in New York State. Nathaniel Ray. IUC covered the tracks because they knew that nigga nut murdered her. Yup. The nigga nuts. Yeah, we fucking these nigga nuts up in here. Oh, here's the link if anybody want to come on in here. I thought I hit the button. Yes, please share the video. People should know how he acts to those in his inner circle, like Curtis and I were. Okay, I'm gonna play this video now. Okay, let's get to it. All right. Shit, which one is on? Not on that one. Not on that one. It's this one. All right, there we go. Look at EA Koetting looking like a crack whore. Oh, guy here looking like a crack whore and shit. All right, here we go. Look at this motherfucker.
If you want to go forward with me, I'm going to lay it down right here.
That
If you
motherfucker
want
high
to
as
have
shit.
any kind of future in contact with me, then you're going to have to shut the fuck up and listen.
Woo!
And obey my fucking orders.
Holy shit.
I gave people a fake sense of power. I told everybody in this group, this is equal. We all have equal say.
Holy
Just
shit.
to see what people would do with their own power. And I saw every last one of you fail. Because you can't handle power. Because you don't even know what it fucking is yet.
You don't either, motherfucker.
You're catching up on the threads that I left behind before you were even born. And you're trying to tell me that you don't need me?
He high
You
as
would never
shit.
worship me? Cool. Go do your own thing. Or if you actually want to go somewhere,
Wow.
I am the only gravy train making gravy.
Wow.
I am the only motherfucker out there that's actually doing the shit that needs to be done. The others that are even a little bit successful are the people working for me. You will soon not be working for me if you continue to refuse to do the things I tell you to do.
Holy shit.
If you refuse to show up, to do the work, not on time, but before time, above quality, and to the precision of what I tell you to do. I am your leader, and if you can't accept that, get the fuck out.
Holy shit.
If you want to go forward with me, I'm going to lay it down right here. If you want to have any kind of future in contact with me, then you're going to have to shut the fuck up and listen. And obey my fucking orders. I gave people a fake sense of power. I told everybody in this group, this is equal. We all have equal say. Just to see what people would do with their own power. And I saw every last one of you fail. Because you can't handle power. Because you don't even know what it fucking is yet. You're catching up on the threads that I left behind before you were even born. And you're trying to tell me that you don't need me? That you would never worship me? Cool. Go do your own thing. Or if you actually want to go somewhere, I am the only gravy train making gravy. I am the only motherfucker out there that's actually doing the shit that needs to be done. The others that are even a little bit successful are the people working for me. You will soon not be working for me if you continue to refuse to do the things I tell you to do. If you refuse to show up, to do the work, not on time, but before time, above quality, and to the precision of what I tell you to do. I am your leader, and if you can't accept that, get the fuck out.
Holy fucking shit.
If you want to go forward with me, I'm going to lay it down right here. If you want to have any kind of future in contact with me, then you're going to have to shut the fuck up and listen. And obey my fucking orders.
Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit. Wait, hold on. I gotta pull this video up. I gotta find this video. Hold on. I'm gonna show you a video of Mr. Nasty, right? Basically saying the same motherfucking shit as this motherfucker. Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit. This is one of the few videos. Yeah. This though, he sounds like a boss giving a warning. In the others, he literally tells people to worship him. Holy fucking shit. Where my ex-tour nights at? Ain't y'all motherfuckers watching? Holy shit. This motherfucker is saying the same fucking shit. It's almost like they know each other. Or it's the same entity in a different body. Holy fucking shit. Oh, you know about Nathaniel already. Yeah. But Mr. Nasty, though. Oh, wait. I got to pull this video up. I got to get this video. Show y'all. Hold on. Holy fucking shit. All right. Which one of these motherfuckers? Videos. I got the transcript thing on too, so I should be able to pull it up the exact spot. Holy fucking shit. Holy, yo, that's fucking creepy. That's fucking creepy as fuck. Wait till I show y'all this shit. Holy shit. All right, where is it? Yo, what videos are stupid, yo? Judah Nass was live and living tranny chasing the kids around the house. Yo, I was a stupid motherfucker, yo. I'm a fucking asshole. Oh, yeah, here we go. I found it. You got the transcript. Hold on 1 second. Okay, teacher. Use that as a search thing here. Teacher. Okay, I think this is it. 77, so that'll be an hour and like 10 something minutes. 17 minutes or something. All right, let me show y'all this. See if I got. Oh, the store. Hey, how you doing?
Doing good.
Good. Yeah, glad you came on here. I'm so glad you came on here and shared this video.
Oh yes, you're welcome.
Wow. Now check this out. Now watch this one. Watch what I'm gonna play here. Holy shit. I'm blown away. Let's see. If the transcript thing is right, it should be coming up here. If I can hit play.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
He was spilling the beans. Well, we gotta wait.
Yeah, I got that receipt. I'm gonna send it to you guys as soon as we get up on this.
Hold on. Echo.
Brother, yeah, how you know?
See. Come on.
God, you got, so, and that's why I brought out the scripture earlier.
This is this is another problem. When people leave cults, a lot of them leave the cult, but they still keep the doctrine. Wait, hold on. I gotta find.
Oh yeah, so speaking up to them, it's been a nightmare. I mean, like, of course I wouldn't change it.
Well, they said on a video about how like the Catholic stuff is all legit. I think he's quote. Oh, damn it. There you go.
Because Yahweh didn't choose these people to like watch it to know anything about him. He don't care about them. You're just lined up for destruction. Right? Because what these niggas don't believe it. That's another beautiful thing.
Yes.
I'll read it. Ezekiel chapter 14, verse.
Hold on. Back it up a little bit. I gotta find this part. All right, you guys can see it now, all right? Why is it up in the air like that?
That ain't no ninjutsu sign, nigga. You know, Itachi. I'm down for.
Watch what he does here. But I gotta get this other video. This other video ready. All right. Oh,
wait, I know how. All that talk about Messianic hand justice. You owe every camp you shit
this
on.
is we all bugged out.
Still been doing the same shit the whole time, bro.
Yep. All right, you see it, right? Now watch this.
See, he was doing that bullshit.
Watch what he does.
You know, like he'll let you know. He clearly tells you this already. Like whoever he gives the Torah to, he will give you an ability that he don't give to other people. Why do you think Torah nights that these temple lessons and stuff don't be like watched that much? Because Yahweh didn't choose these people to like watch it to know anything about him. He don't care about him. You're just lined up for destruction, right? Because what these niggas don't believe it. That's another beautiful thing. I'll read it. Ezekiel chapter 14, verse 9. Right? False prophet. False prophets ain't always ones who were talking about growing this God or whatever. This is a person who is like foretelling something or saying something or being inspired to speak about something. So when you have a fuck nigga saying Jude Nazareth in the occult, Jude Nazareth this, Jude Nazareth that, Jude Nazareth this. Just sit back and think, how many times has this happened? This happens over and over and over and over and over.
I'm not even past it. I'll go back to it afterwards.
You would now the people who sit back and watch, they think, well, I think we kind of know how this is going to turn out.
Look at this. Here it goes.
They're going to get.
But hold on, let me hear what you got to say, Doff Door. I was trying to find this thing here, having a problem finding it. But this shit is crazy. I mean, he literally says he takes this guy that went to Japan to go see him, right? And he says, like, when I finally disband the whole group. He was mad, but this guy, he was still with him, but he had the idea since everybody left that he left and went over to our side too. So he's like, hey, you motherfucker, you come right back over here. Said, you come right back here because I'm your teacher. He said, that's right. I said, I'm your teacher. And you want to go over there with them fuck niggas?
Whoa.
That's
the thing. Wow. Yeah, well, they told, like, the same thing happened with us. Like, anybody, literally, there was these stupid, like, people making people make choices of who to be friends with if they supported Curtis or I, or Yuri or Orly Stewart, which she's another one of his people that have wrote for him. Anybody that doesn't work for him anymore and leaves him, this is what's creepy. He will threaten them and say, he will like basically bully you until everybody makes a choice. But definitely we're going to choose EA because I don't know what it is. It's a scary pull. And I kept saying, growing up so close to Waco, you pay attention to this weird mentality when people don't question things that just don't make sense.
Right.
It's upsetting. It's upsetting.
Well, here's the issue. Here's what people need to understand is these people are not just spiritual movements. They are backed by marketing tactics that are aligned with Coca-Cola.
See what I'm doing? You see what I'm
doing?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
These marketing tactics are not only reaching out to massive quantities of people, but they know how to manipulate the subconscious mind to hook you in.
Well, and that's why people say snake oil salesman with him.
Well, if you're already emotionally or mentally vulnerable, though, done deal, game over.
It's sad. It's sad. Because there's a lot of good people that are very good, well supporters of him. And that's the fact, it's like, I feel like I've lost people, like lost friends because they can't see. And I'm worried and concerned for some of them, to be quite honest.
Yeah, same here. The same exact thing. He
It's like
told
you're
this,
watching a train wreck happen and you can't do nothing to stop it. I'm sure
right.
people that saw that happening with Jonestown, like, come on.
Yeah. This the same shit we going through right now. Like Naked
It's
Springfield got
nice
what
to
you're
know
trying
that
to
there's other people out there that can see it like that we do. Because I was telling Curtis, I said, I feel crazy. I feel like I want to scream cult, but nobody's hearing me. And I said, well, but I'm sure people saw it with Jonestown, but nobody says anything and it happens. And then everybody's so shocked when there's like massive amount, like I said, Kool-Aid just, well, flavor aid. I listened to the whole Jonestown tapes. I tried to get Curtis to listen with me, and he thinks I'm a crazy person now, I'm sure. But because I feel like you have to understand the mentality. And if you listen to the Jonestown tapes, if you can force yourself to listen to that crap,
Yep.
boom, it will make you ill because it sounds a lot like that video as well.
Yeah.
If you've ever listened to it, think about how close it sounds to the person that Mr. Nasty.
He told this dude, he said,
Worship me.
if you don't come back over here right now, he said you might as well get a rope, a chair, and a Van Halen CD and play that song Jump and Jump, nigga, jump.
Oh, God.
Wow.
He told him
Wow.
get a Van Halen CD and play Jump and put that rope around your neck and stand on that chair and jump, nigga, jump. That's what he said.
Oh, he sent me a message that he was, once he gets a hold of Curtis, he's going to stomp you until you stop moving. Or how
Yeah,
is
he
it?
said he wanted to punch my face till I stopped moving.
Yeah.
But the thing is, every time
he put $500 on my head.
But every time I confront this fool, he
Yeah.
will block me and run.
Yeah.
Same
You
here.
know what I mean?
Same here.
Wow,
I blocked
really?
out his
See,
channel too.
that's weird. We always find people that are going through something very similar, and it's so interesting because it may be on a whole different level spiritually or whatnot, but it is no less significant. It's scary, these people's mindsets. They have these grandiose like thought. They think they're like some weird super powered person. And you watch it happen, and so many people just follow them blindly, and it's like, why do people not question things ever?
Yeah, they don't question him. Like we got his last members that were there's 3 guys that are still in this group that was in there when I was in the group. So the last one I got out was Negi. Negi was just on here a little earlier. Negi is white. Like the Hebrew Israelites, they don't accept white people in their thing. But Judah Nasser set Negi in there as like a troll almost to the other Israelite groups because they have to make themselves stand out amongst the rest.
Right.
So he's a small guy. He got to get all the members from the big groups over to him. So he'll do whatever he can. So like we were just speaking on Negi's situation like earlier. Like Negi actually believed this shit. Like he was what we would call like a clinger to Israel, will be like an outsider that will throw away his whole heritage or whatever and submit to ours. So his purpose wasn't like he couldn't teach. Only he could do is basically be like a servant to all of us.
Oh wow. Okay, gotcha.
And like Negi's a real cool dude. He's a really nice person. Negi has like Asperger's, so Negi's like extremely intelligent and stuff.
Yes.
And it was a lot of people was jealous of Negi because of his knowledge. And Negi was the biggest player in the group, just about. If anything,
that's funny. That's how Curtis. Curtis is very knowledgeable when it comes to cult. He wrote the Black Magic of Aramon, and a lot of people. That's one of that to this day. It's one of Koetting's best-selling books, if not the best. And so it gave, I guess, Koetting like saw Curtis more as instead of somebody that helped benefit his company, that it was more of a, I guess you'd say like it was somebody he had to work against, I guess, or he was felt inferior to in my opinion. And it's there you go. It's scary because I always tease this, Curtis is Gemini. He's very smart and just brilliant minded. And the way he can put words, I was like, okay, like the way you just said that sounded smarter. I'm going to have to read this 3 times to get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Because it's just said at such a level that I have to slow it down for my ADHD mind,
Yeah. Yep.
They're frightened by true intelligence.
Yeah. Very frightened.
Well, see, my thing is get beyond the doctrine. You can't indoctrinate people and preach freedom. You've got to let people explore the divine in their own way, in their own good time, in a way that they feel is comfortable. Now, granted, we do need guidance. We need elders. They do say iron sharpens iron, right?
Right. Yep.
So we need to be around spiritually minded people. But you see, here's the thing. The dangerous part about these cults is they start division. The differences we all have in our spiritual paths, these aren't reasons that we should hate each other.
No.
These are ways through which we can learn from each other.
Combine in a way, even.
And to expand consciousness of the human race. But when you have these doctrines that are based on hatred and this idea of dictatorship and the politics don't mix well with the spirituality part.
What I find interesting too is that with your and our experience is different because we come from that bog side, and Koetting was associated, and this is what they keep trying to sweep under the rug, is he was associated with O9A as well as Temple of Blood. Right. And we just seem to forget what they are. Yeah, right. No, they are neo-Nazi bullshit, Yeah. And then, of course, there's your stance, and you came from a very opposite type, but they're all the same assholes at the end of the day.
But you see, that's why I always teach. You always become what you hate.
Yeah.
Yep.
You always become what you hate.
Yeah. And I wasn't raised that way. I was a sharp skinhead, like a skinhead against racial prejudice. I was a black skinhead. And we were against racism. And and then things led and stuff, and then I find myself in this fucking shit. Like I wouldn't consider myself a racist when I was in it, but I kind of put it like, oh, well, this is what God is gonna do. I'm not, I don't have to do this. And the group that I was in, we actually at my foundation of it, like the first group that I was in, we if a white person believed what we was teaching, we would say, oh, well, they're an Israelite. But the majority of the groups, if you're white or just look white, like you're not in. And it was some stupid, it was a whole bunch of stupid shit. But my role in the group in Torah Nights, I was like what they were calling the cult enforcer. So when someone will go against the grain, go against the group or show themselves to be sort of like a threat, I would be the person to attack them. Or I would get the order to dig up some stuff on that person. That's why I'm what I do now.
And that's what and when I first that's funny is when I realized what happened, I looked at Curtis and said, I was almost in a cult. and I was almost in tears because I was serious when I said it. I can laugh now because I woke up. But at the time, I was like, no, you don't understand. One of my favorite things is I do like true crime. I look into cults, Jonestown. I listen to the tapes. I know probably too much info about Manson and Waco, all these things, because it is interesting. I wonder what makes a person's mind tick. And I would have never thought ever that I would have fallen for that kind of bullshit. And then I look around and I'm going, holy shit. What have I done? Oh my God. And that's what Curtis says. He goes, yeah. And he's like, Bonnie. I said, no. I said, I feel stupid. And he said, you've always said I'm paranoid. And because I did, I was like, oh, you're just paranoid. Nobody's like watching you or worried about what you're doing. Dude, he was right there.
Yeah.
Like, I'm laughing because I know people are going to be listening now and hitting us up for this. I'm like,
Yep.
but I don't give a shit at this point. It's nasty. He's not being cancel cultured. It's because of his character. And I do know that. And for the people that I still care about that turn their back on me and Curtis because EA was threatened and his girlfriend was threatened and, and they decided they were going to, do whatever they have to do because there's a threat. No, I don't care. I don't care what people think. I lost the friends a long time ago and I accepted that because you know what? I realized I'm not in a cult anymore. Oh God, I can't believe I'm saying that. That blows my mind.
Yeah. It like, I was the guy that he called me the sniper, right? So he would tell everybody,
you're the one getting dirt on us.
yeah, I'm the one getting up. You know what? The sniper turned the scope around on him.
Trying to catch me riding dirty.
Yeah, yeah, that's me. That's me all day. That's why they call me the Witchfinder General. Like,
I love it. Oh God, and the name is perfect. The name is so great. No, I'm like, this is probably the best. Like honestly, it's just kind of that one goofy coincidence that just is like literally made my day.
Yep.
Because of what's going on, people are looking at anything that hashtags Koetting or anything right now, and so I'm sure. Because I've seen that you've posted about this before, right? Because that's how I've seen your. I remember there's people I'm noticing already kind of peeking at you from Koetting's camp. And when I say Koetting's camp, I think you can realize because you were the only person. I said, look, he hashtagged it cult. I told you other people are going to see it. I'm not crazy. I'm just
Nagy Springfield did the first video. Nagy did the first one yesterday. So I was kind of, because I told Nagy I was going to go out. I was like, yo, I'm about to burn up EA Koetting. And Nagy beat me to it. And next thing you know, Nagy went live. I was like, God damn it, Nagy.
Oh my God, they're coming at you. They're going to come for you.
Oh, let them come. Let them come. They better hide everything they got because the Witchfinder will be coming. They'll be mad as a motherfucker. And like, I hit at an angle that they won't be used to. And they were like, how the fuck did he find that shit? I'll find all types of shit. Like, know what I mean? I might find one of these motherfuckers in church.
I'm telling you, you're in like Lynchny is the one that really he was actually able to help find a lot on him. And it wasn't it's funny because Yuri would laugh. He would laugh. He's like, I didn't have to do anything but a real simple search. He's like, I didn't have to go dark web or he's like, everything anybody knows how to just Google something good enough. You're gonna find it on him. Yeah. And there was so much, and they were acting like, these people were trying to coke and make big conspiracies against EA. It's like, no, this dude's like really open with how asshole he is. Like the videos, who would send that kind of a message to one of your employees? Number one, talking to him. That's gaslighting, and the same time as it's just your cult mentality speech. It seems to be like they teach some weird handbook for the shit.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, when I look at that initial video that you played, you've got to be a pissed off employer to understand when you're paying people. Okay, so he sounds like a pissed off boss, but it still lacks professionalism
at all,
right? But some bosses, I mean, let's face it, some bosses lack that professionalism. But the real dangerous part is when he's actually proclaiming that he should be worshipped
while he's wearing a tactical vest. I'm sorry, that part bothers me as well.
That's the first time I seen that. That kind of weirded me out too. When I saw that.
Hello, it's like because these.
Well, and that's the interesting thing because that's typical neo-Nazi occultism, militant kind of swagger.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm not going to mention any specific groups because I don't want to give anyone specifically any clout or spread any bad drama, but it's bullshit, man. It's militant neo-Nazi bullshit. It don't exist.
And he don't live in Texas, so come on. You know what I mean? I being in Texas, You might see it because just it's the country guys are kind of strange in their own way, but like he don't live anywhere near Texas, so that is not the attire for where he lives, especially considering that I'm just like, okay, supposedly I don't know if he went to jail or anything, but he was charged with drug possession, meth, whatever. I don't remember what degree or felony he was
Let me
charged
tell
with.
you
But
something.
why does he have
He
guns?
ain't out now unless he snitched. I'm just gonna say that.
But how could he have guns?
That's what I'm saying. He ain't
He
out
has
now unless he snitched.
He will wear his what
There's
is the
no
little
way.
there's the what's the bullet Rambo thing that he wears on him sometimes? He's worn that in videos. Well, they're gone now. But he's worn those openly in his videos. Like he ain't Rambo, so why is he wearing a belt of bullets? Like, what's the point? Like, what are you trying to say here? Let's ignore that because we think he's cool. Okay.
There's a group called like Rise of the Moors. They're like the whole Moorish, black Moorish, sovereign citizen type groups. They just had a standoff with the state troopers and stuff. And I think that was Rhode Island like a few months back.
Ooh.
I covered that. And I showed the guy doing this thing, teaching or whatever on his YouTube channel. I said, you guys don't see anything strange that this motherfucker is sitting in his house with a fucking flak jacket on, with his fucking rifle in his hand, and all this tactical vest and stuff, and he's sitting in his house.
In your house? Right.
Yeah. I don't right. And that's the thing. It's like, okay. When people, and it's funny, the videos I shared with you have been shared, and there's been other people post them. And the one person that was brave enough to post them recently on YouTube got scared because he had a lot of people threaten this kid. This is younger, in his 20s guy that, still kind of wet behind the ears. Of course, those threats of cursing, when you truly believe that they're all going to curse you and that these people actually have enough power to get anything done.
Right.
Like, anyway, but he took them down. Well, that's why I was giving them, because they know I'll give them the right people that will get it out. And I said, my fucking thing is I'm worried for people's safety. And I've been saying this from the beginning. Now this is not something that I can prove with any documentation. Now, the threats he's given me, I have a whole file folder full of harassment from Bog, the people and other employees from EA Koetting. So it's not like, but what I can say is Curtis himself has heard the mention of him looking up to Jim Jones. So when I first mentioned Jim Jones to him, he kind of looked at me, tucked his head. He said, he's actually mentioned that he looked up to Jim Jones. I said, shut up, because I was just, he reminds me most of Jim Jones when it comes to the way his mindset. He wants to be worshipped.
Yeah.
And when he says he really means a god. He thinks it's number one.
The way
should have
this world
seen
is going now, you would think that God is on meth.
Shut up. I saw the comment the other day and I was in tears because somebody said that he looked like a sweaty ham. He does. They said, they called EA. They said he looked like a sweaty ham. And I know that people up north always laugh at my accent because, yes, we say ham. I'm ham. My aunt always laughs because she had people stop her and make her say ham a couple of times before. So, yeah, I just got really insecure about that. The weird things that'll pop into your mind with your accent is crazy.
It's all good.
It's a Texas thing. I hear the twang sometimes, and it's awful.
No, I didn't notice it. But
now you did, though. Now you're going to listen to every time I say it.
What state are you guys in?
We're in Texas.
Oh, in Texas. Oh, Nagy's in Texas. Nagy lives in Texas too.
Oh,
yep.
That's awesome.
Yep, I'm in Connecticut. I'm up north. I'm up in Connecticut.
See, yes, and y'all are judging on the southern accents. I know. It's okay.
Well, I'm from up north. I'm from Cleveland. Cleveland, Ohio.
Oh, that's where Mr. Nasty's from. Mr. Nasty's from Cleveland.
It all circles back around.
You might know this motherfucker.
Right? Well, I know he was talking. We were driving through Dallas earlier, and he's talking. Oh, this ain't. You don't know the ghetto like I did the ghetto. I'm like, oh, shut up. He goes, I'm talking about Youngstown, Ohio, and I'm going, oh God, are we gonna have a ghetto war? It's great.
No,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. The ghetto in 6 Mile, 8 Mile is different than Dallas. I'm sorry.
Are you like?
It's different.
Hey, I have survived getting off the wrong bus schedule in Oakland, California, and that was
Wow.
wow. I'm a little tiny little pale girl from Texas looking, and I'm because I'm small, but I knew to hold my head up and act like none of you fuckers scare me. I just tripped over a goddamn guy that was passed out from heroin. Y'all, nothing bothering me tonight. I had never being where I'm from, it's very funny because it was my first time on a train, and a guy literally, I said, I think he's dead, and I said, nobody's even checking for a pulse. Like this guy is just laying in the middle of the fucking subway, and everybody's like, oh, damn. And I said, and so I go over there, like I'm trying to like show that I'm human and there's some emotion and empathy here, and I go and I'm like, well, I don't know if I really want to touch him, like to check his pulse. And so I'm having like this, this soul moment. But I did. He was breathing, and I'm like, yo, dude, you better pick up your bag of heroin. These fucking cops are coming, because it was just awkward as hell.
I've done that a couple of times. I'm like, yo, bro, you better put that shit away, man.
Yes. And I couldn't believe that I'd ever caught myself in that much. I was like, I feel like I just made it through something pretty hardcore, for a person that's really not. I was a sheltered child, and I've been lucky most of the time. There's their own craziness in small country towns. Do not get me wrong, but hello Waco, but it's a whole level different of crazy. You know what I mean?
Right.
But it's funny. We were laughing about that a while ago. The whole Cleveland type stuff.
Yeah, old Judah Nasty, he's from Cleveland.
Cleveland. Well, what's funny is E.A. Koetting is from Utah. Like is he Mormon? Like he was supposedly Mormon, right? He claims to be.
Yeah, he comes from the Church of Latter-day Saints.
Wow.
Yep.
That's interesting.
Well, I mean, when you look, that's an occult.
Yeah.
I mean, Joseph Smith, the prophet of that religion, he got his doctrine by scrying into his hat.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you can look that up. He scried.
Is it the one with the plates and stuff?
No, he scried into his hat, the one he wore on his head.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's out there.
That's where the Church of Latter-day Saints came from.
And another one, and I was telling Curtis, and he agrees. He said the same thing. I have a really good friend that she's actually kind of does, witchcraft stuff now, but she panics because of her raising. And I don't mean to laugh, but I've actually had her get on my friend from Unexplained Possibilities podcast to do. I said, no, you were what is it? The ones that come knock on your door? And they don't care, like if you're naked or not, they'll just walk in and talk to you about, have you heard the news? Jehovah's Witness. Yeah, she was raised as one. And she said, so like, all right, I feel like I was channeling something, Bonnie, but do you think she was literally worried to death that she was losing her mind. I said, baby, you're okay. But see, she had an experience that she watched her mom lose her mind because of that religion. That she and I, oh gosh, I'm trying not to laugh about it, but this is the only thing you can do is just you have to laugh through some of these things. Her mama went off so crazy that she was trying to run through the house and put out the hellfires that was burning, I guess, in the imaginary carpet, whatever. And she was like naked and pissing on the floor, putting the hellfires out. And this is my friend's memory as a child, seeing her mother do that. So she's afraid that if she's, feels like she's like connecting with something, that is it happening to me now? And I try to not laugh at her because I know that it's serious. She really means. I said I only laughing is because I understand that your brain's telling you that because of what you witnessed. I said you don't have to assume you're crazy. Now I said talk to me if you start hearing, we'll get through this. I will let you know if I think that you need to get help. I said, but you cannot. But that stuff scarred her. It scarred her terribly. And she's still
crazy.
She's in her 40s and she's still having to. And it's funny because like when you get exiled from them, she said when she got kicked out, and the reason she got kicked out of the church is because her husband cheated on her with another man. Now, instead of kicking them both, like she got kicked out. And when you get kicked out, your whole family that goes, you're non-existent anymore.
Yeah, non-existent.
It's crazy.
Hebrew Israelites, the same thing. And the first thing that happens is the slander.
That's control. That's scary. That's abusive.
And you know what they do too? When you first join, they like to talk about experiences. What were you doing before? What type of things, and people talk. They'll be like, oh, I was running the street. I was on drugs. Or somebody was like, I had an alcohol problem. Or somebody might say, oh, I had a porn
scoping you
problem.
Out. Ew.
Or something. As soon as you leave, that's the first thing they're gonna bring up. Oh, he had a problem with porn. He's probably somewhere up in some sex shop or something. Like,
wow.
You know what I mean? And make up all types of shit.
You know what that reminds me of, kind of? I want to be real, like Scientology in a weird way.
Yeah.
Like they're gonna get this info, like I guess what is it called when they do the testing on Scientology? Oh gosh, that's the one that I always get freaked out.
They hook you up to a diagnostic.
You know what's funny is
it's diagnostic.
I'm into cults, but I don't like looking into Scientology because I feel like somebody's gonna know I'm looking into it. Like I feel like it gets that deep. I said if I start looking into this, they might come for me, because they're dangerous. They are super dangerous, and that's why I don't want to play with that one too much.
But see, we got to look at the historical connection because the founder of Scientology does have
occult ties
to Crowley.
Okay.
And Jack Parsons.
Jack Parsons through Jack Parsons.
Yeah.
He actually knew Jack Parsons, but that's how it's connected to Crowley. Ew.
And Jack Parsons, of course, is linked to NASA.
Okay, let's not keep going. This is creepier and creepier.
It's deeper, man. These cults run deep.
Yeah, you it's dangerous.
And it will traumatize. What people don't understand is it destroys people. It destroys spirits.
I think we just got on a watch list.
Apart, man. It tears people apart.
I know I'm on the watch list for these motherfuckers all everywhere. Nation of Islam, you name it.
Listen, I had the equivalent of a 2-year Bible degree, man. I left Christianity as an educated decision because I realized after studying the actual Greek and Hebrew that the stuff they're teaching in the church actually isn't biblical.
A lot of stuff.
You know what I mean? And then I started researching the politics. And I found out that Ezra, who was charged to write Jewish law, was actually historically a Zarathustrian.
What's that?
And that they were writing Jewish law in order to further a political agenda. And so I started to see this link between politics and religion starting in Babylon, man.
Wow.
So I don't want people to focus on the different colors of our skin, the different fucking traditions, because this control runs deep.
Well, and I was
towards the beginning of time, and it's meant to make us all equal, sure.
Yeah.
But all equally enslaved.
Yeah. And that's why I don't really.
It's funny that you mentioned that. I was reading, I was watching, and this is odd. I was watching a TikTok, and I don't normally get on there, but I was one in particular. It was a lady reading from the Bible, and I normally get really because I was raised Methodist, which is like kind of a branch off Catholicism. So we just don't go through Mary. Basically, we can talk Jesus directly. Is how I was raised. Basically, if you've ever seen King of the Hill. That church. That's where I went to church. No, I'm not playing though. That's it. That's the Methodist church. And my dad was Hank Hill Bonnie. You know, he was so worried about me always because I questioned everything. Like I wanted to know why dinosaur bones explain this to me and make it make sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if this God can do things, like why are there fucking kids starving in other countries?
Yeah.
Why does not everybody have? I was just asking questions that I thought should be easy to answer out of that fucking book you got. It's got every other answer except the ones that I really want to know.
Yeah. Yep.
And then, you know, even as an adult, I worked with a group called the Watotos. They're from Uganda. And those children changed my fucking life, even though it was still part of my Christian raising. And that experience, watching those kids that were great, those kids were grateful for literally a snack of toast and water. And I've never seen such honest, fucking grateful. I got chills just thinking about it right now. Those kids just they blessed us. It wasn't us blessing these kids.
Wow.
Because I don't know. I saw something so spiritual, and it wasn't tied to them doing a little Christian mission. There was something deeper within those kids. And that was something that was inbred in them. And I saw it and I felt it. The thing is, they will sing and they work for the way they live. You know, it's like an orphanage, but they do have to kind of self-maintain. But there's doctors. They help these kids get education, so they are trying to build up. I loved the Watoto group because even though it's Christian, they are trying to help build their own country back up through this one. And so I feel like it is something I support. So I always will look at that experience and realize that, you know, I guess it's just I have my son's best friend is Black. And I remember when he was little, he legit, and his friend's mama laughed. Because he came up, my son was straight upset. And I said, "Why are you mad?" He goes, "But why am I not mixed?" I said, "Because your daddy was white." What is, I said, what is the difference between you and Titi? It has nothing to do. I said, y'all are friends because y'all's hearts are alike and they're the same and they feel the same and they want the same and they, you know, you're happy for each other. It has nothing. I looked at him, I pointed at him outside and I said, what the fuck does that skin have anything to do with who you are?
Yep.
You're brothers because you love each other. And my son went, okay. And he just walks off. But it blew my mind that, because I guess and I feel like it was a good thing that I taught my kids good, because he literally didn't understand color up until that moment that somebody pointed it out to him.
Right.
And my baby at 8 years old, I wanted to punch him, but I had to explain it to him because some other idiot that didn't know how to teach their kid, you know, influenced mine.
Right. Yep. Yeah, the kids don't pay any attention to that stuff. Like I grew up in the suburbs. Like my first friend was white. My best friend was white. And like, you know, I didn't really have any Black friends until like I was probably like middle school and like high school. Like, you know what I mean? I used to ride skateboards, like, you know what I mean?
Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, no, you were
kid.
You were the cool Black kid though in that group and the little skaters, because like a lot of people I'm not gonna mess up my shoes. You know what I mean? Like, no. I'm the idiot girls. I have like I almost like from skating, because I prefer longboards because I'm not gonna like flip or anything because I am way too accident prone. I ripped off I have a tattoo that goes across the top of my foot. And I thought I had skinned it off before because I dragged my foot because I slid on the skateboard and was barefoot on pavement. Wow. So yeah, I hung out with all the skater kids for a long time. And I actually still will skate on the longboard when I get a chance to.
Yep, I'm longboard
so no,
too.
I get it. Yep. And it's funny because you were told to a group that it's interesting how our lives can teach us so many different amazing lessons, and maybe that's what helps us see these weird things, these cult type mentalities for what they are.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Because it's a different kind of wisdom. It's a different kind of, because like that's how, Curtis and I, it was funny. I had everybody come at me, but because I've been a victim of, and I'm sorry, I use the word fuck a lot. I'm like Dexter's sister. I just cuss like he does. So just sorry. Sorry, but
no, I cuss all the time out here.
I got you, that. Well, I do not have a very I have a potty mouth. It's what it is. No,
Yep.
but it's funny when I met Curtis, it was funny. I'm just my friend that has always said, you are a ghetto mom. That's what you are. Like, that's what we would call you. You just ghetto mom. And I didn't realize it, but because I realized that but I'm also, when I was a single mom, and there's I guess a poverty type thing, that there you go. I don't, because when my son tried to think it was funny to play Dear Mama for me, I said, if I ever catch you on the other side of a jail cell, I'm gonna have to be locked up too, baby. Do you understand why? You know what I mean? Because that's the thing. That there's that mama that has to work extra hard to try to raise boys. It's different,
right?
And it's I don't know, this whole situation. I don't see how I'm trying to think, did I not see it? Because when I first kind of got into the mess, I had been in the inner circle. Everybody, I've always just kind of gotten along with everybody easily. But from the minute that I started talking to Curtis and told them that it was in a more romantic kind of way.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I became, you're just being a victim. You can't help it. You've been an abused person before. You're not paying it. And you should have seen the red flags. All these women have told you. I said, no, one woman that has told me, and unfortunately my intuition's telling me that this woman is scorned and pissed off, and she feels like, she handed him money when he needed it, not as a gift, and offered it as a gift. I said, nah, this bitch feels play. That's all. She's mad. I see it for what it is. Been there, done that. I've been that girl. I'm sorry. I know how it feels, but you can't be mad at him for what you did.
Yep. Hold on.
And I called her out on it, and this just happens to be EA's soulmate.
We got somebody else in here named Trailer Hood Voodoo Ninja. He just came out. What's up, man?
What's good up, Killa?
All right.
Hey.
What's going on? Hey, man, I love the conversation you're having, and I'd like to maybe introduce a dynamic, like a situation that I actually experienced as a child growing up with this whole religion, organized religion dynamic.
It's terrifying, but
we'll see. My mom was raised as Pentecostal, so my great uncle was a Pentecostal preacher. All right.
Yeah.
And I grew up going to a Southern Baptist church because my mom didn't want me to go to that extreme of a,
but the Baptist is hellfire anyway. But yeah.
Yeah, but Pentecostal's like out there.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Now, what's interesting about this is I went to a public Catholic school.
My goodness.
Okay, so I'm going to a public Catholic school, and when I say Catholic, I mean full-blown Catholic school. I mean, they had the big church was sitting right beside the middle school and the grade school. On Tuesdays, they had religion class that I didn't take part in. On Thursdays, they had mass during school hours. Wednesdays, or during the lunch break, they had to go to confessional. And the priest of the church would actually come to the school every single morning, and he would say a prayer over the announcements. Okay. Now what's interesting about this is I think I was probably in about 6th grade when I started realizing the conflicts just between Catholicism and what we call Christianity.
All right. This is interesting. Yo, go ahead.
Yeah.
And it was just little subtle things. The thing that I always found the most interesting is With Catholicism, you aren't allowed. We as individuals, we're not pious enough in the eyes of the church to be able to speak directly to God.
Yep.
That's why you have to go to
To go through
confessional.
Mary. Mm-hmm.
You have to actually speak to God through the priest.
Mm-hmm.
And then the priest gives you God's response in return. You know, that's why they tell you when you say prayers, they're the generic prayers, you know, to absolve yourself of this week's sins. Go home and say, get 10 Hail Marys
Yeah.
and give me 3 Lord's Prayers.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you had that dynamic right there. Then rather than like with Christianity, you know how once a child reaches around the age of 12, because they say that that's when Christ started working in ministry, was at the age of 12. That's when Christians try to push for young children to be saved, to accept Jesus.
Once saved, always saved.
Right.
I was raised.
I was baptized at 12. Yep.
Now, with Catholicism, you don't get saved. They call it confirmation.
Confirmation and catechism. Yeah.
And that's when going to religion class ends. Is at the age of 12.
Methodists did that too, actually, still. So
and another interesting thing is with Catholics, you know how everybody that is Catholic, they during Mass they take of communion. You know, they take of the bread, the wafer, and they drink communion wine. But in the Baptist church that I went to, you were not allowed to take communion until you were baptized because it was a sin.
Right.
Yep.
You know, and those are just simple, basic differences.
Would allow it. And this is when I realized that things are.
I mean, we got to look at the fact that in the Latin Mass, it's about Lucifer as well. I think the Catholic Church is
Luciferian.
Pretty much, it is Luciferian. That's exactly.
That's crazy.
I
want to hear this.
Well, if you actually look at the Vatican City itself, take for instance the Pope's dress that he wears. The Pope's dress that he wears actually looks like the actual fishmen that the Sumerians would carved in their shit.
Their Papa, what's it called?
You know, the great bit you notice that great big pine cone that's out in the center of the
pine cone that the Ugalu demons used to hold. That pine cone is in Vatican City as well.
Correct.
That represents the knowledge of the divine.
Right.
Yeah, that came from Sumeria as well.
You know what's odd? You know how they say out of the mouths of babes, and this is what's crazy. See, the Methodist Church did allow, you know, before you were baptized or whatnot, or sprinkled where I was. That just sounds so weird. But you could partake in communion. Now, I should have paid attention. That shit was fucked up when we get up there. And this was my middle son's, he's 2-3 at the time, but he wanted to go up. So we sit him up there because he's thinking, he didn't know what was really going on until he listened and he was paying attention. You know, kids always pay way too much attention when you're not expecting them to, but he was watching the preacher from way off as he was getting closer. This is the blood, this is the body, here's represented. Oh my God. And then he goes into the blood and here's the body, and this is the blood, this is the body, this is the blood. And they get to him and he looks and he shakes his head and he throws the cup down. He goes, I don't want no blood. And he runs out. I couldn't catch him. Everybody's laughing. I'm thinking, no, but he's thinking we are a bunch of fucking crazy people. What the hell's going on? My child said, "What the hell's going on here? Why are y'all crazy?"
Well,
I should have known.
We've got to look at the scriptures, though. I mean, Christ himself was a necromancer.
Ooh,
he raised Lazarus from the dead. Now, let's look at Catholicism. When you look at it, a student of mine brought this up to me. He said, Curtis, when we look at Catholicism, it's actually a system of necromancy because we're communing with our spiritual ancestors through the saints. And it's actually powerful magic, man. Like to sit there and recite a rosary. Like I've been a part of some more Afro-Brazilian style practices, man. And the recitation of specific rosaries, it conjures great power, man, and it can't be underestimated. Like Catholicism as an entity is powerful and it's wealthy.
Well, and it's actually this kind of like I really honestly believe it's the center of all of the evil that we see going on right now.
Yeah, I think it's the deep state, honestly.
If you look at it, you got the queen, which I say is the actual ruling authority. All right. Then you got the what is it? Vatican City in Rome, which is the law, and then you have the American military, which is the might.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
Ew.
All right. And
this is all very interesting what you're saying, because a lot of what you guys are saying, like, I'm new to all this like occult like stuff. Like, I dabble with a little with what I think I know and what I'm comfortable with. Coming from the Christian church in the Hebrew Israelite, like I was into like Rastafarianism. I even would dabble in some Hare Krishna shit when I was young, and do the Hebrew Israelite stuff. And now with the occult stuff, like, you know what I mean? I read a little bit some of Crowley's stuff, and I read some like academic journals or whatever on like Palo Mayombe. Like I like learning about Palo Mayombe. Like I think it's kind of cool how these things were developed into America.
Oh
yeah.
And some of them have
a lot of weird shit.
Almost vibration to them when you like some of what I feel like if we're drawn to something, there is always going to be a reason, and we can learn something from each entity that we come across, or that even what it is, like even if it's something that people have just put a faith in that's given it a living energy, that's, you know, because a lot of people kind of like, we work with Santa Muerte a lot now.
Okay. And
oh my goodness, it's literally it's almost natural. You can light her candles and just like we tease, we keep her fed and keep her kind of bougie, and we're good. She is. Yeah. I tease. Curtis goes, "What?" I said, "No, she's a little bougie. She kind of likes some gaudy shit, but that's okay. I like gaudy shit. I get it."
Well, something I always found interesting was the fact that, you know, when you get these religious teachers that of any faith that we have in today's world that try and teach you anything, when it comes to the topic of the temple, they try to always make it a physical structure, and they try and get you to separate yourself from your humanity and your spirituality, because the temple that scripture literally speaks of is you. Yes. You are the temple.
Yeah. Now that kind of gave me some chills, because the last code I was in, we had this thing called the Temple Man, right? Which was basically like Kabbalah. It was stuff that he was taking from Kabbalah. And, you know, most black people, we don't know shit about fucking Kabbalah. Like, I still don't really know exactly, like, how it works and stuff. But...
yeah, that's interesting. Curtis actually explains it a lot, where I've even able to understand it better, the tree and how it works. In fact, he's been working with that lately, going over the 166, I guess, like, technically.
Yeah.
Like the angels.
Well, I teach beyond duality, man. I really don't. Have you ever heard I don't want to get into what I talk
Curtis,
about. Really
have you ever heard of the theory of one?
Yeah, I have.
And what's your thoughts on that?
Well, I believe in the one dragon. See, for me, what I teach, I consider it to be, I believe that God is important, but I use the dragon as the symbol for me, because that's beyond male and female. It's beyond black and white. It's beyond human. It's been both feared and revered in all cultures since the beginning of time. And what does all scripture say? We should fear God.
Right.
Yeah.
We should love God. So it's a symbol for me, but it's just a symbol. It's divinity. So that one, I believe that we are all scales on the body of the one.
Right.
So that means that we are not separate. And even according to modern science, we are not. I mean,
No, according to
molecularly.
science, well, molecularly, and we
Yeah.
also resonate the same frequency that
Right.
actually interacts with each other.
Exactly, like tuning forks. If we did not resonate at a similar frequency, we could not interact with each other.
And
But
and
see,
that's
this is
why
where
this
the spiritual alchemy occurs, though, because the same is true when we start conjuring angels
right.
or saints.
And a lot
Or
of times we confuse what we think is angels with actually demons.
Right.
yeah, well,
Because really,
yeah, they're the
correct me
same.
if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe that there is scripture that actually states that when original sin was supposedly committed and Adam and Eve were removed from the garden, that that was when God actually gave the devil rule over this planet. That he and stated that he is the Lord of the earth during this time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's going to be various schools of thought in regard to that, and it depends on different Gnostic traditions. But when you're talking about canon, I mean, really, the devil's bloodline, according to canon, would begin with Cain.
Right.
The QU,
which is the
Cain.
son.
And then was reborn again with, I believe, Seth, right?
Yeah. And it's interesting, though, because we have to understand and look at this. Like Naamah, who is the wife of Noah, is also queen of the black earth on the night side of the tree.
And she is considered black in a lot of.
Now, let's look at the term and the name, the etymology of Solomon. People don't understand that. They hear Solomon and they think Yahweh was his God.
And he wasn't.
No, Solomon, listen, soul. S-O-L, this means sun. Oman comes from the Kemetic Amun, which means black or hidden. So Solomon means black sun. Here's the foreshadowing.
He was talking about the black sun with the Adolf Hitler.
Yeah. Well, he took shit. I mean, Hitler just really bastardized an ancient sacred symbol. Dude.
He did that with the Norse too.
Well, that's because he was clinically insane. Really, he was schizophrenic.
And the thing is, it's like most people. Unfortunately, he was intelligent too. That's what's scary. That's why we get these cult leaders.
Most cult leaders are intelligent and able to speak very well.
Yep.
Yes, and kind of sweep what they've done under the rug. He's never come out. E.A. Koetting has never come out from his mouth that I've seen say that he's no longer associated with them. With the 098, sorry, or the Temple of Blood and all this.
Now, see, with Hitler, I always found it interesting with him that he's literally half Jew.
Yeah,
I've heard that too.
and that's funny considering that.
Well, I'll bring up another interesting point of view here, because there's some people that tell me that Hitler was actually just trying to protect Germany from the Federal Reserve Bank, which was owned by the Jews,
right? From the Zionists.
Yeah, and that's what I tell people, because there's a difference between Jews and Zionists.
Well, there is that quote that what was it? General Patton had given after World War II, where he said, "I believe that we actually fought and defeated the wrong enemy."
Wow. You know what's funny? My dad actually.
Yeah, and then when you look at this, okay, we supposedly win this war, and now who's running our country? It's the Federal Reserve Bank.
You know what's creepy is though that General Patton, my dad was in the he was, well, they say in Vietnam the the intelligence, the radio guys weren't there, but my dad was very much there. Anyway, that he was Patton's son, was my dad's, I guess, like sergeant, whatever. He was his superior, but and he really liked my dad. But it's funny because my dad will tell stories about Patton's son, and I'm like, oh, okay, because it's just where my mind takes Patton is like, okay, wow, that's. It's a lot. And I always laugh because it's like, oddly, my dad being in that sect of the government at that time, my dad had higher clearance than the president. Literally, and this is no joke. My dad did have higher, like when they were like checking out his background when he joined the army, because the draft was happening, and he was smart enough to realize, well, at least if I go and sign up, I get to pick what I do.
Yeah.
And so he did that so that he could have his own choice. My dad's a pretty smart man, and he still is. He's old mean ass at times, but he's very intelligent. But so he goes, and I guess people from the government, from the army, came and like questioned. They thought my dad had done something, had gotten in some trouble, because they're all down here, like there's people from the government questioning us on you, Woody, and and they. But what was odd is my dad has had to be like tested for Agent Orange. I said, like, watch the fucking government have made your like sperm all fucked up, and you've had a weird baby like me, and now I'm in some weird cult. There we go. No, I mean, like, it's weird how, because when you think about how things can get so, it sounds so out there. I would have never thought that. I would have, like, when Curtis would say these people were literally like, they harass him or they'll send spies. I thought, okay, yeah, there might be a little truth, but maybe he's just paranoid. Maybe they've fucked with him enough that it's fucked. But it was all true.
Yeah.
And the thought that how much things and how many layers can be hidden from us in these type of things.
It's like peeling an onion.
Dude, it's kind of frightening, because it's like, I don't know if I want to know anymore. It's like, maybe I don't want to know.
Yeah, you kind of get to a point to where you wish you could like go back to sleep, like APOC in the Matrix when he says, "Man,
Yes.
do you ever wish you would have? Why you didn't just? Why didn't I just? Yeah,
anything?
why didn't I just take the blue pill?"
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, that's when I think that when it comes to the blue pill, that was something that Curtis and I were talking about earlier, is that I question. See, I didn't accept somebody telling me that Curtis was a bad person, because he was supposed to be this enemy, this bad person. But when you start getting like-minded people that are smart together, and they start putting the pieces together and just speaking out on them, and it wasn't just me and Curtis, it's other people that EA has literally tried to break them financially, mentally, curse them in every way, get other people to curse them, because
I know
honestly,
all about
when
that.
they leave, he's a third. When they leave EA, I feel like he's considered a threat. Yes, because Orly Stewart, she has amazing knowledge. She was raised Jewish. She has is smart in her own right, and they play her off as an ignorant person that has been manipulated by a man and turned against all of EA Koetting and his people. Literally, so they're making her out to be a victim. Oh, she can't help it. She's like being manipulated by a man. And then of course they go and attack the dude too. And all he did was let her know that she's in a cult. Yeah. So there we go. It circles around.
I
honestly believe
that. I gotta bring this up, guys. Forgive me real quick, but imagine this, man. Maybe this is the solution. What if we all just come to know the divine in our own way, and then talk to each other about our experiences and learn from each other?
That's where I'm at with it.
That's what I think it's supposed to be.
Yeah, me too. And that's what I'm saying. I think that's what the world is ready for. And I think really what this cult thing boils down to is the religious doctrines
that
in
have
general.
People and pushed us together, like Mike
because religious doctrines go back to political movements.
Right. And how can something that is supposed to be, so solidified in fact have such a big dogma to it?
Well, and every one of us get, whatever religion it is, we all get associated in these groups because something in our past or our childhood or God that we were told was supposed to be this wonderful God, and we question it because we don't just we're going to question things because we're not the same as everybody else. It's just going to accept what is.
Now, I think it was last year. I'm sure. What's your name, Kevin?
Oh, that's sorry. Curtis.
Yeah, Curtis. I'm sure you've probably read them. I don't know if you have, Killa, but about a year ago, I actually started looking into the Dead Sea Scrolls, and one of the actual books that I read that was really eye opening was the Book of Judas.
Yeah.
Oh God, that's wonderful, amazing. Because Jesus
Because
is
the
like,
book
who
of
are you
the
worshiping?
yeah, the Book of Judas literally answered all of the questions that I ever had for my pastor as a child growing up.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, what I
Yeah, I
love
gotta
is
check
that
that out.
Jesus
Well,
says, "Who are y'all worshiping? Like,
Well-
who the hell are y'all worshiping? Well, that's not my dad."
He literally laughed at the
Yes.
apostles
We've got to look at
for
scriptures. See, this is what I'm saying, man. When you look at the actual Greek and the Hebrew, Jesus Christ said he was Lucifer. That's why the Catholic
he's the morning
Church,
star.
Light bearer, yeah.
He said, "I am the bright and shining star, son of the morning." He's talking about Venus, and that's why his message was love, because Venus is associated with love. His message is simple: love thy neighbor like you would love yourself.
Yeah.
Your doctrines, your religions, none of that shit fucking matters.
Yeah.
And Jesus Christ did not
That-
come here to start a fucking church. Here's the ironic thing. The Bible states, no, I need to state this though, because the Bible fucking says that Satan will rule the church in the end of days. And all these motherfuckers believe it's the end of days, but they all believe in their church.
And they believed it was the end of days since the moment Jesus was fucking crucified, apparently.
But we also look at the one world religion that the Bible warns about. And when we open our eyes, we start to see that there's this Abrahamic
Christian
nucleus to all of it.
That's the Satan.
Yeah.
It causes division.
Yep.
Now,
A divided humanity cannot overcome the tyranny.
Well,
we are
did
all
an
scales
experiment
on the body of the one, man.
a
We
few
gotta
weeks
come
ago.
together.
I did an
Well, a lot of
experiment.
people leave.
Wait, hold on.
Go ahead.
I did an experiment a few weeks ago. I titled it, "How Does God Work for You?" Right? And people got on. A lot of my good friends and stuff that come on here got on, and some didn't get it. And it was just an experiment. I wanted to see what they would say. I had a cultist in here, Siberius, the sleeping serpent, the one Negi just burnt up a little earlier and shit, try to go at. But that's a whole other story. He came on and did his thing, but then he started to talk about Christianity. And like, yeah, that's stupid. I'm like, no. The title is, how does it work for you? How does God work for you? So then another woman that comes on is such a sweet lady. She's a diehard Christian. Like, she's the Christian, like she's the poster child.
She's an actual Christian.
Yeah. And
gotcha. Yeah.
She's a really, really nice woman. And she stands right next to me fighting these Hebrew Israelite cults. And she does a hell of a job. But there's a lot of her peers that really don't like me because I'm not Christian. Right?
And that blows my mind that anybody that truly, if they understood it like she does, or like she does, oh my gosh, they would see how wrong they are.
Well, modern Christians are actually the complete opposite of everything they claim to believe in.
My mom, I was raised, and I always thought my mom was a good person. My mom judges people, and
well, you got to also remember, it does state in the Bible that at the end of days, that the church will misrepresent itself.
And it states that which is good will be called evil, that which is evil will be called good.
Right.
Yep.
And this is what, but the thing is,
truth will be lies, lies will be truth.
Yeah, but the thing is, the truth is the lie. The lie is the fucking truth. The propaganda is always a part of the anti-propaganda. See, it's this choice of you've got this choice and this choice that is an illusion of choice. It prevents us from thinking outside of the box and employing critical thinking skills to come to real world solutions. Let's face it. There's enough fucking food on this world for every fucking man, woman, and child.
There's enough space on this world.
Man, woman, and child fucking eating.
Yeah.
I mean, think about how much of this world has still went undiscovered.
Oh yeah. It is funny because Nowadays, and I've noticed this, and it's funny because when I was finally just completely after leaving my youngest son's dad, I was still in church. I was still going to church at the time. I was trying to hold on to the last bit of hope that I had in this religion that was forced upon me. I'm like, okay, I was so. Anyway, I went to the elders of the church because my ex was abusing me. I was trying to do what the quote unquote Bible, like you work through these things of marriage does, whatever.
They tried to get you to leave him, didn't they?
No, they wanted me to stay.
Well, see, I had an exact opposite experience. I went to the elders of the church with my kid's mom that I was trying to get her to marry me with our problems. And the pastor actually, behind closed doors and behind my back, tried to talk her into leaving me.
See,
That happens
yeah.
too.
That's
And
crazy.
he works
But
like that.
here I was being beat the hell up. They saw him like verbally come at me. Like he didn't now he had attacked me in front of people. His own brother has seen it. I've had people see me get like being punched while at a red light, and they turn their heads. People will turn their heads. It's
Yeah.
sad,
Well,
but yeah, nobody wants to get involved.
I respect what you're doing, Killa, because there are not enough people that have been involved in the cult that you were in that are willing to speak out on it.
And for the amount of time too. Because a lot of people,
funny is
I've been in it 22 years.
Documentaries on it.
You were in it 22 years?
Yeah,
Wow.
22 years.
So you were like a fucking general then.
Pretty much. There's like nobody basically on the internet that
you were that
long as me.
You were that guy out on the street with somebody holding your Bible while you were quoting scripture, telling the white man he was the devil.
But I was too hard headed and I didn't stick around. Like I've been in many different sects. Like they all came out of one place.
Right.
And basically, it's like somebody that had a disagreement in the doctrine, started their own group. Or somebody left, saw it was bullshit, left, and decided to start a group and say, hey, I can get these money just like these people. So I would notice all these things. I would leave. I would join another group, stay a little bit and see the same thing. Leave, join another one, be the same thing again.
Now,
like,
it's insane though. Honestly, with yours, it was so dangerous because I have like just watching any kind of documentary with people trying to leave it. The amount of hate that is with that group.
Yeah,
reminds me a lot of the Klan. It reminds me of the Klan.
But here's the thing, though. They've got parts of the truth. Like, okay, Christ came to save dark-skinned people, right? Latino, African, right? This is what they say. But the thing is,
melanin, in the cult.
Listen, melanin is an alchemical key. Melanin is an alchemical key, and it is.
You giving these motherfuckers ammo right now.
but actually, every person on the planet, every person on the planet has melanin in their skin.
These people, they have to understand that when your Kundalini rises, okay, that friction creates melanin at the Agna chakra. Because what happens is your pineal gland starts to emanate light. Now, as the light starts to flash faster and faster, the 7 colors of the light spectrum start flashing at the same time. What happens when you conjoin all colors of the light spectrum?
Oh, they all turns brown.
It turns black.
Or black. Like I'm looking at it as like when you're a little kid in school, like in preschool, you mix all the colors together.
Black is literally the only color in the color spectrum that has every color of the color spectrum in it.
Right.
Yeah. Well, they say otherwise in art school, but black absorbs and therefore contains all colors of the light spectrum. But my point is this: when you start emanating that light and you're producing this black light, you start producing melanin, which is carbon. This creates the black diamond. In draconian lore, this is called the Dracontia. And it all deals with sexual energy and libido, man, and using that shit wisely and understanding that we should not cast seed on rocky soil and blah, blah, blah. But that's all doctrine. The point is we have to be good stewards of our body. Again, not negating the fact that our body is the temple. Regardless, the melanin is important. So everyone's got a piece of the puzzle. This is why we all need to talk to each other about our experiences.
Right.
And instead of hating each other, we got to listen to these people and say, well, you're right, because melanin is a key.
And when I did that
what I was taught over here.
That's
and
when
then we could all
everybody
come
was so
together and ascend, you know?
Yep. Everybody was so uncomfortable speaking with each other about their spiritual system or what God, how they make God work for them, or how does their religion. They had a problem. Everybody had a problem, like, and they would forget what it is because they're trying to outdo each other. Well,
Yes.
this and
Their experience is
you're
more
wrong.
important.
And, yeah, it was. And a lot of people, like a lot of the viewers, like, yo, that was a great show you did. Like, you brought a lot out of people.
You want to know how God works for me?
Yeah, go ahead.
I have actually learned, and I've actually started. I learned to start listening. You know that gut feeling you get about things?
Yeah.
That kind of like sixth sense intuition about things going on around you. That's literally God.
Yeah.
Telling you and speaking to you. And and the thing is are you willing and able to listen?
Listen.
Because he's trying to help direct you. It's just, are you listening to him or are you ignoring him?
Oh, let me tell you.
I'm sorry.
Well, like with me, I've done, and I've done it for a long time. I've done paranormal investigation stuff. I was on Paranormal Con on camera because, I just seem to have like active things happen around me. I always have, and growing up, I always thought I felt like I was being judgmental because I guess I was paying attention to the Christians around me. I didn't realize that I was actually reading people's energy because I was always right. Like this, I remember telling my mom, I was concerned about my sister hanging out with a certain girl. I said, she's bad. And like, what do you mean she's bad? How are you going to say that? You're just judging. I said, I couldn't explain it. I said, I don't know how. I just know she is. And Annie does. I told my sister does not need to be hanging out with her. My mom finds out my sister's been sneaking out, doing all this crazy shit, right? And freaks out. And then kind of just looks at me like I did it, or so I was always very careful about my intuition. I've had to learn that I listen to it. There's been some things that have happened. Like I've done readings where a person that her dad was killed and she saw it, but not like she couldn't remember everything because it was such a trauma. But her dad was murdered in Mexico. And she called me for a reading. And I said, you need to go outside. I said, unfortunately, I don't know if it'll ever get you your justice you deserve. But there is, I said, because I saw like this, I was seeing, through the dude's eyes, like what happened. And it was really traumatic. There was a bat, somebody, like physical, like it was just very bloody. But what I do see is when these guys are running and leaving out the house and they get back in the truck, their little vehicle, like a receipt, something falls out of the truck. I said, you need to go look where the car was parked. You'll find a receipt. There's going to be something there. And she sent me a picture of it. She says, I'm blown away. I said, I hope it helps, but like, don't be too, and I couldn't explain why I would see those things, but that is our intuition. We do have different gifts, whether it be, it helps other people. I feel like some people are like, they like just talking to them can make you feel better emotion. Like they heal something. We all can learn and help each other. I feel like most people have some sort of a gift, especially the ones that question things like we are, that don't like necessarily believe
I honestly believe there's a very few of us that actually are really aware and question things.
Well, I know that light and darkness are not mutually exclusive. They're mutually dependent. I mean, in reality, we know that absolute light and absolute darkness are both equally blinding.
Well, but you can't have absolute darkness because even if you have absolute darkness, all it takes is a pinprick of light to illuminate it.
Is shined, a shadow is cast.
But light can completely envelop darkness, whereas darkness.
All semantics.
But you know what
it's all semantics. What I'm saying is, it's all fucking one. there's nothing to argue about.
It's
Well,
all
that I do I
Yeah.
do agree with. Now
Like
let
the
me.
I mean,
universe.
that's
let me
because,
see.
but the fact that there's never darkness, because the darkness is the absorption of light.
Now let me
I
throw
mean,
an
that's
idea
my
at
point.
let me
It's the
throw an
void.
idea at you that like rocked my brain one day. I was talking to a buddy of mine, and I forget what it is he said that he's been studying. It's this art of being able to teach your body how to heal itself.
Interesting. Yeah.
All right, I forget what it's called.
Is it Ni Gung?
It's some weird word.
Okay.
But anyhow, I was sitting there talking to him about this new that's been proposed over the last couple decades. This theory that we live in a simulation. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he brought a actual idea to my head, or presented an idea to me that was so over the top profound that it literally made sense. Because he believes in that theory of us living in a simulation, but he said it isn't like a computer simulation like most people would think. It isn't like a video game or anything else. He said what the simulation is what we are really a thought within the creator's brain. That's what the simulation is.
That's yeah.
I can see that. I can see that.
Well, that was
So
in the
basically-
lyrics of a Ghost Main song.
Yeah, Ghost Main. Yeah, if you ever.
I mean, yeah,
That's interesting.
It's an interesting concept.
Ew.
I mean, and yeah, it's
We're
in
a
music.
we're
People
somebody-
are writing about this, but this is what I'm saying. These old ways are outdated.
So we're kind
People
of.
are waking up to this shit.
But the interesting thing is that was the case. Okay, theoretically, that we
Because
would
I mean,
be
the song literally states that directly, that we are all essentially like the mind of the creator experiencing itself.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Aspects of the divine imagination.
Shit, just take some salvia. You
That's what I
find
was
out
thinking.
real
It's
quick.
like an acid trip or something. Like, okay, the creator, we're part of the divine's acid trip. What the hell?
Right.
That's
you
why
take
they're
some
all
salvia,
talking
you'll
about
find out
DMT,
there's
you know?
definitely something else going on.
But I mean, when you look at the fractal nature of reality, it makes sense. Within a pentagram, there's an inverse pentagram. Within that is an upright pentagram. That goes on for infinity, as above, so below, as within, so without. We can't negate basic hermetics. So that I think that's why they do a lot of the fear campaigns, because as long as they can keep us scared of external circumstances, it opens up doors, inner doors of darkness that create dis-ease. That dis-ease happens societally, but then happens microcosmically within the human body through
Cancer.
and
I've always said that
illnesses,
stress, anger,
you know? Yeah.
anger will cause a cancer in a heartbeat. I like literally, I have to be very careful, but I'll say, hey, like, they'll look at me, what's wrong? I'm like, no, like, if you've been having headaches, just go get it checked. Sometimes I can feel it around a person, and I'll just kind of let them know they can go get it before it gets a problem. But I will almost sense it. I think it's just that energy of that anger or fear or whatever it is causing this buildup of something that they need to get checked. And what's funny is you just made me think of the Tao, right? Where darkness within darkness is the gateway to all understanding. Yeah. I love the Tao Te Ching. Because on the paranormal level, if I have I collect Ouija boards, and I have a couple of items, like letters that, Richard Rivera's wrote, because it's an occultist, I do push our limit. We push our limits. We have a video on YouTube where, Curtis, like, we channeled. Yeah, that was not intelligent, honestly. On my under the way I do.
I don't mess around with Ouija boards or tarot cards and that kind of shit.
That's funny. I saw a Ouija board in a corner store the other day, like in a regular, like corner bodega store. They had a Ouija board in there for sale.
I love it. That's crazy.
I don't love Ouija boards.
I don't either. I messed with one once as a child, and it scared the shit out of me.
Well, see, and
me too.
You know what's funny is I do.
Well,
I
see, what's crazy about that is I want you to understand, when I mess with this Ouija board, I was living with my dad in a totally different state. I just moved there. None of these kids that I was messing with this Ouija board with knew anything about my life prior to Indiana.
See,
you know what I'm saying?
Wow.
And I asked this Ouija board, dude, I asked this Ouija board a question specific to one of my close friends that had just passed away. And this Ouija board told me, spelled out his name and spelled out how he died.
Oh, wow.
And none of these people knew this.
That I had the same experience my first time, and I was actually
I threw that motherfucker in the trash and told her not to ever bring that garbage back to my house again.
Live Sci-Fi has it's a large YouTube show, and the first time I went on there, we went to and it's a place. It's called the Zozo Demon House. It's where Zach Baggins, they actually left that case because it got bad. Darren Evans, he's actually been on Ghost Adventures a few times with the Ouija board. I went out to that house. I met Darren, and anyway, we were all there. We were on the Ouija board, and these people, I'd never met any of these people before. I had just left an abusive husband, so everything on any profile I had was very private on the Ouija board, and I had never played one before at this point, and so I was kind of skeptical until it spells out. My oldest two boys' dad, I was married twice. My oldest two boys' dad, his name was Jacob. And at first, Darren goes, "You mean my son to Jacob?" And it went to no. And I said, "Are you talking about my boy's dad?" And it went to yes. And I said, "We ain't going to go there because, see, these people didn't know what was going on because they didn't realize at the time I had just found out that the boy's dad had been diagnosed with brain cancer. Because I knew at this point, there's something on this board that is testing my fear, and I have to keep my, I have to keep my calmness at a certain level because I'm not going to feed it something. Right. Then I said, "All right, what else do you have?" And then it starts spelling my ex that I had just left, who was harassing the hell out of me at the time. I was terrified. I was living in fear at that time, and it spells out his name. So I knew I could either crap myself and freak out and go home with an attachment because it caught my fear, right? Or I could turn the energy around. The shit works. I promise you. If you turn around and make everybody around you laugh, it takes the power away from whatever this negative is. Because
or if you just not fuck with it at all, you ain't got to worry about it.
I said, "All right, smartass, all right, smartass, tell me the name of my next baby daddy." And everybody starts laughing.
You're not supposed to ask them about the future.
Well, not technically, but at this point, I realized that I still had you. It depends on your power over this entity on the board, always.
Most people are too weak-minded.
I sit there,
because the rules are you don't ask it about the past because it may cause the past to haunt you, and you don't ask it about the future because it'll cause the future to come true.
Everybody else, I would say, yeah, absolutely not. Unless you have to be very careful. If you're going to do that, you have to speak with.
That's why I won't fuck with them.
But I've always been, successful with them. I've never had anything bad happen from them. Now, because when, Curtis is very good at channeling, I do it anyway, but now that I have somebody that I can watch and somebody that can watch over me when I do channel, it's I think it's safer, so that's why I'll push him a little bit more because I know how far he can go because it's not like he's been around this.
That's like playing with fire, though, man.
Well, and that's the thing. It's I will pull him out. I'll say, "Hey, we're done," and kind of snap because I will feel I can see.
Until that time, you can't no more.
Oh, no, and that's why I said we did when we tried to we pulled the energy. I have a written letter. So when you take something that Richard Ramirez writes one of these people that says fans, he writes them a letter. I get a hold of it because I'm a weird collector, right? That energy of him that is his energy into that letter, his thoughts and everything like that. So we used that letter I have to channel Richard Ramirez. Very unsmart thing to do. I do not suggest anybody to ever try it. But let me tell you, I think because of all the documentaries, I think people keep some spirits very healed and very very powerful for being a dead, he's non-corporeal. He has no body, but there is an energy there. And watching that video back, there's even a point where the shadow moves, and he's not, and Curtis isn't even moving. But you see a shadow move in a way that while Curtis is being still, and it was Curtis's shadow, or it's supposed to be. And I watched that back, and I said, "Fuck this." So, but the interesting thing, going back to the darkness thing, what we had to finally do to cover that, because that letter and everything we'd put together kind of was getting some activity. We had to cover it with black. Usually you'll use, like, if anybody has a haunted item, the best thing you could ever do is grab like velvet, that big thick velvet that's black, because it's somehow that darkness can absorb it. So it's weird that darkness within darkness is the gateway to all understanding. But even though that negative energy, wrapping that around it, what do you think? Neutralizes it, kind of? It's like it
puts it to sleep.
Yeah.
It's like putting a blanket
around
over
a baby
bird cage.
or a baby.
See, that's where, man, I won't mess with that negative energy. I spent entirely too many years of my life with negative energy.
Author, and I don't condone anything that I do, but I do this for a living. I'm a professional. I mean, I don't say people should do it.
And he doesn't lie to people and say, yeah. And that's the thing. He says, no, he said, it messed with me. He said, I felt this.
Well, look, I'm just telling you, one of the most evil people that I have ever witnessed and experienced in my life was my own father.
Ooh.
All right.
That's terrible.
And the thing is I did not realize just how evil and how much dark energy that man had in him, and how much of a stranglehold it had on me, and was literally affecting my mental state, my health, and my livelihood until my mom passed away, and I made him get away from me.
Oh, wow.
And see, the thing was, that man was so dark and so evil that I literally had to remove, when me and my wife moved from the house that we shared with my father, I had to remove every single thing that he ever was related to him.
Because
because that residual dark cloud. Well, look, the thing is when he first moved out of the house, there was like an instant, like, lifting of energy in the house. It was like there was this big black cloud that always hung inside the house, and when he left, most of that black cloud left with him.
It makes me wonder. I like, here I go, and what's funny is because I look at things. I would call I'm left hand path. I'm not really go Jesus. I believe in the infernal as well as I believe in good and bad. You know what I mean? Like, I believe in the balance, the dragon.
You can still get a Ouija board at Walmart.
But I'm almost going with, I do believe people can be possessed. Very much so.
That's pretty.
And I'm wondering about your dad, to be honest, because if you say it left like that, like a blanket, that's very.
What he just said, I can relate to what he had said, and also what kind of made a chill go up my spine too. He said when he left, it was like it left with him. Right. When I was in a cult, I noticed this. When I finally said, okay, this is it. The hell with all this shit or whatever, I'm done. I spent 22 years in it. And I say it to this day, that some of these people put spells on you. And when I finally said this is it, the next day, it was like a new world.
Dude,
my dad was a master manipulator, sir. A master manipulator.
That's insane. Well, and
he was capable of making you believe that you were incapable of doing anything without him.
But his family was the cult.
That's exactly what he does.
Yeah, his dad.
And look, he didn't make me feel that way, but he made a lot of other people do, and I just fucked him up. Like, I literally ran his ass off of YouTube for over 6 months, him wanting to kill himself.
Well, see, my dad. Well, look, this is how evil my dad is. The very first person to ever put a gun to my head and threaten my life was my father. You want to take a gander at how old I was when he did this to me?
5.
I was 7 years old.
Okay, yeah.
Wow.
That same day, I watched him drag my mom out the back of our house and beat her until she was black and blue and was in intensive care for 3 days.
See, and
I'm not done. I'm not done.
Ooh.
Afterwards, after I watched him do that, I took my sister because I was her only protector. She was me and her 18 months apart. You know, I grabbed her. We went and ran in the house to hide. Well, after my dad got done beating my mom because the cops were coming to get him because someone called the cops on him, he come running into the house, went into the bathroom, and then I watched my dad come sit at the dining room table with a straight razor and try and commit suicide right in front of me.
What?
Man.
See,
when my mom, now after my mom passed away 30 years later, my dad calls me up after he moved out of the house because he's mad at me and tells me, why don't you just do everybody a favor and go shoot yourself?
Wow.
This was after he spent a year trying to get me to commit suicide.
Dude. That's so, see, that's what's so, I feel so bad because like my son saw that happen to me at 8.
My wife begged my dad to quit, to lay off me because my wife was having health issues that we couldn't figure out. I was worried. My daughter was living with her mom and she was having issues with her mom and her mom's boyfriend. And my mom was dying of cancer at the same time. And my dad just kept digging and digging digging and digging to the point to where I shut down internally and wouldn't talk to nobody. I regressed into this dark hole. I fell into a really bad meth addiction and he almost pushed me to commit suicide. It was my wife and a couple of my friends from the militia that saved me one night because they actually saved me the night that I was going to go out and end my life.
Wow. That's wild because you know what's funny is like your dad, and this is one thing that Curtis and I was talking about, like when there's different forms of magic, and one of the most intense but happens without a person even realizing they're doing it. They do not have to be a practicing magician, but chaos magic, this is how it works. If he's saying these things out loud, because I've had a very bad experience, I'm not, I've had to learn hard from it. We say things very passionately because we're angry. And it's funny because why do you think our elders tell us to watch what we say or the thoughts we have? Because guess what? They're like a form. They're a spell. It's a spell.
Well, so if your but words only have as much power over you as you allow them to have.
Right. But if your dad's saying those words with anger and intent and wishing bad upon you because he's angry and hurt, and it's out of his own hate and ego and all these awful things, it can affect those he's saying it towards. And that's why it's very so him moving out was the best thing. Like you said, when he moved, the darkness left.
What's ironic is once he moved out too, me and my wife actually started seeing real success in our life for the first time.
He was the dark side. He was cursing you in a way, almost just because of his anger.
My dad was the one who prevented and stifled me from ever progressing in life.
Feeling, bro. Trust me, I know that feeling.
Well, look, dude, for instance, when my dad realized that he was starting to lose power over me, and my wife just caused me to realize this a couple days ago when we were talking about it. I just got my GED about 5 years ago. All right. And when I got my GED, all right, it was wild how I got it. I had a book that I was studying. I went to open it up. I went to start studying and I looked at the wife and I was like, this is kind of fucking redundant to go through this big ass book and not know what I really need to study. So maybe I ought to just go take the test and see what I fail and then study that and go take the test that I fail. So I go up and I take the GED test. This is 20 years after being in high school. All right, mind you. I go up, I take the test, I pass it. The entire thing.
Nice.
All right. This is a kid, and this is 20 years of Nothing. Well, that right there, I think, is what caused the friction and for my dad to start losing power over me. Because I proved that I was better than him and that I was
you empowered yourself in a way.
Right. That he couldn't take from me no more because he always used that against
hold
me.
it over your head.
The same thing happened to me, bro, recently. The same exact thing. I had to go take a test. I just went back to school. It was the same thing. I'm like, oh shit. Like I passed and like I don't
even know how, dude.
I fucking
I mean, look, dude, when I took the test, I already assumed that I was going to do well with science and in social studies because I'm a history and government buff. You know, that's what I study. And science, I've always loved science, you know, because that's the study of study of life, basically. But math, that was always my downfall. And look, today's math test for the since you know this, you know today's math test for the GED is a little bit of basic math. And when I say basic math, you get like maybe a handful of multiplication, division, fractions, and decimal questions. And the rest of it is all algebra, trigonometry, and geometry. Shit I know nothing about.
Yep. I was in school last week. And the instructor was like, yeah, you know, all of you guys know trigonometry. I was like, I don't. And everybody in the whole class just turned around and looked at me. I was like, I didn't learn algebra. I was like, I went to community college 1 year.
Well, look, brother, what's wild? Well, what's wild about the math test?
That's me and Curtis too.
What's wild about the math test is I was sitting there and I was going over those trig and geometry questions and the algebra, and it was like something inside my head like took over. It was like my brain and went on autopilot, and something, I don't know what did it, but something started taking these equations and breaking them down in a form to where it looked like I knew what I was doing. And what I basically did is out of the multiple choice questions, I picked the one that was closest to the answer I got out of my work. And I literally passed the math test dude, if I would have missed one more question, I would have failed it.
Hey, it's okay. You use context clues. That's all right. You did it.
Yep.
That's great. No, you know what's funny is here, because even Curtis and I do not like math. And a lot of times,
I understand algebra now, though, because algebra is the language of life. Everything you do in life can be written in an algebraic
Everything
form.
in life can be written in number. Even what's his name, Maynard James Fortool talks about the
Fibonacci sequence.
Yes,
I learned about what he just said about algebra and the acid trip.
Well, look,
I was younger. I figured that one out.
That's how I figured out about algebra, honestly, and how it's relevant to life. Is I was doing mushrooms.
Exactly.
It's weird though, but and then you start. Well, think about it though. It when Maynard Fortool, when he came up with they accidentally came up with that. Which song?
when they wrote Lateralis, Lateralis. When they wrote that, he accidentally every bit of it follows the Fibonacci sequence all the way down.
I don't even know how he did.
Look, dude, the actual chord structure, the time signature, the way the fucking lyrics fall in with the fucking verses. Is all every bit of it's all wrapped into the Fibonacci sequence. And what's funny about the Fibonacci sequence is a sequence of natural life. And that's why people can look at somebody and instantly tell if they've had like a facelift.
Oh yeah. Oh well, and then what's funny
because with the Fibonacci sequence, if everything's perfectly done the way nature intends it.
The brainstem will look a lot like what lightning or tree roots and stuff. Like they will show how the patterns of like our body, our organs and stuff will there's going to be a similarity in the earth or in the water, or it's very interesting at how there's so many things that, well, it's kind of like when people are getting into the different, the geometry type stuff too. It's overwhelming, honestly, because there is mathematical, scientific things that. What is the one thing that you were working with that when you did Armand that you had the NASA you helped start? Because Curtis actually had a student that was worked for NASA at one point, wasn't it?
No, Klein.
Yeah.
Oh no, the actual spirits that I was working with started teaching me about dark matter and dark energy, and how this is actually what people are tapping into when they are creating manifestations of spirits or creating shifts within reality, because dark matter is essentially creative potential. And they also pointed out the fact that, I don't know, there was a lot that was taught. But anyways, after all this was said and done, I found out that it actually fit within the scientific model of the universe, because only 4% of reality is physical.
When you're dealing with spirits or whatever, like for me, just learning a little bit within like the past year or two, I was speaking about it earlier before you guys came on, that I'm starting to on my own. I don't know if I'm correct or not, that these entities or whatever don't actually exist, but it's I want to say energy, but like Negi had said too, that like energy wouldn't be the right word to describe it. But
I would. I'll explain.
I will describe it as an ex-meth addict. I always call them shadow creatures.
Right. I get.
Do you think it's part of yourself? A part of like
I don't. I honestly believe that these shadow beings have always been here and are always there. It's just most people can't see them or don't even realize they're there, but they're always around. The thing that I've noticed is the thing is like myself, the last 2 years, I've started seeing them more and more frequently. And I don't even do anything but smoke weed anymore.
When you say shadows, though, are they dark? I'm like, okay, can you see through them?
They're like solid shadow.
Okay, you'd need to probably get your house cleansed.
No,
I mean, here's the thing: basic hermetics, as above, so without, so below, as within, so without. This states that they are a part of us.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing: when we just talked about the power of one, so that means these things are not separate from us.
No, it's all the energy that's always around us. Right, I think they just live on a different plane.
We're just talking basic logic here, though. When these things are brought into focus, like, let's understand that chaos as a principle exists within nature as it is. It doesn't have a physical body, but when we call upon it, right? When we give it a body like incense smoke, or we give it a gateway like water,
right?
Now it has a vehicle through which it can manifest itself. That vehicle is a focal point for us as finite, physical human beings to communicate with the potential of chaos. All of these principles exist in nature. All of these beings, the 72 angels of the Shemhem Farash, these are the positive end of the battery. The 72 demons of the Goetia, these are the negative end of the battery. Guess what? Without both ends of the battery, you generate no power and there is no God.
Now, that's something that Siberius, he's a person that's a cultist and stuff that comes on my channel, right? Okay. And that's one of the first things I learned from him. It was the thing about the battery and how like there's a negative and a positive, and you can't have the battery won't work without both.
Right. And that's
and you really got to look at it on this aspect too. That I've always
I'm not scared.
Well, that's what I'm saying. This is something that me and my younger brother had kind of had an epiphany on. Is you got to really understand that if everything was created by God and everything that God created is divine, then even things that are evil have to be divine because they were created from a divine person.
Yes, you're right. Yeah. That's why people that sit there and want to assume a demon is negative, like I said, okay, like, and this is how I've tried it. My parents will never understand it because, to them, I've turned my back on God. But what I said is, okay, if I am to understand the darkness in people, it's like, I'm not going to go to a foot doctor if I'm having brain surgery. So I'm not going to go to a positive side angel when I'm trying to learn about darkness within human nature.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna tell you that I've seen
going to a brain, like to go to a foot doctor for brain surgery.
I've seen the most devout Christians look so lost and empty inside, whereas myself, I have actual clarity of what's going on and understanding, and I accept that my fate is it's going to happen. So why should I be afraid of that which I can't control to begin with? It's inevitable. So I might as well embrace it.
I've noticed that or just for lack of a better way of saying it, witchcraft, right? Mm-hmm. And when I'm starting to realize too that I always been doing this, even a Christian in the Christian church does witchcraft.
They do all the time.
Prayer is witchcraft.
Oh, if you've been to an I can't say evangelical, I can't talk right now, but like one of the, woo-woo happy Jesus churches.
Yeah, where they speak in tongues and all that shit.
Yes, well, okay, you will, okay, you can be in there and you might feel this weird energy. That's everybody trying to elevate it for the same reason.
Yeah, that's what they call being baptized in the Spirit.
But that's collective people's energy raising their vibration all at once. That, if the world did that all together, not necessarily for Jesus, just but for
the world. Well, that's the thing is I've been telling people the world is doing something all together. They're all hating.
Well, yeah.
And that's why you have all this hate and anger all over the globe.
Yeah.
And I noticed division. All the other religions that I've been in, I get the same experience. Like when I'm dealing with myself, not on some coach shit, but say like I'm praying to the God or whatever I think or who or whatever position the God I think is in, I'm getting the same thing. I'm getting the same feeling. The same things are being answered for me.
Me and the wife get the same feeling when we go out in the woods, go hiking.
Yes.
Things like that when we're out in nature. There's like burial mounds close by where we live. And first time we went to these burial mounds, me and her both felt this instant. It was like overwhelming rush of energy that almost like lifted us up off the ground type of overwhelming rush.
That sounds a lot like a lot of people will. Belial will kind of rush. I always tease. It's like this really. He's ADHD almost. It's like it's not a slow. It's like boom, but it's that same chill, that same whoa. Like do you feel that? But a lot of because people see him as negative, they don't realize how much he can teach. He is the way I best describe him. He doesn't bow to anything. He is, he is. And he is kind of like, I can consider him more of a punk rock kind of demon, if you could like describe one. He's not, he's going to do him. He is going to be straightforward and honest, but like, now I know that some people that will test him, and you want to always go with any of these entities with respect, as long as it's kind of like an exchange of energy. I'm not going to be an asshole to you if you're not going to be an asshole to me.
Well, I just make sure that I don't deal with assholes anymore. If you're an asshole, I walk away from you.
Absolutely. And that's what's funny.
Well, first I expose you and then I walk away from you.
Yeah, there you go.
Heck yeah.
Because that's what I've been doing here as of just recently, is now I'm on this new quest to expose all these frauds all over YouTube.
Dude, there's
on the Witchfinder General.
Oh my gosh!
Hey, Killa, while I'm on it, man, I think that there's a couple dudes that you would really enjoy if you ain't heard of them. There's this guy, his name's David. He has a channel called The Hood Conservative.
Okay.
Culture and Politics. You should check him out.
Yeah.
He's got this series that he's been doing on the mythology of Yakub.
Oh shit.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, is he talking about the big-headed scientist?
Yeah, the one that supposedly created white people.
Yeah, that's from the Nation of Islam.
You know that whole, yeah.
Big head scientist.
Yeah. You know the Yaqub that actually went across the desert on a horse with a fully automatic AK-47.
Oh wow!
in the gene, the brown germ,
right?
And I know.
And then there's another, and look, then there's another brother. His name is SKC. All right, you want to check him out because he's doing he's doing this psychological kind of investigation on, and he's a brother, mind you, but he's doing this psychological. He's got this psychological theory on what is called the communita, which I know you understand that.
Okay.
The black communita, the community as they call it. But
I call it over here. We call it blackology.
Right. and he says that there's what it is his theory on this is these guys that are part of the community, these men and women that call the black women God.
Yep.
All right. These strag single baby mothers that want to effeminate their sons. That what it is they really aren't the same kind of species as the rest of us. And he has a real psychological process that he's going through to try and understand this. I mean, seriously, he's digging deep into
like
it.
They've been watching the Witchfinder General. That's what it seems like.
That's why. Look, dude, that's why I'm trying to direct you their way because I think that you guys would all really kind of mesh well together. I think that
my take on that is that cults have infiltrated the
everything
black community, and it has become normalized to the point where there's black people that believe and support these cults, even though they're not joining in it, and they use some of these cult ideologies in their everyday decision making. For instance, like Afrocentrism, right? Yep. When that first came out, it was created to give black. They said the definition of it is like it was created to give black people self-esteem, right? After the civil rights movement. And what it has done, and it slipped this way in. They started coming out with stuff like Ivan Van Sertima, We Came Before Columbus, where he's saying that Africans came to the Americas before Columbus, which I done did videos on. That's absolutely
that's that whole Moore shit that fucking what's his name? Tariq Nasheed fucking the Hidden Colors series and all that shit.
Yep.
The latest broken fucking documentary he did.
Look at Public Enemy, for instance, right?
Right.
White people love Public Enemy. And
white people are actually the enemy.
But I wouldn't say all that. But like there's a lot of crazy shit,
I'm not saying to all black people. I'm saying to these ones that fall into that trap.
Right. Now, there's white people that love Public Enemy. They listen like they did the song with Anthrax and all that shit, right? Now you get to Wu-Tang today. Right in the 90s.
Has anybody ever told you sound a lot like KRS-One?
Oh, I used to love KRS-One. I can't stand him.
But you sound a lot like him when you speak.
Thanks. But that it what people like don't know. Like you see white kids listening to Wu-Tang, but do they realize that the foundation of Wu-Tang comes from the 5%ers that believe the white man is the devil?
No, most of them don't.
And same thing.
Because I didn't realize that when I listened to him either, dude.
And I wasn't aware of that.
That's interesting.
Yeah, they love the music.
Hell yeah,
I used to be a huge ODB fan when I was younger, a Method Man and Redman fan, dude. Yep. And I didn't realize that that's what the whole Wu-Tang Clan was really about. Was that until I got older?
The Nation of the Gods and Earths. They were a split off from the Nation of Islam with Louis Farrakhan. It was a man named Clarence 13X. I think he got kicked out of the Nation of Islam, and he started teaching the lessons that Fuad Muhammad gave Elijah to regular city ghetto kids. So the dudes that was on the corner selling drugs, the kids that was on the corner smoking weed, or the drunks, the winos, he started teaching the lessons to them and saying that you're God.
Oh.
So the whole thing snowballed. The whole hip hop community in the beginning is the majority of 5%ers. You got Eric B. Rakim.
Right, they were trying to indoctrinate the youth with their ideology.
Right, and then you get groups like Killer Army, Sons of Man, who split off of Wu-Tang. Right, that those are my favorite rap groups. And I did a video not too long ago where I read the lyrics of some of these things. I'm like, look, this is terrorist music. They're talking about sitting on a roof, ready to kill white people, whoever that don't agree with what they believe in. And it goes right over to people's heads.
It really does.
Yo, but that's a good point, because I bet you there's a lot of white people that listen to it and don't even realize it.
More white people.
They don't.
Now, here's another interesting point.
There's more white people that listen to that music than black people too nowadays.
But the
I live in
point
Connecticut. You go to Fairfield, Connecticut. You see a white Jewish kid driving his car, pumping Wu-Tang,
not realizing that he's pushing hate.
Right.
To connect the point to E.A. Koetting, a lot of these fucking fans ain't never read his books. They don't understand that the books actually propagate and give instructions for human sacrifice. You know what I'm saying? It's, you know, and even Andre, man, he did that song. What the fuck was it? Hey, yeah.
Yeah.
That song sounds so happy and joyous, but it's about the shitty relationships that exist in modern America.
Right.
And how nobody is connected anymore. And nobody realizes it. They don't even know what they're listening to. People are fans of something that they don't even know what they're fans of. It's all a culture in front of our
It
face.
is. Well, I've been telling people for years. Well, look, I've been telling people for years, because like I have stopped watching like mainstream TV. I don't watch TV. I don't watch award shows. I don't watch sports. I don't watch none of that shit anymore for probably, it's been about 7 years now.
Yeah, it's been 20 for me.
And the thing is since I stopped watching, look, dude, the more with each year that goes by that I don't watch that shit, and I'm not being actually hit with those spells that they're putting out in those award ceremonies and halftime shows and this, that, and the other, the clearer I can think, the easier I can see past all the fucking bullshit that's fucking muddying up everything. The easier I can hear through all the static and noise that's trying to hide what's really going on.
Yeah. And like people will call me all day asking me the stupidest shit, and they walk around with $900,000 phones.
Right, and don't know how to use them.
Yeah, and don't know how to use them. And they watch TV all day, and they're like, what do? You haven't had cable in your house since 2000? Or a TV? Like,
I read books.
Turn that shit on. Read
guys,
books.
I'm gonna get to bed, but you guys have a good night. It's been fun. I've enjoyed it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'll enjoy it. You're welcome over here anytime.
Sweet, sounds good.
Your husband, you said he wrote some of the books for E.A. Koetting, you were saying? You still there?
I am, but I think he probably left with her to put her to bed.
Okay.
I mean, I know I would if it was my wife. I would have went and, did that whole, hey, all right, love you, good night, deuces.
Yep. Okay.
Actually, dude, this is the first time I've got up here and talked to you. But this is the first time I've ever gotten up here and talked to you before. If you recall, I tried to talk to you on this level once or twice before in your chat about some of this stuff. But I don't think that you is 100% ready for some of that yet.
Wait, I think, you know what? That's when Siberius was first coming on, I think.
Right.
Oh,
because if you recall, I was sitting there telling you about all these spells that's going on, and that's why this shit's going on. All these people are lost and caught up in all these spells that have been cast on them. That's why I stopped watching all these things. There's a bigger picture, and there's literally this big spirit. People are confusing what's going on with something. They're everything that's going on. This is a spiritual warfare that we're actually in right now, and I believe that wholeheartedly. Because of all the evil that is running rampant, because of all the negative energy and the hateful energy that is so easily accessible today.
Now, for one thing, like the conspiracy thing, I have learned, or to reevaluate, I guess you could say, after the cult, I started to look at all the things that I believed in, that things that I thought that I knew that I used to make decisions, random decisions in my life and stuff. I got a couple of videos where I debunked a lot of these conspiracy theories and stuff. But lately, within the last like month or two, I've been like noticing things are just a little like on my own. Like, you know what I mean? Not from watching YouTube videos and nothing like that.
Just your own perception of what's going on around you.
Yeah. And I'm like, even with the cult thing, I'm just like, could this Hebrew Israelite thing be some type of government thing? And like the type of shit I'm on now, I'm not on that anti-government thing. I'm fucking motherfucking Donald Trump out this motherfucker. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm all the Make America Great Again. Well, like, whatever, right?
Well, look, dude, I'm one of them guys that voted for Trump the first time around, but I actually, because I've been paying such close attention to his movements and what's been going on, I have a theory about him and what's going on right now with that.
Yeah, it is not like I voted for Trump or whatever. I didn't vote for nobody. But
this last time I didn't either. I wrote on the last election, I wrote in freedom and liberty for president and vice president.
But it's like the Nagy was talking about something the other day that struck my interest. When I was talking, I'm like, dude, like this Israelite shit is a little like weird. Like, why are these people? Because like, you know, the government, like the COINTELPRO. You say COINTELPRO, the black people, they're like, oh, all this shit, right? Mm-hmm. And then I'm like, okay, if you have a country, you kind of got to do shit like that to keep, if you want to keep your country the way the fuck it is with all the laws of like the land and stuff, you want to keep that, you got to do shit like that. And where they would create a group, right? Say like a Hebrew Israelite group, or let's just say the Nation of Islam, right? Say if they made that, what it would do was be a magnet for all the people that would be potentially against the country,
right?
And organize,
it keeps them all collectivized in one area.
Right.
Same thing as like today's militia groups and patriot groups. That's the same thing that they're doing with them. Because look, obviously, because of what you've started delving into, like myself, the things that I've gotten myself into, people like us, we are literally on watch lists.
Yeah. When I was like, I know I'm on that motherfucking list. For real.
They watch us, and see, the reason why they watch us is because we have the ability to be, and I believe honestly that you do, because I've listened to how you engage with people. You have the ability, as I do, to where you can literally go and sit down and talk to even your enemy.
Yeah.
And have a discussion with them.
Yep.
You know, and may not always find common ground, but you can at least sit down and have a discussion and get an idea of why they're where they're at, and maybe come back and address it and work from there, you know? And and to be honest with you, people that are trying to destroy what we call freedom and our way of life, they don't like people like us. I've always labeled people like us kind of like it's a corny term, but the Divergent from like the Divergent series.
Yep.
You know, because we can see all this stuff around us that other people overlook. You know, kind of like that movie that had Rowdy Roddy Piper in it. When he had put the glasses on, he could see Obey, you know, Obey comply, fucking buy, spend on all the signs. And then when he took them off, you know, everything was back to the normal spiel. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Because I know, like myself, once I really started becoming aware of what's going on, now it's to the point to where I see all this indoctrination, all this rhetoric, all this push for divide and hatred. It's literally branded in everything that we have, you know, everything that we use in our life. It's in our clothes. It's in our food. It's in our fucking music. It's on the billboards. It's on the TV. You know, it's everywhere.
But in a little way, I kind of think that some of this shit is on its way out. I have a tiny little thing in my heart to think that racism might be playing itself out.
You know what? I will agree with that. And the reason why I will say I will agree with that is I've always looked at the idea of racism like a living, breathing organism.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what happens when a something that is living and breathing realizes that it's starting to die? It starts to fight harder to stay alive, right?
Yep.
And there's a small period or point in its life where it fights and does everything it can to make itself super relevant before it finally fizzles out.
Yep.
That's where we're at with racism right now. Racism knows that it's dying out, that people are starting to really wake up and realize that the racism that we used to think existed hasn't existed in this country for quite a while.
Yeah.
None of us have ever experienced it.
Dying by the minute.
Yeah, none of us, people our age, like I'm
dying by the minute.
I'm Gen Xer. I'm assuming you're a Gen Xer.
Yep. I graduated in 93.
I graduated in 90. Well, I was supposed to graduate in 98. But I graduated in 2016, I think, 2017. Yeah. But anyhow, I'm a Gen Xer. And, you know, I've never lived this racism that I've been taught existed.
Yeah.
I've never witnessed it. I mean, if this racism really existed, I shouldn't be able to go to, like, for instance, go to the city of Indianapolis that I don't live that far from and go to the grimiest fucking ghetto I can find and sit on a stoop and have a conversation with people that don't look like me. That shouldn't happen. I should be fucking, you know, manhandled, killed, and end up in a ditch somewhere as soon as I step foot. But that ain't how it is. That's not the reality of life. I've tried to find this reality that they say exists, and I've never been able to find it anywhere other than on social media.
Yeah. Like I seen a little, the tail end, I guess you could say. And I know people before us and stuff seen it.
Right.
But now, like we used to go say, I said this a couple times on my channel. Back in the day, you see kids playing basketball, the basketball court, and they got one white dude playing ball. And somebody would say, yo, that white boy can't ball. Like, right?
And then he dunks on everyone.
Everybody would laugh and the game would continue on, right? Now, if I go out to the basketball court and be like, yo, that white boy can't ball, the black kids might whip my motherfucking ass.
Right.
Like, what the fuck? You racist, motherfucker. You racist.
Well, see, that's something that I've noticed is this younger generation that's coming into adulthood is on a totally different time than everyone else.
Right. Totally different time.
Like it's weird. It's almost like all these, you know, biases and these misconceptions that people from our generation and the boomer generation are trying to keep relevant. They're like, you guys are stupid.
Yep.
You know, why would you eat? I've talked to some of these young kids and they're like, why do you even talk about that? You realize just the idea of talking about it manifests that shit.
Yeah. Yep.
You know, and see, that's the thing that, look, like me, the reason why I'm on here a year ago, I got on YouTube. And I got on YouTube for a purpose. You know, we were all locked down. So I got on YouTube, and what I did is I wanted to get and engage with people that I've never really engaged with, you know, people that I normally wouldn't talk to, you know, and more so I wanted to focus on understanding the black community.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That way, because look, dude, I've always been one of the people like, I don't understand this shit. How are you saying that I'm privileged and my life has sucked?
You know what? That's interesting you say that. But I think white people have been trying to figure that shit out for quite some time now. And the reason I said that, a good example was the Hebrew Israelites back in the 80s, late 80s, early 90s. They were on public access TV. It's like a TV channel that they would have like the college or something, a studio.
Yeah, and they would talk about the genocide of white America.
Yeah. So like anybody could go have the TV show on that channel, right? Mm-hmm. So they would be on there, and the majority of their viewers are white. Where they were like, and a lot of them believed it. Like when I first became an Israelite, I'll go to my white friends and show them, look what the Bible says, like, right? And like, you know, I'll be joking with them. I'm like, look, y'all motherfuckers is going to hell. I was like, you about to be a slave, like, right? And so didn't take it too well. I remember one of my good friends, he left me in his old goddamn house. He had to go walk around the block to get himself together because he couldn't believe what I showed him in the book. It was on some cult shit. Like, know what I mean? The shit wasn't like necessarily true, but he believed it just like I believed it. And it fucked him up. Like, it fucked him up bad. Like, you can see it, his mind was
well, it fucked me up the very first time I had an introduction to the Hebrew Israelites. It was about, I think, 5-6 years ago, and I ran across something on. It was when I was on Facebook. Somebody had put a video clip that I'd seen, and it was these brothers talking about like wanting to genocide white America. That talking about how the streets of America were going to be soaked in the blood of white children, and they just kept talking all this hateful, evil shit. And there's like this one little black kid that was hanging out with some white dudes. And, you know, they kept asking him, why are you even hanging out with the white demon, the white devil?
They used to do
like
that.
You realize that the only, you know, they were like, you realize the only purpose he serves is to life. That is it. You know, and I'm sitting here and I'm like, I got a hold of one of my buddies that I thought was my buddy, you know, and this is at a time where this whole racism thing started trying to peek its head back out again. You know what I'm saying? So people were out trying to basically expose people for this, that, and the other, you know. And I had addressed him. I showed him this. I was like, dude, can you explain to me how you can say that black people aren't racist and hear this shit right here and say that that's not racist?
or this is some blackology Afrocentric shit that black people can't be racist because they're not in control of anything.
Well, if you actually look at get online, if you get on Google, they've changed the definition of racism again.
Oh, really? I gotta check that out. Do a show on that shit.
Because you know how it did used to actually say, if you looked on dictionary.com or what was it, Webster's online, it used to say just what you said, that racism was anybody that was in a position of power or authority to be able to oppress a minority group from being able to progress or get anywhere in life.
Yeah.
And it doesn't say that anymore. They've changed the definition again. It'll blow your mind because it blew my mind.
Yeah, that's a lot crazy.
Because I found it by accident. I was having a debate with somebody, and he was sitting there trying to say that something about racism, and I was going to use his own definition against him and pull it up, and the definition was gone and replaced with the old definition of racism.
Yeah.
Now, that in and of itself says something. Why would they change the definition back to what it used to be?
There's a lot of people pulling some strings out there, and it's not for the good. There's a lot of cult stuff. Like, this is what I was saying, how the Afrocentrism, what we call blackology over here, has infiltrated everyday people. So it's not just the nutty cult people that believe these things. It's normal people,
right?
Have a normal job, live a normal life, like
They're
leaving
getting sucked into it,
Beaver, or a Bill Cosby life that will get something from the cult and take it and hold on to it and use it as truth, or like they say, Jesus was black, right? And you can go to any black person out there. They either gonna say, yeah, he's black, or it doesn't matter. Right? None of them gonna say that, nah, he white, Jesus is white. But they have learned from movies, say like a Malcolm X movie, or some kind of like, you know what I'm saying, like black power like type of thing. And they would use that, and they would tell, they said it in the movie. Or this is another one. You know the Cillians is half niggas, like right from that gangster movie. I forgot the name of it. When they talk about the Moors. The Moors are black.
Right.
I did a video. The Moors wasn't black. the black Moors, there were soldiers, and they weren't that many of them. They were slaves that were brought up from the sub-Saharan Africa to fight for the Moorish Empire. And
the Moorish Empire was a Caucasoid empire, right?
Oh yeah, it's like, from my research, they said that the Berbers weren't Caucasoid, but they were light-skinned Africans. Like they
were like mulattoes.
Yeah, they look like mulattoes, and some were, because the Romans and stuff, they ruled most of the part of northern Africa anyway for the longest time. So a lot of those people and stuff, they look like white people. And you got the Arabs that came in and started running. So I was going down the list of all the Moorish Calibs, Sultans, and all that shit. Ain't none of them motherfuckers was black. None of them.
Well, see, and it's funny that you bring that up, because when I first started this journey the last year that's gotten me to where I am now, some of the first things that I was, led to research was like the Moors and some of Tariq Nasheed's documentaries. So
his documentaries are the fucking worst.
Oh, dude, I watched the first and the second fucking Hidden Colors documentary. And the first one, I literally had to watch it like 7 different times because they go over things so fucking fast.
Yeah. All pseudo information. All pseudo science.
I mean, what they do, what I've noticed, or what he does, and what the people that are helping him with his whatever it is he's doing do, is they take one small piece of truth and bury it in a bunch of lies.
Right. And that's the Afrocentric part of it. Like, just like, Africans came to America before Columbus. Okay, what's your source on that? They'll bring up Mansa Musa.
Yeah, Mansa Musa and his fucking his own fucking pilgrimage to Mecca.
Yup. And never came back. So how the fuck you gonna say they went to America and the motherfuckers never came back to tell nobody?
Yeah, I mean, Mansa Musa was so rich when on his pilgrimage to Mecca that he gave away so much gold that he threw off the economy of Egypt.
In the wicker boats.
Right.
And I'm like, yo, you know how big the fucking Atlantic Ocean is? And that's like trying to go to Atlantic Ocean out of a fucking basket. And there was some dude, this white dude, he tried it. Like the first attempt failed. He actually made it though. But it was redesigned. So they didn't have an actual thing of what these people boats look like. Like they didn't even have sea-bearing ships ocean-bearing ships. They had shit across the sea and rivers and lakes and bullshit like that. But they didn't have no technology to have no shit, especially the Africans. Didn't have no shit that could cross the goddamn ocean. And I tell people, I'm like, okay, how did they do it? Like, how did they get here? On what? Like, what was they floating in, motherfucker? Like, it's like, and then they're all mute. Like, you know what I mean? Now they stuck. Well, fuck you. And they start cussing me out and all types of shit. Uncle Tom ass nigga. Like,
You're a coon?
Yeah, right? Oh, this is a fucking
well,
coon.
Then dude, you'll love that SKC guy because he's King Coon of the Manosphere.
So somebody came on Negi's channel last night when we was talking about EA Koetting. Somebody's screen name was One Community. That shit was crazy. I ain't never seen no shit like that. That shit was I was kind of jealous. I wanted to steal that screen name and shit. He called One Community with a K. Koon.
That is hilarious.
I was like, wow, this shit is crazy. But yeah, Tariq Nasheed is like fucking.
I don't know what the hell his issue is, but he's got some. I don't know what his damage is, but there's something wrong there. Seriously wrong there.
Absolutely. So,
I mean, I watched that Buck Broken documentary he did, and that was based. Dude, I couldn't watch it all because it was like gay porn.
Yep. That's basically what it was. Like a gay black BDSM video.
Right. I mean, and it was graphic as shit. You know, I was like, what the hell kind of time are you on, dude?
Yep. And that's why I had to clap back at him, and I made the gay Nat Turner video. Because the book that everybody gets the whole Nat Turner story from,
right?
It has gay scene in it. But nobody mentions that shit.
Dude, Nat Turner was a G, though. Straight up in that book.
He was a straight up G.
That motherfucker was gangsta as shit.
Yep, he was a straight up
lopping off the heads of white babies and shit. And
yep. And that's what the Hebrew Israelites want to do. And I keep telling white people that shit. I'm like, these motherfuckers want you dead. You let them on your platform. You're being civil with them. And I even tell like some of these other people that's all into that goddamn hotel bullshit, right? That's some other stupid ass shit.
Yeah, I know all about it, bro.
Yup. And I tell them, I'm like, you sit up in here, they going on the Hebrew Israelite platforms and stuff. I was like, the Hebrew Israelites teach to use the world. Like the scripture say, use the world. So what they're doing is using the world. Like they don't give a fuck about you, but they'll use you for whatever advantage they can get out of it.
Right.
So selling drugs, sell drugs only to the white people. You know what I mean?
Right.
Or the other nations or whatever. And it's how can I put it now? They what if you don't believe this bottom line, if you don't believe what they believe, or that's only if you're black, Hispanic or Native American, right? West Indian or something. If they don't believe, they want you dead. You're gonna die.
Well, see,
they sky daddy fall out the sky, they picking up swords ready to cut your fucking head off. And the 2000 prophecy, I was around for that, right? Where Yahushua, who's Jesus Christ, supposed to come back.
Y2K was supposed to happen. Right. You know, it was I remember all that.
You know, motherfuckers was sitting around with swords.
Yeah, I do.
That shit crazy. That you think about it. And like, I was just coming into it then. I didn't believe that shit, but I was like, damn, these motherfuckers gave me all this other info and shit I never knew about. And they showed me all this stuff, right? Mm-hmm. Shit, I'm not trying to miss the boat.
Dude, I was 21. I just turned 21 during that Y2K shit, man. So it had me, the whole thing had me paranoid. You know what I'm saying? So that basically, that New Year's Eve, I sat on my balcony porch and got drunk. Drank like a whole fifth of fucking, what was it, Jack Daniels, and waited for the end of the world to come in.
Yep. I was sitting there looking in the sky like a little kid looking for Santa Claus and the reindeers.
Right.
That's what I was doing. I was like, shit, what if this motherfucker do come out the goddamn sky?
Now, I don't know if you're aware of this. I mean, I don't know how much you walk around in the black sector of YouTube. Okay. But I actually caused a big shitstorm here recently.
Really?
Yeah, because been one of those guys. I started out, like I said, I told you I started a journey to try and understand some things. Yeah. And my journey started in the manosphere, which is man, that's a fucking dumpster fire.
To this day, I don't even know what the fuck that is. Yo, what is the
manosphere? The Black Manosphere is basically the Black community's version of the MGTOW movement that the white community started.
I don't even know what that is. What the fuck is that?
MGTOW is men that basically are that have went back to celibacy and are done with women screwing them over.
Oh, okay, I get it now.
Okay, but the manosphere has actually morphed into this. It's weird. It's more like a simp convention.
Oh, okay, I get it.
You get what I'm saying? Where you got all these fucking effeminate men that want to basically kowtow to the black god. You know,
the black woman is God.
Right. Well, look, I was having a feud with some people over in this area of YouTube where they were saying some pretty egregious things about my wife, who has never got involved on anything in YouTube and shit. So, and it was some pretty fucking really egregious shit. I mean, it was out there.
They will do that shit. They will.
So one night I was watching a dude's fucking shit that I check out every now and again, and him and some guy were doing this. It was a satirical skit about two old fucking white racist guys from pre-1900s America. I mean, they were just talking, and it was like over the top, outlandish racism that they were talking. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And their purpose behind it was, and I'm sure you'll get this, the reason why they were doing it and the satire behind it was to point out that this racism that you think exists that we're doing now doesn't exist anymore. You know, they were trying to point out this is so over the top that this is what you think exists and it doesn't. Well, I saw that, and you know, me being who I am, I figured that I would utilize what they were doing to try and expose some people. And I got on there and I fucking started, you know, was that they said they made a statement about, well, I don't know why nobody ever says any Jew or pedophile jokes. So I heard that. I got online and I looked up some Jew and pedophile jokes. I get on there, I tell a Jew joke, and then I go into telling some really fucking disgusting pedophile jokes. I mean, these were like over the top, disgusting. Like, I mean, it was horrible.
Yeah.
All right. It was really horrible, you know, but it was done intentionally because I wanted to see how I wanted to expose this, what we call fucking, it's convenient or fucking convenient fucking this I forget the term that I use, but it's where people, you know, pick and choose what they want to be fucking you know, outraged about.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, and they base it on color and race and who said it and yada yada yada. Well, anyhow, they took what I said, they chopped it up and clipped it, and they sent it to somebody that I started out on YouTube with in the Manosphere, and basically it started this big, huge fucking debacle over there where they had a fucking online YouTube trial over me.
Yeah. You see what this white man out here
doing?
For
real, dude.
Dude,
look, Killer, I tell you what, if you get on the search bar and you type in Trailer Hood Voodoo Ninja.
I'm definitely going to do that shit. I can't wait.
Oh my God, dude. All the videos that have been put out just in the last 2 weeks.
Wow. You see this goddamn, and he over there.
Dude, and that's what it was. I'm a racist. I'm a pedophile. All this shit because of words that I said. And what I was trying to point out is this, you know, convenient outrage culture, this cancel culture. I find it interesting that everybody gets bent out of shape over words. Yeah. Words are more damaging to people. They're more fucking harmful to people than the actual act itself.
Yeah.
And dude, I've started exposing some people now, and that's what that's kind of that's why I'm on that time though. But it's just it's wild because this has all come full circle now.
Yep.
Where I started a year ago into where I am now. All right.
I warned a lot of people about that shit. I'm like, some people that come over here, right? And they might turn on their camera, they might be wearing a work shirt or something. I'm like, don't do that shit. Don't do that shit.
Oh, dude,
I'm like, don't do that shit.
Dude, they know.
Find out where you work at. They'll call your job. They'll do all types of shit.
They know everything about me now. They know what I look like. They know my real name. That they've even tried to look, man. They've made up a whole fucking criminal record about me that they say exists, but they can't provide proof of it.
They will do that.
You know what I'm saying? But the thing is I've come to realize one thing, that there is a group of black folks in this country that no matter how good they have it, they're always going to believe that they are oppressed and that they are victimized by white people, and white people are holding them back, even if they have a better life. Like I've literally had some 6-figure motherfuckers tell me that I have white privilege and they make more money than I do. They have a bigger house than I do. They're driving a brand new fucking car and I'm in a 2000 fucking Crown Vic that I got to work on monthly.
Yep. And, you know a lot of the stuff that people will claim as racist or white privilege, like for example, this is my best example. Getting a job, right? Mm-hmm. Most black, I can say most black people, right? When they're young or whatever, they go fill out an application for a job wherever it's at, and when the application says how much do they want to get paid, they leave it blank. For fear
I always put negotiable.
There you go. See, that's a big difference. Blank and negotiable is two totally different things. And why black people do that is the fear already, number one, that the white man is racist and he's not going to want to give you the job, right?
Mm-hmm.
2, he's not going to pay you what he pays white people. And this is something I had to learn. My last job, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've been on my own, like doing my own thing for about 10 years now. But last time I was employed by somebody. I'm about to get back on the plantation once I finish the schooling, though. But I got a job, right? And I did that. And it was something that I know about, right? I'm really I'm interested in. I have a lot of knowledge in.
Yeah, you have actual life experience in it.
Right. So I showed my work and I had highest sales every month in the whole company from the first month I worked there to when I left. And I started departments in the shit. I was doubling the last manager's sales. I became a manager and I doubled my fucking sales the next year after I became manager. And the manager before me was making double of what I was getting. And they gave me a little 50 cent. You know what I'm saying? And I was just looking at these motherfuckers like, 50 cent? You don't see all this shit I did? Like, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
So one day I got mad. I had a revelation. I said, you know what? If I could go to work for these motherfuckers 40 hours a week, I could do the shit 40 hours for my motherfucking self, right?
Facts.
I quit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that shit fucked them up because I wasn't in a situation like a lot of black people or just a lot of people in general got all these responsibilities. I ain't had no kid, no wife, none of that shit. I could just get up and bounce and I'm still good, right? So what I learned is not knowing my worth. And when you go to get a job, you got to know your worth. You're selling yourself.
Correct.
You got to know your worth.
Correct.
So I came in there, I took the bare minimum and accepted it. Black people get nervous when they say, well, you take $8. You know what I'm saying? A black motherfucker be like, yeah, even though he know that's minimum wage, right? He just say, yeah, and take the motherfucking job. Now, when the white dude come up in there and he got negotiable or he got down what the fuck he want to get paid, they usually get more or they get what the fuck they're asking for.
Right. If it's something that I'm knowledgeable on, you know, I used to put down a specific rate that I would not work less for. Right. This is my starting rate if you want to hire me. You know, say like I'm skilled in several trades. You know, I did general construction for a lot of years. You know, and then I also know how to do communications stuff. Like I know how to run fiber optics and Cat 5, Cat 6. I know how to build data facilities, you know, from the ground up and shit like that.
Right.
And like it was when I started getting involved in the information stuff. All right. That was when I really started putting numbers down, because that's one of them things that even in an interview, and you can't bullshit your way through an interview with that stuff.
Right.
You either know what you're talking about or you don't.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? It's just that simple.
That's how I am now. Like, because I did all that stuff with the sales and I left there and I became an independent sales rep. And then I stopped working for companies, started my own company doing importing and shit from overseas. I learned all that shit on my own. So now, like, motherfuckers, like, I got down, I don't want nothing less than $20 an hour. Like, go fuck yourself. Like, you know what I'm saying? Go fuck yourself.
Fuck that $20 an hour. I don't want no less than 25, motherfucker. Yeah. I want 25. I want I want a guaranteed fucking severance package. If you decide that we're going to separate ways, I want this to be a contract that we negotiate every year. Every year, I want this renewed.
Yep. Now, that's something that I want to have on my show to show people and teach people, because most people they're afraid to even, like, my last company that I rep for was a skateboard manufacturer in Mexico, right? Mm-hmm. The motherfucker gave me a severance, right? Motherfucker gave me $2,000, but I was just like, this motherfucking white man just gave me $2,000. He fired me and gave me $2,000. I was blown away. I was like, what the fuck out of shit? I didn't even know what a severance was.
Well, look, dude, I'll be honest. I ain't worked in probably 4 years now because I ended up had a back injury a lot of years ago when I worked in a foundry. All right. I worked in a grain ductile iron foundry and I blew my L1, L4 and L5 disc out in my lumbar. All right. Wow. So as I've started getting older, I started having problems with it. Well, my wife, she's in corporate retail. All right. Mm-hmm. She makes salary money.
Yeah.
You know, and when she decided that she wanted to go ahead and chase corporate retail, she told me, you know, she's like, you know what? You've busted your ass to the point to where you've almost halfway broke yourself. Mm-hmm. She's like, why don't you let me chase and see what I can do in corporate retail and see if I can't move up the ladder there. And why don't you just stay at home, hang out with the kids, and focus on doing your music and art shit?
Yeah, that's awesome.
It was hard for me to do that at first. I ain't gonna lie. You know, because it was a pride thing. You know what I'm saying?
But shit, this is the new day and age. It's 2021.
But I'll be honest with you now, almost 4 years into it, I have a new appreciation for, you know, the moms that used to stay at home and do that stuff. I really do. And I also have, with my younger two kids, I have a completely different relationship. We have a totally different dynamic in our relationship that I have with any of my other kids.
Right. Wow.
You know what I'm saying? Which is something that I cherish more than anything, is that bond and that closeness that we all have.
Yeah.
With me and my kids. You know what I'm saying? It's something that I never thought that I'd have.
Right.
You know? And at the same time, yes, I do, you know, the traditional housewife shit at home.
Yeah.
But I also do all the shit that a man would do around the house too.
Right.
My wife's got it easy. She goes to work and she comes home.
Yep. Got you chair and AC.
You know what I'm saying? And I literally do everything else. Everything else. You know, she helps out here and there when she wants to, but I don't really push it. You know what I'm saying? But I also have a balanced budget. Our bills are paid on time. You know what I'm saying? She don't ever have to worry about everything. All of our needs are always met. I mean, I run everything. She makes the money and I control everything. I run it all. You know, but that was a hard transition to make. And that's another one of them things that people tried to attack me on. You know what I'm saying? Is being a lazy you're just a lazy stay-at-home dad.
And they mad as hell. They can't do it.
And that's what I said. I said all that is you self-projecting because your woman that you have isn't your partner. She just wants you for your money and what you can provide for her.
Right.
My wife was worried about me fucking working myself into the grave.
Yep.
And not having me around. And, you know, we literally took our marriage serious.
Yep.
Jada Pinkett's Red Table. And yeah, actually, you know, I've seen that your platform has evolved quite a bit over this last year.
I think the shit gone down. When I first started,
your views were way higher back when you first a year ago when I first caught you. But your topics and what you're discussing, you know, you've evolved on a whole nother level to where you're like myself and some of the other people. Like I put 3 links in your private chat. That way you could just click on them to them guys that I was telling you about.
Okay.
Just click on them and save them. All right. Because I'm telling you, dude, you will love listening and engaging with these fellas. For real. They're on the same time you are.
All right. Right on.
You know, and to be honest with you, the thing is more people that are of like mind when it comes to that. We all need to start coming together anyhow to fight all this nonsense, all this stupidity and ignorance that is going around.
And that's what I said too. I was like, one day I was like, I don't even want these motherfuckers even listening to me no more.
Right.
Like all the cult weirdos. And like, you know, I blazed them up anyway. So like they won't even hit that link to even come on. Like the ones that hit the link to come on, they don't know who I am. They know nothing about me. But the ones that do, they stay clear away from me.
On my channel, I don't even let them because they're beneath me. I am not even going to waste my time trying to get. Look, my intellect is on a whole different level than their intellect. Once if they want to actually take the time to educate themselves and bring themselves up to my level, then we can have a discussion. But until then, I'm not even going to waste my time with you because all you are is disrupting what it is me and other people are trying to accomplish.
Yep. And that's what a lot of them do. Like the ones that don't know, they come on. Like there was a dude the other day that came on and he's kicking some shit. I'm like, dude, I already got videos on this. Like we already bulldozed this topic. Like you need to catch up. It's 2021, motherfucker. You on some old early 1990, 1980 cult shit.
Right.
Like you're just learning the shit that I've been through, like for years.
Hey, you call it cult shit? You call it cult shit, and these guys that I'm telling you about, they call it black mythology.
Black mythology. Yep. It's like, it's crazy, like how these people believe it. I believed it, and music did a huge number on me.
Yeah,
and
I've actually changed.
You mentioned KRS-One earlier, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I met KRS-One today, I'll punch him in his fucking face. This for getting me involved with all this bullshit.
Yeah, but the thing is he's woke up himself.
Yeah, but shit, he fucked me up in the process.
Well, dude, he fucked a lot of people up in the process, man. But it isn't like he hasn't put music out trying to apologize.
I don't want to hear that shit.
You know, because he really is on different time now. If you listen to him talk, he knows that there's some real fuckery going on.
Yeah.
you know? But yeah, KRS-One was on some really different shit back in the day.
Yep. And what did it for me with him is when the Sex and Violence album came out, and when he did that Sprite commercial.
Yeah.
I was like, this motherfucker doing a goddamn Sprite. I was like, I'm done with this motherfucker. This motherfucker done sold out. I was like, he sold out. I don't want to hear none of this shit no more.
Yep. That was kind of like, dude, that was my when I fucking stopped listening to Metallica because they were on one of either the Super Bowl halftime show or some shit like that. I was like, nah, fuck this shit, man. These motherfuckers, I said, I let it slide when they went on MTV after they said they would never go on MTV and be mainstream. Yep. I let that shit slide. Now they're fucking doing a Super Bowl halftime fucking show.
Back in the day, and there was a band called Sick of It All, right?
Uh-huh.
You know, they were a hardcore band in New York and shit, underground. And then these motherfuckers made a video for MTV. And that shit flopped. I was like, good. That those motherfuckers get fucked. Them motherfuckers. They had like a show somewhere in Connecticut. My buddy posted up on Facebook. I'm like, man, fuck them motherfuckers. He was like, damn. I was like, yeah, man, fuck them. The motherfuckers sold out. The motherfuckers not real no more. I was like, they should. He was like, well, they gotta eat and shit. Well, they should have got a job then, motherfucker.
Now, you want to know what I've learned over the last year, though? In this situation, I've actually met some really, really decent and awesome folks. I really have. There are some really good, decent, awesome folks out there that are trying to really get people to pick up a book and read it for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yep. But what I've learned is that there is still a very, I would say about half of this one culture that they say that they want equality, they say they want power and equity, and that isn't what they want. They want revenge. Yeah. And they ain't going to be happy till they get it.
Yep. Look, just look at the
dude,
George Floyd thing.
Right. Dude, I literally for the last year have sat and listened to people say, I mean, literally, I've sat and listened to some of these folks sit and say the most fucking hateful, spiteful, and egregious things about white people.
Yep.
Literally sit and say that they wouldn't even talk to me or engage with me just because of the color of my skin, that they automatically hate me as soon as they see me because they see white.
And a lot of them, they don't even live nowhere where they got to interact with white people.
Well,
that's where a lot of this shit come from.
Well, and but the problem that I had with that is, why do you feel that it's okay for you to actually emulate everything that you say I am?
Yep.
I don't even get a chance with you. You have already prejudged, predispositioned, and fucking put me in a little fucking pile with the rest of the cracker Caucasoid culture.
Yep.
And you haven't even heard a word come out of my mouth. All you've seen is the color of my skin, a few tattoos, and my pretty blue eyes.
Know what I tell people? And I always stop them in my tracks with this shit. Except one guy. One guy, it was kind of funny. I said, okay, now tell me. Actually, I said it on this show earlier. I said, what has the white man done to you personally in the last 6 months? And they'd be like, and one dude was saying, the first time I asked it, I got a funny answer. He said, the motherfucking crackers took my money. I was like, took your money? They said they took my goddamn money. He was screaming, they took my fucking money. I was like, they took your money. I said, did you call the police? Right?
That's a waste of time.
You know what the motherfucker was talking about? He was talking about taxes. He was talking about taxes.
Well, educate yourself and you'll realize you don't have to pay taxes.
But I was like, okay. I said, now your kids go to school, right? He said, yeah. I said, you drive them to school? He said, yeah. I said, you live on the street, right? He said, yeah. I said, when it rains and you go to work and you pull out of your driveway, you got a paved road to drive on, so your car don't get stuck in the mud. I said, you got stop signs, you got traffic lights,
right,
that are on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Right.
The motherfucking traffic lights is on. So you can get your kids to school safe without getting hit by another vehicle.
Hopefully.
And I said, hopefully. Then I said, your kids got books, right? I said, that's where your tax dollars go.
Right.
So, like, you know what I mean? And like, he would have stuck out stupid. And I was like, and that was a dude that was in the cult with me, right? He supposedly been out the cult, and he got in an argument with me about it. I said the same thing to him, and he got mad. He blocked me. I was like, well, bye then, motherfucker. Bye.
Well, I got into a debate with one of the Hebrew Israelites. Have you ever heard of dudes Platinum Elite?
Platinum Elite. I think recently I seen it or came across to somebody mentioned the name or something. I think.
Well, he's a content creator. He does I guess dating, relationship. I don't know what you want to call it. Advice. I mean, but he used to have me on as a guest pretty regularly, and one time he had me on to have a debate with a Hebrew Israelite.
Wow.
All right. And the thing is this Hebrew Israelite automatically said that he didn't like me just because of my race. I said, well, why is that? He said, well, just the history of all you crackers. I said, what history? The history of what people like you have always done to people that look like me. I said, but did I do that to you? He's like, no, you didn't have to. I just know that if you're going to engage with me because of your history, there's some ulterior motive. I said, okay, let me address this. I said, so by your logic, let me throw a scenario at you that really happened. I said, there was one night about 6 years, at this time it was about 6 years ago, and I said, I had 6 black males break into my house and kick in my bedroom door at 2:00 in the morning.
Damn.
And rob me and my wife and my father at gunpoint.
Wow.
All right. One of them shot a fucking .40 caliber round bullet a foot above my head into the wall. All right.
Wow.
They had 3 of them motherfuckers stay in my room and hold me and my wife hostage in my room because I'm not a small dude. These motherfuckers were nervous. They made sure that they had the numbers to keep shit under control. I mean, like, they literally kicked the door in, and the first thing they said is, yeah, motherfucker, this shit's really happening. And then the first thing they did is they came over and said, where's your fucking cell phones? And grabbed both me and the wife's cell phones. All right. And then they went to commencing to try and take our shit, and dude, all I could do is sit there and try and control the situation through talking. So, first it was chaotic. I got my wife to calm down, and this is after they fired the gun off, and dude said that the next one was going in my head. My wife was flipping out, so I got her to calm down. I got all them to calm down, and I was like, look, dude, just get what you came here for and get the fuck out of here. The sooner you take what you're looking for and get out of here, the sooner all this can be over for all of us, and we can just go about our life.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I went that direction with it, Well, and I told this dude, I said, so by your logic, this actually happened to me. So I should hate all black people because of the actions of 6. But see, in reality, I don't hate you because you weren't the one that did that shit to me. It was 6 other ignorant motherfuckers that did that shit to me.
Right.
And I knew who one of them was. And I did have him put in prison. I'm not even going to lie.
Yeah.
He's lucky the cops found him before I did because I was going to fucking run his ass over with my Durango.
I hear you on that one.
I'm not even lying, dude. Because look how I met the cat. I was a cab driver. All right?
Yeah.
And I used to basically take him on his little fucking dope boy run. So I knew where all of his spots were. Yeah. Dude, I spent a month 3 or 4 times a day rolling past every fucking trap house and fucking dope spot I knew he had, even his house, his mom's house, and his 3 fucking baby mama's houses.
The cab driver know everything.
Yeah, hoping I would run into him. Yep. Because if I saw him, I didn't give a fuck if he was walking up the steps of his fucking apartment. I was going to drive that fucking Durango right through the front of his fucking house.
Yep. I hear you.
And I told him when we were in court, I looked at him. I looked at it was his mom that I told. I said, you're lucky that the cops got him before I did. Because if I would have got a hold of him, you wouldn't be sitting here at a sentencing hearing. You'd have been at his funeral.
Yep.
Straight up. And said that right in court. But the thing is how is that fair for me to place judgment on other people that for something someone else did just because they share the same skin tone as them.
Yeah.
It's not.
You know, like,
and what the reference I used was something that I actually went through, something that I had happen to me. This motherfucker hates me for something that his great-great-granddaddy might have went through.
Might have.
Yep. He doesn't even know for sure if he is ADOS or not.
Yep. And he could be white if he watched the goddamn buck breaking video.
Right. You know?
He could be a white man.
For all you know, they could have been a fucking black female fucking plantation owner.
Yep.
That was a fucking slave owner.
Yeah.
Beating your great-great-granddaddy's ass. But you want to take that shit out on me, something that you personally have never had to witness or go through.
Yep.
But I won't do that. And I used an example of something that I actually had happen to me, and I still don't hate you.
Yep.
You know? And that still went over the guy's head.
Yeah, they don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear it. They all indoctrinated.
And that goes back to even with Tariq Nasheed and that whole fucking shit where he tries to use the Black's Law Dictionary and show the power of words and all that shit and what the word white really means and what black really means and this, that, and the other. And you know, if you're going to sit down and literally break down the root definition of words, you know, to, you know, sell whatever fucking nonsense it is you're trying to sell to a bunch of people that are kind of hopeless because that's what they have been taught their whole life is to be hopeless.
Mm-hmm.
Rather than actually really educating people, who's really the racist?
Yep.
You know, and
you know what? I bet his kids go to private school.
Right. You know, and that's the crazy thing, man. I tell people all the time, I said, you know, the only oppression that most people in America, everybody in America should feel blessed and fortunate to be in this country, even as fucked up as it is right now. Because even as fucked up as it is right now, it's still the greatest place in the world to be. People from other countries are still trying to get here.
Yep. You ain't never lied. You got that right.
You don't see, you know, I've heard, I don't know, for the last probably, 5 or 6 years, we've all heard all these people saying that they're going to fucking fuck this. I'm going to leave America. You know, all these other countries are better. Well, why haven't you left yet?
Yep. Know what I tell them? When they get there, tell them Killer B not coming.
Right. You know, can you tell me one country where you have a better life than here, where there's systems and things put in place that give you a better chance for a prosperous life than here? Just give me one.
Yep. They can't.
Because if that's the case, why is all these people from everywhere else literally sneaking in here to get here?
Sneaking in here.
You know, if America was really that systemically racist and that culturally oppressive, then all these other motherfuckers would not be willing to risk getting put in prison or extradited just to come here.
And it's like they talking about, we going to Africa and shit. I'm gonna buy.
No, the fuck you ain't. You know damn well you ain't going to Africa because Africans don't like you either.
Nope. And you can't buy property in Africa. Like Ghana, there was a dude that was on a show. I got a show on buying property in Ghana, right?
Right.
I showed where you can't buy it. You can only lease it. And after 50, you can lease it up to 50 years. After 50 years, the land goes back to the original owners.
Well, the wife did correct me though. She said respectfully, Africans don't like anybody though.
So
she said real Africans in Africa, they don't like anybody unless they're from Africa, and half the people in Africa they don't like.
Or from their tribe. That's right. About it.
Tribalism is thick over there, man.
Africa. Yep. These motherfuckers eat each other and all types of shit.
Right.
But, yeah, I'm good. I'm not going to Africa. Fuck Africa.
Yeah, I don't want nothing to do with Africa. I'm not trying to fucking be a statistic to a fucking Pride of Lions.
Or Negi said on the show the other day, we were talking about some shit, all the blackology shit or something. Negi got mad. Negi was like, fuck these African motherfuckers. I was like, damn, Negi. But he was talking about like the cult people, but he just said, yo, the fuck these. He was talking about the hoteps and shit. Negi said, fuck these African people. I was like, well, damn, Negi.
Right. Well, see, and that's the thing, dude, is I don't think that most of white America, they don't even realize how oblivious they are to black culture. Yeah. They really don't. And see, that's one thing that I will say that I think more white and black, well, more white people need to do is actually do like I did and actually engage with the black community. Yeah. And actually learn and understand, because until you do, you know, all you're going to have is you're either going to be one of two things. You're either going to have a biased, prejudicial opinion of them, or you're going to be one of them people that fucking pander and simp to these motherfuckers. Yep. You know, and I'm at the point, and to be honest with you, when I first started going around over in that space, I chose my words, you know, very carefully that I used. Yeah. And, you know, I tried to be as non-judgmental as possible. And I did a lot of listening.
That shit never works out for you.
No, it doesn't. Because you know what I ended up doing is basically I just sat down and let people get away with fucking dogging and trashing the shit out of me, my wife, my kids, and everyone else that looked like me, and blame everyone that looked like me for every fucking problem that they ever created in their life. Sit and listen to them laugh and crack jokes and call me people like me every racial slur under the book, and then them get pissed. Why? And then them get pissed when I give a little bit of it back.
They can't go out in real life and do it. They can't go to their job and say that shit to their boss. Know what I mean? So they'll take it out on you. You on the internet. They feel there ain't no repercussions and none of that.
Yeah, well, that's I'm on different time now. I mean, I'm not just going to be some openly fucking flagrant fucking racist, because that's not who I am. But I am going to expose these fucking idiots for who they are, because these are the motherfuckers that are calling themselves, you know, intellectuals and fucking what's the other term that they like to use? Fucking other than content creators. What's the other one? Fucking
woke motherfuckers or whatever.
Yeah, woke and fucking inspirational leaders and this, that. The only thing you inspire is for people to oppress themselves. That's what you're inspiring. Self-inflicted mental oppression.
Like Sa Netter, you know who Sa Netter is, right?
Yeah.
Sa Netter not even fucking black. That motherfucker's from the Dominican Republic. If any, like out here, like in the Northeast, especially New York, Dominicans do not fuck with black people.
Yeah, I know. My buddy Trey, the MBD, he's married to a Dominican woman.
Yep. They don't like that. No, say we mess with their women. Like the chicks and shit will fuck with a black dude or some shit.
The only reason, but look, the only reason why Trey did say that, he said the only reason why her dad and everything was all right with him is because he did, I think, like 20 years in the military. He's been all over the world. He's a business owner, and he doesn't even, dude, he owns a company and he won't even hire black people because he says they're lazy.
Yep.
He said, I'll hire a white person and a Mexican quicker than I'll hire a black person. He said, you ask any other black business owner, and they'll tell you the same thing. They're not hiring them.
Because they feel if you hire them that you can let them get away with all types of stupid stuff.
That you as a business owner still have to stay on code.
Yep.
And the other word that I was looking for was influencer. These motherfuckers that call themselves influencers out here, trying to influence people to do some fuckery, dude. Dude, it ain't that hard to be a decent human being and just accept life for what it is.
It's not.
I mean, self-accountability isn't that hard.
Yeah, a lot of people are an embarrassment to the black community. They are. And Eric Alexander said that. And like people like Sa Netter, right? Sonnetter makes fun of black people. He takes black people for a joke. And I keep telling people, like, I'm like, half of you Bama motherfuckers and shit, like, you know what I'm saying? Black people down south, y'all don't know nothing about New York City, what goes on out here. It's a totally different world. It's a different world. And Sonnetter, I'm like, when Sonnetter have a party at his house, he don't got no Georgia hots and hog head cheese on crackers. I said, that motherfucker got empanadas and a rosa gandoles. Know what I'm saying? That's a big difference. He seasons his food with Sazon. Black people use Lorry's. It's a big fucking difference. And like,
you're using fucking this Bobby Flay fucking barbecue sauce, and I'm using Sweet Baby Ray's, motherfucker.
and like a lot of people don't get it. And I'm like, yo, when I was growing up, like we had some kids. We didn't have no Dominicans out here then, but we had Cape Verdeans, Jamaicans, very few Haitians, very few. And we used to trip out on it because they used to look at us and say, we ain't black. We're like, what the fuck is you talking about, motherfucker? You darker than me. I'm not black.
Well, I will tell you, like Trey and SKC and David, the guys that I'm telling you about, they consider themselves Americans. That's what they call themselves.
Right.
They don't buy into that fucking black first shit, that that, you know, where that's you gotta call you know,
I'm American.
You know, I'm not black first, I'm American first, is what he says. He said, I actually fought for this country, and my fucking oath to this country and that Constitution, that oath doesn't have an expiration date. Yep. He said, and he straight up, dude, like these guys were the only fellas that when all that shit I was telling you about that popped off over me in the manosphere, and black YouTube, they were the only ones that actually went to bat and stood up for me, straight up.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because they actually started pulling up shit that I didn't even know about.
Yeah.
You know, like back in the day in the late 80s, early 90s, when you would have black elected officials that would be in the halls of Congress and shit, talking about the genocide of white America. We need to fucking exterminate white America. And it would be, they pulled up news clips right off of CNBC and C-SPAN of this shit.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? He's like, how is that okay? But it's not all right for a couple white people to do a satirical skit, you know, proving and showing you what over-the-top extreme racism used to be, what you think you have today, and what it isn't.
Yep.
What the truth of the matter is, I don't think these people really even want real freedom, because real freedom's a state of mind as well. You know what I mean? And with real freedom, you don't ask Big Daddy government for shit. And, you know, the thing that I've come to find is anytime that there's an issue in America, everybody that is either a fucking extreme leftard or in the fucking community, their answer is, well, another government program. Why do you want to keep putting your fucking wrists in chains? Because that's what you're doing. You're literally binding yourself up and putting yourself in slavery, allowing the government to dictate everything about your life.
Mm-hmm. And the programs are meant for you to use when, like, you know what I'm saying, to help you get out of this.
Well, at one time they were. I do believe at one time they were meant to help. But now I believe our government uses it specifically to enslave people. Because, look, dude, you have to understand that America is becoming communist fast as shit.
It might. It might. And we keep all these people. I don't like to be political and all that shit. But like how they say about Democrats and stuff. And like, you know what I'm saying? Not to say I'm Democrat or against Democrats, because I think there's good things on both ends. But
right, I'm with you.
Getting fucking retarded now because people.
It really is.
For example, right, with the whole crack thing, right? Well, now they complaining about, oh, black people get too much time for crack, where the white man get caught with coke he get less time, right? But it was the black people that begged the government for strict laws and stuff to keep the crack out the motherfucking community.
Well, look.
But now all these motherfuckers, they locking up Ray Ray and
Pookie.
You know what I'm saying?
You're right.
Ray Ray, Pookie,
and your Brads and Chads.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Now they mad. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Well, then look, dude, and Trump was even nice before he got out. Did he not fucking do this mass unincarceration of a bunch of people? And what happened? It fucked up the year 2020. Because all these motherfuckers that should have been in prison got let out of prison, and they started going out and killing motherfuckers.
Look at when they did the Jersey City shooting, when the Hebrew Israelites went into Jewish places and started killing everybody. That whole month, like 2-3 months after that, we were seeing motherfuckers going at breaking in white people house, Jewish people house with machetes, and a lot of these people that was getting locked up, there was in New York, they didn't have the bail, like there was no bond on stuff that wasn't like extremely violent or something like that. So like you could rob a bank or whatever, some shit, and get out with no motherfucking bond.
Well, look, dude, the thing that really fucking opened my eyes to a lot of the ignorance was when this last election we just had, you have a whole bunch of people that are literally fucking pushing this racism narrative and wanting to call me racist to say I have white privilege, and you literally voted in a career racist politician.
Yep.
Literally. The man had a 40-year resume of racism. I mean, anything that a politician could have did to stifle, the progression of black people's fucking culture and lives, that man made sure that he was a part of.
Yep.
I mean, for real. But look, dude, he was the vice president of Barry Obama, the black genius. So, that makes everything okay now.
It's like that shit crazy, man. That shit blows me away. That I can't believe that people are that slow. Like, you know what I mean? It got like there should be a push for more education or something. Because I just can't believe how slow. Like Americans in general, it shit get kind of slow.
Yeah, our education is lacking. For us being a first world nation and supposed to be like the world leader, we're like, when it comes to education, when it comes to innovation, we're lacking big time right now. And our children are getting dumber and dumber and dumber.
Yeah.
And but I think dude, I have a theory on that. A lot of that has to do with, if you think about it, in our lifetime, we have seen this push to remove fathers from the home and have single mothers raising their sons and daughters, and for single mothers to be dependent and married to Big Daddy government while dads are incarcerated or basically put in to the poorhouse so women can fuck everything up. Look, dude, the feminism movement and this push, this shift for a matriarchy is fucking up not just the nation, but the entire world.
Yep.
Women were not intended to lead. Plain and simple. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. You can call me sexist. I will, you know what? I will fucking embrace that fucking word. Because women, yes, they were intended to be the partner to a man and help him co-captain a ship. That's what a woman's job was to be. The right hand of the man, the father of the home. Yeah. Women aren't intended to be mothers and fathers, just like fathers aren't intended to be fathers and mothers.
Right. Absolutely.
you know, and there is a natural order of things. These women that want to get up in their feels about patriarchy when they say, you know, when people say that men are supposed to lead the household, men are supposed to lead everything, really, you know, well, that, what, you trying to say you're more important? No, we're not. But we don't bleed once a month. We don't operate on feelings, and we don't let our emotions get the best of us, and we are not fucking impulsive.
Well, that is some goddamn Hebrew Israelite shit you kicking right now.
But it's fact.
They used to say, well, a woman ain't supposed to lead. They say if a woman be a fireman and she's in the house and the marshal, chief or whatever, tell everybody get out the house because the shit about to collapse. And the woman fireman gonna be like, but there's a kid upstairs. And she gonna run up there, and of course the other fireman gonna run after her and get everybody killed. Which is true. A woman will do that shit.
Well, look, bro, I'm telling you,
the emotions.
The destruction of the nuclear family is what is destroying America.
Huh.
You know, because think about it. Family is the basic foundation of community. And if you don't have a healthy nuclear family with a mother, a father, and children, how can you have a healthy community?
Yep. Hold on one second. I gotta let Christopher Harris whole ass come up in here and shit.
That's fine. I only got about maybe another 5-10 more minutes, and then I got to get the boy ready for school anyhow.
All right. He mentioned one thing about a goddamn debate or some bullshit. Yeah, I'm throwing his monkey ass out of here. Chris Harris, you got to come in here like you came out of Judah Nazareth shit that time, motherfucker. You know, motherfuckers ain't fucking with you over here. I'll let you on. There you go. Chris Harris in the building. You gotta get on the subscribers list, motherfucker. You gotta get on the supporters list.
How's it going, man?
Oh, he on mute. He like, this motherfucker.
Well, like I said, I've subscribed to you for about a year now. You know, and usually I sit back and just listen to you, honestly.
Didn't you have a different avatar? It was like I forgot.
Yeah, I'll show you here in a minute what it used to be. This is my new one because people pissed me off. This is my I ain't playing games avatar. This is the one I used to rock with.
No, I don't think
And I used this one before.
Oh shit, that was funny. I like that shit.
But now I'm rocking this one. Look, got this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, or this one, depending on what mood I'm in.
Yeah, I feel you on that one and shit. I feel you on that one. What up, Chris Harris? Chris Harris only got one. He got that bullshit with his hat turned sideways. What up, Chris?
Yeah, what's up, man?
What up?
Interesting conversation. I was listening to the gentleman speak here.
And you should have heard it earlier than that. You should have heard the goddamn conversation earlier.
Well, I think I've heard enough.
EA Koetting, we had some people that was involved with him. She sent me a video of him, and that son of a bitch said the same thing Judah Nazareth say word for word. Mm-hmm. That shit's crazy. But go ahead.
Interesting. Yeah, I want to ask him a couple of questions if he has a little bit more time.
Well, like I said, I got probably like maybe 10 minutes tops because I got to get my son ready for school.
Yeah, okay. I gotta get back. I don't even
think I need that much time. You mentioned a couple of things, and I kind of want to lead you into this, but what makes you think that a woman cannot lead?
What makes me think a woman cannot lead?
Yeah,
the fact that I was asking back the question so I can give you an answer. Because I have an answer.
I was trying to complete the question before you can give an answer.
No, you did ask the question, Chris, and the man was about to answer.
I did, but I would like to finish it and clarify it.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. I was asking the gentleman what makes him think that a woman can't lead, and does that apply to all women?
What makes me think a woman can't lead, and does it apply to all women? Mm-hmm. I will start with the first one. What makes me think? I don't think I know women can't lead for the most part, and that's you see that in any basic community nowadays where fathers are missing from the households.
Mm-hmm.
You have communities that are ran by women now that are in complete and total disarray. There's no actual structure. There's no functioning body. There's nobody there to discipline, and they rely solely on, like I said, Big Daddy government to take care of everything. Now, I will say there are some women that, yes, probably can lead, but these are women that were put into a position that they didn't want to be in, for instance, such as maybe their husband died that they had, so now they have no choice but to lead their family. That we have a epidemic of women today that like to go out, get pregnant, and then kick daddy out of the house and not let him have any part of raising his kids. And that is a major reason on why we have the issues we have today.
Okay.
It's dysfunctional as fuck.
Good.
You can't expect a woman to raise a man to be a man.
Oh, no. With 10 minutes ago, it would be good if your answers were a little bit shortened. I'm not trying to debate you, but you said communities. That
the hell
raises
you ain't
eyebrow.
trying to debate. That's all you do.
Hold on. If y'all gonna make make statements like this on a public forum, somebody has a right to ask y'all niggas questions.
Hey, I don't have no problem with you asking me questions.
Thank you. I don't know why be getting so defensive.
No, I know what Chris to do. That's all he do.
I like a good healthy debate myself. I just ain't got time for a debate today.
I listened to what he was saying.
Nobody got time for that shit, but go ahead.
Okay, but we got time to listen to this shit.
Say what you gotta say, nigga.
Go ahead. Fuck you, nigga.
There you go.
Well, I mean, really, all you got to do is look at the statistics of, how just the education rate and the success rate of children 40 years ago when you had more married families, and look at the statistics of, education and success rate of the single parent or single mothers specifically raising kids now. I mean, think about it. Back 40 years ago, it wasn't as common to hear for a kid that was in middle school or high school to come home pregnant,
right?
For instance, whereas now that's commonplace. Why? Because you have mothers that are trying to raise boys to be men, and they don't know anything about what it takes to be a man.
Right.
Just like I don't believe that men should be raising girls to be women, because we don't understand what it's like to be a woman.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? There's certain roles that we are intended to play in life, that's just in our genetic code.
And I think some people didn't get what you were saying, that some women can lead in certain situations. Like some of them ain't got no choice, but
there's a difference in not having a choice and someone saying, I don't need no fucking man. What's the one, what do they use? I am an independent woman and can do this shit on my own.
Yeah.
I find it funny that single mothers are the highest are at the top of the fucking statistics in college educations, right?
Uh-huh.
But also are at the top of statistics for having children that are in and out of fucking trouble, in and out of JDC, in and out of fucking relationships and failed marriages.
I did a video. Did I do that video? Or I was supposed to do that video? One of the two. I had statistics and stuff with marriage between like different ethnic groups and stuff through in the Americas at different times. Mm-hmm. And it's pretty interesting what the results are. And it's not what most people would think. Like, you know what I'm saying?
At one time, black people were had the highest statistics for marriage in America.
That's right.
Actually, black people and the black community used to be the most conservative communities in America.
Yep.
And family and community was the most important thing to them. And somehow, after fucking LBJ came into play, and welfare and trying to convince black women to marry the government, it all went to shit.
A whole bunch of shit with the shit.
I mean, and it is there's statistics to prove it. You know, basically what I say that what happened was there was government that came in after Jim Crow and all that shit, and rather than actually giving these people the real equality that they fought for, they put them in the urban plantation and handed them a bunch of fucking handouts to make them think that they were being given something, and really all it was ways to hold them back and keep them enslaved and control every aspect of their life.
It's more, I would think there was a good video with Judge Joe Brown, right? Mm-hmm. He was talking with, I believe it was Tommy Sotomayor, and they was talking about, he was there when the whole thing with the welfare and stuff started, and he was in Watts, California or something, and he was talking about how women were going out of their way to get rid of their men to get money. Just right. Like now you got with those people, I don't know too much about that shit. The what they call the PPP loans. There's like people taking advantage of shit. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And doing things just to get money.
Well, there was one day that I was having a discussion with a young brother when I was still living in Ohio, and he was talking about, you know, how great everything was, you know, his girlfriend or baby mama was, you know, and had Section 8 housing. So basically they didn't have to pay for their place to live. You know, the government paid for that, provided that. The government gave them money for food. The government gave them that ADC check every month. So he said, basically, I'm still able to go out, do what the fuck I want, keep all my money, and still rob the government. And so basically I'm getting one over. I said, is that what you really think? He's like, yeah. That's what I know. And I was like, well, let me frame it for you a different way and see if you still think that way after I get done telling you what's really going on. He's like, what do you mean? I said, basically what you just told me is the government is keeping you in the ghetto, controlling how the ghetto is ran, telling you where all your money is going to be spent, how all your money is going to be spent. And also they are actually fucking hoping that you go out and sell dope so they can get you arrested and keep you out of your kid's life.
Yep.
He's like, I said, to me, that sounds like enslavement under the federal government of the United States.
It get worse because they know they're fucking retarded, so retarded that they wouldn't take that opportunity and take advantage of the opportunity to do better. Like, imagine if a homeowner that pay mortgage, right? The government said, hey, you only got to pay us 10% of that motherfucking mortgage because of such, and such. All that extra money, you would think you would save that and be able to do something with it. Just like the people that got those business loans and didn't have no motherfucking business.
Right.
They started a business and be making more money.
Yeah, that's what they should have did. If they were going to get those SBA loans that were being handed out, they should have took the opportunity to start up a business, because that was literally fucking startup fucking capital right there that was being handed out.
Yep.
And not everybody was able to pull that one off.
Yep. And know what they did with it? When it brought some old piece of shit Mercedes.
Went out and bought themselves some new Jordans and the new PS5 and fucking a big 80-inch flat screen TV. And
6 months later, they looking stupid.
And then, like you said, 6 months later, all that shit's sitting in the pawn shop.
Yep. Damn. You killed it right there. Yep. You ain't never lied. That's how stupid these motherfuckers is.
Actually, you want to know what I did with all? You know what I did with all of our? Before I go, this is what I did with all the stimulus money that me and the wife got, because we really didn't need it. For one, you know, we were actually pretty fortunate. The wife has a job to where she, you know, her salary never changed. So, you know, I stayed on top of the bills, even though they had all those moratoriums in. and this, that, and the other. I also wasn't one of those ignorant fools that said, well, I ain't got to pay my bills, so I ain't going to. I paid my bills because eventually that bill's going to come due, and I would rather only want this month. I only want to have to pay this month's bills rather than a year and a half's worth of bills all at once.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? But what I did is, the first thing I did is I went and I stocked up on, just non-perishable items here at the house that we needed, and then I went out and I stocked up on ammunition, bought a new rifle, bought me and the wife both new handguns, so the government, basically stocked my my weapons and ammo. And then what we had left over, we actually went around the neighborhood and we donated it to families that were actually in need and struggling to help them pay their bills or pay their rent or buy them groceries and things like that, because we didn't need it. So we gave it to people that did. I think we ended up giving probably about half of our stimulus money away to those that were, didn't know what they were going to do.
Yep. Now look at that. And people still have opportunities to go make themselves better, like a food pantry, right? There's so many damn food pantries out here, it's not even funny. I donate my time every week at one, right? Mm-hmm. And you can't go hungry in Connecticut. It's impossible to go hungry.
And right now, actually, it's impossible to go hungry anywhere in America because there's so many soup kitchens that are open.
Yeah, and I said the food pantry. I wasn't even talking about the soup kitchens. You got soup kitchens on top of it. They give you breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Right.
During the pandemic, the schools was giving out lunches, still giving out lunches to the kids. So the kid, they're not in school and stuff, right? But the parent could go to the school parking lot every day and get a big motherfucking bag full of shit. Fucking ham and cheese sandwiches, cookies, fucking waffles, fucking milk, juice, apples, oranges, bananas, all this shit every motherfucking day. The parent didn't even have to cook.
And most of those people, they let all that fruit go to waste when they got it because they don't know how to, the fruit and vegetables, the fresh ones, because they didn't really know how to prepare them.
Yep. Because you go see them at the dollar store, the parent and stuff got this cart filled up with snacks.
Right.
And I'm like, damn, that kid does eat nothing but sugar.
Well, look, dude, I'm prepared for this to be a shitty winter coming up and there to be more lockdowns, you know, and our bills are all up to date, current for the month, paid on time. But I've actually, because I foresee things coming, I got enough stuff here at the house that we could go for probably 6 months without having to go to the grocery store, other than to have to buy lunch meat, bread, milk.
Yep.
And and even if we don't have to buy milk, I got enough of the cans of evaporated milk and the big bags of powdered milk stored away. Plus I got probably 400 MREs. I got probably 20 or 30 of them. What are they? 72-hour emergency fucking survival kits with food in it.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? I think about things ahead of time. I mean, hell, we even have 40 or 50 gallons of water in the house in the big 5-gallon water jugs.
Yep. Yeah, for the coolers and stuff. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's just shit like that. And I'll be honest with you, it wasn't until I got robbed that I started fucking thinking like this.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Shit.
It was something like that that's actually turned me into the person I am today.
Yeah.
And the thing is even though they did it, it still doesn't stop me from helping out people from their neighborhood when I see that they're in need.
Mm-hmm.
But with that being said, man, I got to hop off here, finish getting the boy ready for school because we got to leave in about a half hour, get his little sister up and shit because she's cranky. I put my YouTube channel link in the back chat for you too, man. It's the last one.
Yep. Put it in the chat too.
You're going to have to do it because I ain't got a wrench, brother.
You don't got to have a wrench to put it.
So,
I might have it blocked for people putting links in here. You right. I'll get you a wrench.
But dude, I I really enjoyed the conversation. It was awesome, man. If you don't mind, I would love to come back and chop it up with you again sometime. And you're more than welcome to come over and chop it up with me, man.
Yeah, I will for sure. You're more than welcome over here too. That was cool. What's the damn? I forgot her damn name. Shit.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
The off door. Came up in here. That was cool. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
She found me. She found me and stuff. And she said, like, she saw the tag on their coat. And she said she told her man, like, see, I told you, goddamn it.
Well, see, and that's the thing that I liked when I first ran into you, because I just kind of ran across your channel by chance, and that's what I saw was, Witchfinder General exposing the fucking Hebrew Israelite cult. I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna have to see what this guy's about.
Yeah.
Because I've always wanted to know more about that.
Yeah.
And the thing is unless it's somebody that's been a part of it and is really exposing them, nobody's going to tell you the truth about them.
Absolutely. And I honestly have to say, the only one out here that's really fucking these motherfuckers up like me is Cherry Love. You got to check her channel out. She a diehard, bust you in your mouth with the Bible Christian.
Right?
She's a hard woman. She hard. Like, she hard. She's a like a diehard Christian version of me without all the cussing. But
that's
she would play my videos on her channel. Like, she straight up Christian. When I say Christian, she Christian. And she will play my videos on her channel and tell the people that just ignore the cussing. When anybody else, she wouldn't be playing that shit on her thing. So, like, she come over here, I don't even cuss when she on my show. I got that respect for her.
I'm going to put my email in the back, too, for you, because actually, if you email me, I would love for you to come over sometime and for you to talk about this shit on my platform to people that's never heard it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Like I said, I'm the only one out here that's been a part of that shit for that amount of time. Most of these people done died off or they done started their own cult. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, there's only a handful of them that's still around. And most of the ones that's still around still believe in it.
Right.
Like, they won't believe in the cult, but they still got the cult doctrine.
Right. Well, you got to think, though, man. The problem is that's a problem with a lot of Americans, is we've all been fed this false doctrine on all sides. And in order for us to actually, evolve and progress in a positive manner in life, we literally have to unlearn everything we've been taught. And part of that unlearning everything that we've been taught, it means that you lose a little bit of your self-identity. And that's hard for a lot of people to let go of, is their identity.
Yep. Yeah, I had to do it. It's a fucking fucked up thing. It's a shock. It's a huge shock. But
it is. But in the end, it works out for the best, man, because you end up running across decent human beings that are on the same time and understand what you're going through. At first, it's a rocky road because you feel like you're all alone.
Yeah.
But then as you keep doing and progressing, you realize that there are other people out there that are like you and went through similar situations like you, that are just trying to share a message of goodwill and hope.
Right. Yep. And like, I like it that a lot of different people come on here, to different walks of life, different races, different spiritual systems.
That's all I fuck with, dude, is people on that time.
Yeah. And we here to somehow put an end to this shit, hopefully. You know what I mean? It's going to be a hard fucking battle, but like, I spent 22 years of my life in this bullshit. I could do another 22 fucking these motherfuckers up.
Just remember, brother, some of the things that we've done in life would cause most people to fold up like a cheap $5 lawn chair.
You got that right.
And so we've been hardened and tempered to be able to handle this type of shit, to try and get people to see the truth. Yeah. If we can go through all that other shit purposefully of our own intent, all that hell that we went through prior, this shit right here, all this shit I brush right off my shoulder anymore. People don't understand that they can't hurt me with words.
Yeah. Yeah.
But with that saying, I really got to go, brother. Like I said, I appreciate the conversation, and I look forward to chopping it up again in your next stream, man.
Yeah, no doubt.
Keep doing that good. Yeah, keep doing that good work, brother.
Yep. I just sent you an email, so you got my email address too.
Right on, brother. Appreciate you.
Yep. Peace.
Yep. Later.
All right. That was Trailer Hood Voodoo Ninja. I just subscribed to him. Hit that notification bell. Let me see if I put it in the chat there. Yeah, I put it in the chat. No, did I? That's the other chat. Yeah, I put it in the chat. So that's his channel right there. Let's see. All right, well, he got some content. All right. That's what's up. Damn, he goes stream quite often. That's cool. All right. So yeah, man. So y'all see how it went down today. I didn't get to the Polite thing, but basically, yeah, I can finally get to the Brother Polite thing. So Brother Polite, real quick, because y'all already know he on some bullshit, but y'all niggas just can't seem to figure it out. He puts up. Wait, let me see if I got that shit on my screen still. No, I did. Let me see here. Let me get something real quick so y'all can see this shit. I will show y'all how stupid you motherfuckers is. Brother Polite. Let me show y'all something here. Let me show y'all something. Check this out. Let me share my screen. I'm going to get the hell on out of here. Give y'all what y'all want. To the screen. Brother Polite. Let me show y'all something here. Let me show y'all something. Stupid motherfuckers. All right. Y'all see this right here? This is starting at. Keep going here. Wait, let me back out so I know exactly where it's at. See, I know y'all see my screen here. Okay, which one I want to show first? Crypto class thing or whatever. This got now. Polite is selling classes, right? Purchase today, $99, right? Now check this out. I want y'all to see something here. Shit. Why the fuck God damn it. Ah, fuck. Hold on. Screen smaller. I'm looking for a certain one, though. All right. Let's take this one out, right? Access your six figures in credit and boost your credit scores for $2,000. CRM flash sale only for 4 hours. Email Brother Polite 45@gmail.com, right? Leave your full name and phone number, right? Now, you see this? I'm going to show you what's wrong with this here. October 17th, but there was another one that I wanted to show because it shows it before there. Unless the nigga got slick and then took it down while I was up on this motherfucker. He knew the shit was coming. Like, let me take that shit down. This is fucking son of a bitch. But where is it? I know I saw it earlier. Oh, here we go. Oh no, that's the next thing. That was the next one. Or is this it? I forgot what it looked like. All right, here we go. Look. He just made $200 in 30 minutes. Thanks to my teachers and notifications. I will see you all in class Saturday and Sunday at brotherpolite.com, right? Purchase gold, crisis course, and all this shit, right? This is December 21st, right? It wasn't too long ago, right? Brother Polite site been up a minute. Now, we see here, and this is another one for the class, and shit, more classes through the site. And notice he used a Gmail. When you have a website, you have a business, you use your business email, not your Gmail. You use your business email, where it be brotherpolite at brotherpolite.com. Right? Now, let me show y'all this. Now, see, $200, hurry up. Only on sale for 4 hours. Y'all saw that, right? Let me get a date for that. That was October 17th. See that? October 17th, 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock p.m., whatever, right? Now, look. All of a sudden, check this out. BrotherPipe.com has been hacked. Please do not send any money to that site. Do not send any money to BrotherPolite.com. It has been hacked. So what it is now, he's telling you that his site was hacked. That was on October 18th. Now, anybody that has a website knows that there's a backup for the website. So all you have to do, let's see, make sure y'all listening. Not yet, not in there yet. So all you have to do is notify your host, your hosting service. It's a simple phone call. You ain't got to call. You could go through what you call your C panel, right? And you could chat with them like in a chat and tell them the issue. They will go back. Like you're sometimes you can set your site to back up on every hour or every day or once a week, right? You can back up your site. So anything you added to the site, right? Say for instance, because I build websites, you said, right? So when you got your site and something malicious goes on the site, you might download a plugin for the site, right? And the shit got a malware in it. It might fuck up something. All you have to do, you can do it yourself, but it's even easier to call up your hosting service and they will use the backup to restore your website right back to where it was. There's not too many ways you can hack a site to take it over where the money is not going to go to your site, not going to go to you. Right? So, if you got a portal, right, to send your money through the portal, whether it's PayPal or whatever, it goes to your bank. It goes to your bank. Now, what Brother Polite likes to do is use MoneyGram and Western Union and shit. Or the PayPal. Very easy to get a fake PayPal fucking thing or whatever, right? MoneyGram, Western Union, when you send that money, you sent that money. Western Union will not reimburse your money for scams. Your credit card and debit card will. But if you send it through Instagram, MoneyGram, and Brother Polite put that Gmail up there, so your dumb ass can call him, well, yeah, the site's not working. Oh, yeah, well, just send it to me, Western Union. Just send it to me, MoneyGram. Right? And the same shit gonna happen that he been doing. Look. Now look at this. Ooh, what the fuck? Where the shit go? Ain't this fucking shit right here? Brother Polite. Gotta go back to it now. Nah, so what the fuck is that on my thing? Oh, here it is. Here it is. My bad, yo. Getting tired. The sun coming up out this bitch and everything. I gotta go to school in the afternoon. I ain't sleep yet. So look, here we got more of them. Please do not buy anything from brotherpolite.com. The website has been hacked. They're using my face to steal money. Wait a minute. They're using your face to steal money? All new courses, new classes, and book orders will be rectified on the new site. There's no need for a new site. All you have to do is motherfucking use your backup for the website. They don't need a new site. See, if as smart as he is, he's stupid as fuck. Know why? Because you niggas is dumber. Let me go to this one. Do not purchase anything from this site. Do not click on any links from this site. Our new website will be up in a few days with new courses, classes, etc. On our new site, you'll be able to continue your membership purchases and texts. Look. Oh, shit. Look what this nigga put up. I just saw this. This website has not been hacked and is fully operational. That's what I was about to say. It is being shut down by one who made the website due to the lack of payments and breach of contracts. No more, no less. So again, if you would like to receive your money back for the classes you have paid for, you will need to submit a chargeback request with your card provider and request a refund. I am only doing this because you paid for lifetime access. And when I shut this website down, obviously you won't be able to access the course any longer as it stands. See how slick this nigga is? This like he had this wife with the PayPal account. Look at this shit. Please don't buy anything from brotherpolite.com. The site has been hacked. They are selling courses that you cannot access. If you made a purchase, send your full name and number so we can forward you to so I can forward to our attorney. And look what I wrote there in my comments. Another scam. All websites are backed up by your web hosting provider. Site can easily reset and be back to normal within 24 hours. Less than 24 hours. More like 15 minutes. More like 15 minutes, your site will be back up and running. Stop playing with the people, nigga. Stop playing with the people. I shouldn't even have to show y'all niggas this shit, really. Y'all could just do a simple Google search. Yup. Yes, he need that motherfucking lawyer money. Just blaming our Whitey for keeping y'all up all night. Yo, but see, yo, this shit mad easy, yo. This shit mad easy. Anybody knows that shit that deals with websites knows that. I have used shit like use plugins I ain't supposed to be using. And the person who made the torrent or whatever and shit fucking had malware in the motherfucker. And it just start fucking up. All you gotta do, Taylor, they'll take out either you can take out the plugin yourself, or you can have them or use the backup. Most sites back up within like fucking, you can set it up to the hour, I think. Or every 3 hours, I think. You can set your set your website to as a backup. So if anything go on, all you gotta do is hit the backup and it's gonna erase all that shit and bring your shit right back to where you was left off. That simple. Yep. I guess he is learning that if you're going to shame people, never forget to pay the middleman. Or going to scam people, never forget to pay the middleman. Yeah, right? So he fucked up the nigga that did. He probably did the dude that did the site dirty. So what he does, he takes down the site. He puts a block on the site. That's the beauty of being a web developer, a web designer. Usually you hold the permission to the site. So if the motherfucker don't pay, you can just block the site. The shit don't be usable. Same thing if you don't pay your hosting bill. That shit will be down. It's that simple. So with that, y'all, shit, I'm Killer B, the goddamn witch finder general. Y'all already know what it is. I got a witch. I'll burn y'all motherfucking asses up. Y'all can hit that motherfucking Cash App and shit. Y'all will give me a couple dollars and shit. So I can further this goddamn streams in good moods. So, or you can just hit that goddamn subscribe button and hit the like button, please. With that, tired as hell. I'm over here cooking this shit at motherfucking goddamn 7:30 in the morning, and I gotta be at school like 3:30 or some shit. This shit's dumb as fuck. But I'm still up. I don't even know if I'm going to sleep. But didn't get no sleep last night either. Had to go to forklift training. Right? So I don't know, y'all. I'm up out of here. Fuck all this crazy shit. And to turn this off, I gotta check out those YouTube channels homeboy sent me. So with that, y'all, I'm up out of here. Killer B, the goddamn witch finder general. Peace.